He, years ago when Dave overslept.
That's right.
It was probably, and so I called him and said, "Hey, coming to the budget meeting." He's like, "Oh my God."
That was like right before COVID stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
The first case was West. So sick.
But he totally just forgot. He just forgot. And we had just talked, afternoon before. Or,
Right.
Are we all ready? He's like, "Yeah, we're all ready, Mayor."
And we're all here, and like everyone was here. And,
It was over there, right?
Yeah, it was over there.
oh, that's right. That's right, because this didn't exist, so we
No.
were in the little room.
Yeah.
Yeah. Surprised we didn't all get sick,
I know.
because that was before anybody masked.
Yeah.
Should I try texting Dan?
Text.
Oh, did you?
So if you want to text, maybe.
Oh, wait, I got a text from Dan.
Oh,
Suppose if I check He is not planning on making a meeting.
oh,
He says if we need him for it more, so he could come.
text him.
He said he could come later when you go to take a vote. He would watch online and make. I don't know. It seemed like
Brought donuts, so,
Lots of pieces.
Lunch has been
ordered.
Yeah, exactly, so, let's do this. Okay.
then you're good to start.
Okay, good morning. This is the 2025 budget workshop for the city of Harvard. It's 8:05 a.m. The administration committee does not have a quorum this morning. Charlie Gorman and I are here, but we are going to proceed with the presentation on the budget, and we'll just vote on things at our March meeting. So, thank you. So, Deb, can I hand things over to you?
Sure. So first of all, I always like to start with thanking everyone, Lou, Mayor, all of the elected officials, these guys to my right and left. This is a joint effort. Everybody works really hard to do a deep dive into their departments, look at what is needed, and what they could use improvements on as far as wants, so that we can better do our jobs. So thank you to everyone. And I have a very short slide presentation here, and then we'll hit the ground running with the numbers. This is our hierarchy chart. It has not changed from last year. You folks at the top, Lou, the city administrator, yours truly, and then all of our department heads. Below them is our staff that works on the front lines and in the trenches and helps us all get done what we need to get done. I always like to recognize them as well. This year I added just a quick snapshot showing what departments come out of what funds, just for reference. Corporate General consists of administration, public works, police department, and community development. Community and economic development. Fund 70 sewer water is Mike Rousey's crew and a portion of Rob's crew as well as the work that they do, and we'll talk about that breakdown when we discuss Fund 70. Fund 4 is Parks and Recreation. That's Stacy and her pool employees as well as all of her recreation activities. And then Trevor and his part-time maintenance crew in the summer, and the activities that he has going throughout the year as well. And we'll discuss that a little bit more.
Was that the title Daryl had? Was he park maintenance director? Or is that a new title?
You know, that, it's not an official title, I just put it in there because I really didn't know what else to name it. At this point, you know, he's in the contract under a maintenance worker, so, but I wanted to make sure that Parks was in there so that it was clear. And then Karen's Library, Fund 3, we are just a fiduciary for that fund, and some of her expenses and payroll are paid out of that, and we'll talk about that briefly. Her board approves, you know, her expenses as well, so she'll be doing a presentation later, just real quickly, just to run through it so that we can approve it on our end. This is just another snapshot of some general revenue information. You could leave this open as we go through the revenue. It has some good reference points as far as where we get the revenue calculations. Each year, the IML does a good job of projecting things, and throughout the year, they offer articles to read and to catch up on the different changes that they expect to be coming, you know, economic-wise and what have you. So property tax, obviously our biggest revenue source. The calculations this year are based on 3.4%, not the balloon, and then conservatively reduced in the event that we don't get all of our property tax payments. We have the 3 revenue sources from the local government distribution funds: income tax, cannabis use tax, and state use tax, and those are per capita calculations. The state bases are their calculation on our 2020 census population number, which is 9,469. There's the 3 there below, and we'll talk about the numbers here in a little bit. And then the last 3 major revenue sources are the sales tax, gaming tax, and replacement tax. And those are outside of the government distribution fund, so they are not based on our population. Our city share is 1% on sales and gaming, excuse me. And then we'll talk about replacement tax here in a little while as well.
So Deb, quick question.
Yeah.
So the diverted remote retail use tax to sales tax, 16 million reduction?
So several years ago, the state enacted the Leveling the Playing Field Act, in which they required remote retailers to pay tax to the state if they were selling outside.
Okay.
And that was collected under the use tax.
Okay.
And over the past couple of years, they've tried to claw back some of that and revert it to sales tax.
Okay.
So that's why you'll see that reduction. So it's, you know, the per capita is not going to be as high on that calculation. We're supposedly supposed to see that absorb back into sales tax as they go. So, but they've been doing this for the past couple of years, trying to get everything straightened out on their end.
Okay, thank you.
I did throw in a couple of legislative updates that may be important if they come to fruition. House Bill 1283 was actually filed in January. However, I just read yesterday that this has gone to the Finance and Revenue Committee for further action. This is good. John, green is good. Red, not so good. It amends the Illinois Municipal Code. Previously, only municipalities that were in counties of 3 million or more, AKA Cook, were allowed to collect local motor fuel tax. And if this bill passes, then all communities within the state would be able to collect that local tax, capped at 3 cents per gallon by ordinance. So we'll see. I'll keep watching that and see how that plays out. House Bill 1142, this one has also been, it's still in Rules Committee. This would affect our TIFs if we were to proceed with those. It amends the Redevelopment Act and would require us to, prior to passing an ordinance, we would have to have a referendum of the voters of the affecting tax district. It would also increase some of the information we need to require in our notices, public notice timing, those kind of things. So that could be something that wouldn't necessarily hinder us, but it would make it more difficult to establish a TIF. The third one is coming from both sides, the House and the Senate. This is affecting Tier 2 benefits. Public organizations are finding it difficult to recruit and retain some employees, and claiming that this is based on the Tier 2 benefit structure. Quick history: in 2010, Illinois realized that governing bodies were having difficulty keeping up with pension funding. So they enacted Tier 2 benefits, which raised the age of retirement as far as some other stipulations that Tier 1 doesn't have, to try to help alleviate some of that financial strain. However, now there is legislation being proposed to roll back Tier 2 pension benefits to match Tier 1. Whether or not that goes anywhere is yet to be seen. They ended their session without making any recommendations as far as referring it to committee or anything else. It's just kind of sitting there right now. Reminder that we have enacted a bond, or took out a bond several years ago to try to get to our funding level, which is supposed to be 90% by 2040. We've done a good job doing that. However, with our actuarials and different things coming in from the state, this year alone we have levied $520,000 to go towards our share of police pensions and another $485,000 to pay that bond. So it's significant on our end. However, I do want to add that this bill would affect all public pensions, including IMRF. So all of us that are collecting IMRF would fall under this as well. So it's not just the police, it's everybody. It's also firefighters too. So we'll see how that goes. And then the final one is Senate Bill 3455. And the reason I threw this in here is, Illinois is known for the most complicated property tax system in this country. And I found it interesting that this is actually signed into law, so it's a public act, and it's requiring the DOR to complete a study to evaluate the entire Illinois property tax system. It's due in July of 2026, and the hope, on my end anyway, is that maybe they'll reorganize that system so it isn't so complicated and it isn't so convoluted, but we can hope. So we'll see what happens with that.
Or more.
Or more, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
we can make some more complications here.
So if there's no questions, we can go ahead and start with the numbers.
Thank you.
This is kind of an inside joke. I think everybody knows who is who on this end. It's actually something Lou found, so we thought it was kind of funny to put that in there. Okay. All right, so in front of you, you have, or in your binders, yours is just the colored spreadsheets. You have binders in front of you, and that has all the worksheets that I sent you a few weeks ago.
Yep, I'm sorry, do you have an extra one to give Anna Marie behind?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were here. Yes.
She snuck in.
So there were some changes from the one I sent you, just because I did some updates and we did a little bit of more recalculations on some things, but for the most part, it's relatively the same. But these are all, what you have in front of you is all updated and matches what we have on the screen. So there's going to be a lot of asks this year. That's one of the reasons why I put the memos out in advance, to try to help with some understanding on what we're going to be asking for from all the different funds and where that money's coming from, and how we've kind of tried to break that down and make that work. So hopefully that will add some clarity to the day. And as far as some of the programs and things we want to do, staff doesn't necessarily know what those are going to look like today, because today is basically just the ask. How that plays out and what we move forward with based on what's approved will be done down the road in committee. So today is just basically going through the numbers. If I go too fast, please let me know. Okay, so we'll start with corporate general and just go line by line. And then, again, on your slide, you have the revenue page to reference. Did you guys get slides too? Okay. Okay, so property tax. This is broken down into six line items here based on how you see it broken down when we actually do the levy. So $750 for general, road and bridge 100, police, and that's our share of the police, $560, $33 for the audit, and then the police pension, which is the the police is let me go back, the $560 is police protection. So that goes into the general fund, and that's what we spend on police protection. The $495 is actually our police pension contribution. And then I had $5,000 in property tax revenue recapture. When tax bills are protested, we don't always get that funding right away, and then depending on how it plays out the next year, we get that money back the next year once everything's been settled, if it's in our favor.
So Deb, why is the property tax amount so much higher?
Because when we levied this year, if you remember, we had moved it around a little bit. We didn't have to do as much for police pension for our share because we took out the bond and we put that into the debt service section.
Oh, that's right.
And you'll see that later in Fund 50.
Okay.
And Fund 50 is new to you guys. We used to use it
Okay.
years ago, but it's back in play with this
So
this
we
bond.
basically swapped,
So what we
the
had
amount.
left over, you folks decided
Yeah.
when we met to throw it into the
Yep.
general fund, because it's easier to allocate it there, it's not restricted.
Right,
So we can
right.
use it for
Perfect.
things that don't necessarily have to be decided on right away.
okay, thank you.
Okay, any questions on property tax, other than Lisa? Okay, state income tax, that's based on 175.91 per capita, like your notes say. Again, this is from a projection from the IML, and this is the most recent projection of what they think we will get per capita, so I do use that, reduce it slightly. In the event that numbers are wrong, or, income tax, unemployment, those kind of things. So I've bumped that up. And I also base it on the activity to date and where we're at this year. So your green column shows activity through January 31st, which is the most recent collection that we've received. We haven't received February yet. So that's how I've got the 1.6657 number on that one.
So it's pretty consistent month to month?
Yeah, it's pretty consistent. I mean, it does fluctuate, but if you look across the history, it does, there's a steady increase, and I don't have my slide, but if you look at your slides, you'll see what the projections are as far as what they think it's going to do. For, the different, like corporate income tax, I think is supposed to go up 3%, or I'm sorry, individual and corporate, I think was 1, maybe, whatever it says on there, I
Yep.
can't recall.
Okay, thank you.
Cannabis use tax, there's not really a huge change here. They're projecting $1.67 per capita, and this one's tricky because as other states surrounding Illinois legalize cannabis, we get less and less, right? Because they used to come to Illinois, now they can go to Missouri, and there's other areas that they can get their product from. So, however, the good news is with the dispensary that's going to be coming in the fall, we get our 3% off of that, and that's cannabis sales tax. So we adopted that ordinance years ago when it first was legalized in the event we would get a dispensary. So we don't have to do anything as far as collecting that. It's just the state already has that on file. When the dispensary opens and they pay their tax, we'll get our share. And that was they're projecting what, how much? $4 million a year, so that'll be a little bit extra for us to work with.
Let the record show that Alderman Carncross has joined the meeting.
So we have a quorum. Thank you.
Okay, so state use tax, again, we talked about that, that little bit of a change there. So currently, we're at 243 through 9 months. And I haven't really bumped that up too much just based on the projected projected reduction. I felt comfortable leaving that at 245 when Lou and the mayor and I talked about it. They were okay with that as well. If we get more, that's great, but if not, then I think we're still safe with that number.
So, I should have asked this when we were on cannabis use tax. When the dispensary opens, you're going to have a new line item then, cannabis sales tax, correct?
Yeah, I could do that for clarity, yes.
I think it would be better to see
Yes.
it so we know. But you're not budgeting any of that because
No.
it's not a real thing at this point.
Correct, and if there's delay, it would only be a portion of this next fiscal year if they did open
Yeah.
on time, and if there's delays in construction, or, anything can
Yeah.
happen.
I mean, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't want to
They
bank
don't
on
have
it
any
before we
signed the
get
lease
it.
yet, I don't think. So,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, so no, that is not in any of these numbers.
And
Okay.
assuming they opened in October, there's also going to be a delay till the city gets the funding.
It's a 4-month delay.
Yeah, so it's almost the end of the fiscal year,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really make sense to budget for it.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Good question.
Sales tax, again, it's projected to go up a bit, 1.785. I'm basing that, again, on the year-to-date as well as the things I have read from the economic experts. And then, of course, we have our sales tax referendum, 1%. Anything highlighted in yellow on this spreadsheet is basically an offset. So later on, when we talk about expenses, you're going to see that money going out. So right now, it's coming in, and then when we get to the administration part of the expenses, that money's going to go out. So, but I do have to include both to balance it, so it's here for now as revenue. Video gaming tax, that's our share from the state. That's expected to increase significantly because I believe they raised their January 1st, I believe they raised the state, or their July budget. They're perhaps proposing. Anyway, we're going to be getting more. We do pretty well with our gaming. In addition to that, and now that you said that about the extra line item, Jay, we also are getting, no, I'm sorry, that goes under licenses. We're going to be getting $250 per machine because we did change our ordinance, and right now we currently have 104 machines. So that's going to be a little bit extra for us to work with as well. Replacement tax, this is a tricky beast. So years ago, the state started allowing corporate entities to run their tax payments through income tax and other taxing sources. And this has slowly over time reduced replacement tax collection for us. If you look at the history, you'll see what we budgeted versus what we got was a huge difference, but it has been declining over time. The state does actually take the time, since it's kind of their thing, to tell us very closely what they expect we're going to get, which this year is around $240,000. However, because this was a replacement for, back in the day, the state charged personal property tax, and then this replaced that. That's why we call it replacement tax. At the time that personal property tax was allocated, it was allocated to 4 different funds: library, police pension, IMRF, and the general fund. And whatever those allocation percentages were, we were required to maintain those. So when we get our money, 8% goes to each of the pension funds, about 3% goes to the library, and then the remainder goes to the general fund. So we'll see how that plays out. I've got that real conservative as well. So just based on the fact that if you look at where we're at today, and that's only an 8-month collection as well, that's not a 12-month collection. We only get that 8 months out of the year. So we're really low right as we are right now. I think we'll make the 142, but we'll have to see what happens. City licenses and general permits. Those are liquor licenses and any kind of smaller licenses we issue, vending, open outdoor market, any special,
Massage.
yeah, those smaller ones as well. And then,
So why is that so low right
Because we won't collect our liquor licenses until April.
Okay,
Those are always due in April.
okay.
So, and that's the most significant revenue for that line item, so it will go up. Contractors' licenses, I kind of kept that the same, because that's, based on, we collect that once a year, and that's just based on whether or not we have new contractors come to town. For the most part, our contractors' licenses are repeat contractors, correct? So if we get, a big new contractor, that might bump it up, but we keep it usually around the same, just until, something happens. Building permits, I talked to Donovan, and his department feels that 40 would be a good number for that. Could be more, but he thinks at least 40 will work for that line item. Health insurance, employee reimbursement, again, this is in and out. So this would be all of our retirees. They pay 100% of their insurance, 100% for city side. The police retirees get a 60%, right, Tyson? Only have to pay 60%, and that's per statute. So they are insured through us. We pay the bill for them. They reimburse us each month for the share that they owe, and that's where this revenue goes. So this will go out in the administration fund under health insurance payments. Nothing for debt proceeds. I left this on there just because the police department is still there the police pension bond is still there from back in 22-23. Grant reimbursements. Okay, so I did a breakdown below. So anything you see in red below these line items is just a breakdown of what this line item is made up of. The IPRF grant, which is our public risk fund grant we get every year. It's like a safety grant, right, Lou, for that? RTA sidewalks, that's our sidewalk program we have going, Marengo Air 173 and Route 14. This year, if you go to the green right now, these projects were projected to start. However, we did have some delays with some IDOT issues, so we're not going to be getting the reimbursements that I have budgeted for, the 428. However, we're also not spending the money on them either. And so this year, I spoke with Gary a little bit more in depth and tried to kind of get a better handle on where we're going to be. Air Street sidewalks are already in phase 2. We've already received a bill for that. So he's pretty confident that's going to get done and we'll be reimbursed that amount of money. And then the RTA sidewalks, we've already gotten, for Route 14, we've already gotten approval for as well to start with phase 1. So we're pretty sure we're going to be getting that as well. But again, if we don't get, if the project's delayed, we don't get the grant until we pay the bill and submit for the reimbursement anyway, so. And that's a percentage, 20% on that.
Okay.
And then the Debi Trees Forever, Lou, do you want to explain this one?
So this is the Trees Forever grant through Debi. We applied for it last year for the tree inventory and the management plan. So being that the work's going to start in the new fiscal year, that's when the reimbursement's going to happen. So this will be the full reimbursement from Trees Forever for that. I anticipate the work going a little bit over the $25,000, but that'll be covered out of the operating budget.
Yep, and at the end of that, we'll have for all the public trees, we'll have an inventory of species, condition,
Correct.
size, and then, management plan for that, so, very cool.
Okay, police reimbursements, again, below, you see our NERCON dispatch refund, and that's due to the fact that we're board members, correct? So,
they when they do their bill, they obviously don't know how many calls of service are gonna come in from the end users, other departments that are dispatched by NERCON. So they kind of just say, this is what it's gonna cost, and then every year, they process the numbers of calls, which obviously, if it's higher, we get more money back, because they receive more, the services more than what, what we have to supplement. So
Okay.
this year, we got 48,000 back.
I believe so, yes. Yeah.
Just a quick question there, though. Shouldn't it be 107,075? Because you got 20,000, 78,000, and 9,000. If you add that up, it's 107,075.
Thank you. Okay, so then we have the SRO, that's Officer Cohn, who's our school resource officer, and the school pays us a monthly fee for his services. And that's based by contract, so that's a pretty firm number. Each year the contract goes up, and we're in year 2, I believe. And then the ETSB grant, which is the
Starcom radio readers.
okay. And then police DUI fees, and right below it, the police SOF and county fees. Though the DUI is strictly the police department, the SOF and county fees are a combination of the local fines from the police department as well as anything Ann does. Both of those are down a little bit. DUIs because
DUIs are sitting in court for 2 or 3 years.
they sit in court for about 2 or 3 years now, so it takes a little longer to get the funding for those. And then I know this will probably go up as spring hits, and there's, Ann's out on the road a little bit more, and she's freed up to do some more things as well. So I'm expecting that to go up, but we did reduce it a little bit from last year just to be conservative. Water utility tax, that's an in and out, so whatever we collect in utility tax from our water fund, I transfer each month into our general fund, just like we do with ComEd tax, NICOR tax. It's just another funding source from the utility. And so whatever I think we're gonna get in utility tax from Fund 70, I'll bring in, and this number will match that. Electric tax, again, that's ComEd, so that's the tax they pay on the electric services, and I believe that's gonna go up a little bit, so I bumped that up about 10 grand. Hotel motel tax is paid quarterly, and that's based on their sales. That stays pretty consistent and has always, so I just left that at 27.5. I think we're gonna get about what we got last year on that. It looks the way it's trending, so. Again, NICOR utility tax is again like ComEd and the water. We have the telephone tax. This one continues to go down each year as people get rid of their landlines, and then remembering that the cell phone tax does not include data. So data is not taxed. Zoning plating fees, we didn't spend a whole ton this year, so we dropped that to 2,000. Cable franchise fees, this is an interesting one. Over the years, you can see, if you look at the blue, and then if you were to look at the previous years, we were getting around 140 to 150,000 a year. So last year, or 2 years ago, we budgeted 90. Unfortunately, we don't get this payment till the end of April, and we received 53,000. It was like, okay, what's up? So we made some calls, and apparently over the past several years prior to that, they had our population borders incorrect. So we were receiving more money than was actually within the corporate city limits. So now there's some clawback due to that till they get everything straightened out and redone. So again, if you look at the green, we budgeted 120, because at the time we finalized the budget, we hadn't gotten our payment yet. We literally got our payment on the 30th. Budget was done, so we just left it as it was this year. We're only gonna budget 50,000. And escrow from developers, if you look back, or when we go and move forward to the administration, you'll see that coming out of engineering fees. That, and also TIF, that is reimbursement we receive from developers if they have stormwater reviews, or if we do a TIF study for them, then they reimburse us for that. So that's kind of a guess at what we've got coming up next year. So we put that in there, but again, it's offset. So it doesn't change the bottom line. Yard waste stickers, the same. We simply provide that service. We buy the stickers from MDC. We sell them to the public at the same price. So whatever we spend, we get back. We haven't been budgeting for sale of surplus property as we used to, only because with the new equipment replacement policy we have, the money that we sell from surplus is divided and is put into one account, but divided between whichever department that property came from. So down the road, they can buy new equipment with the money that we get from those sales.
So will we see sale of surplus property, some amount in the department budgets?
No, because it doesn't go into this budget anymore.
Okay.
It goes into the equipment replacement fund, but you'll
Okay.
see transfers out or transfers in for that.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, so interest has been great based on the market rate. However, it is dropping, so I put it at 100. We'll probably get a little more than that depending on what our balance in our general fund is. This year, we're already at 221, so we still have a few months left on that. The PD, or the miscellaneous, those are items such as what Lynette sells as far as parking passes, SOF tickets, fines she takes over at her PD register, any lien payments we got for weed liens, any kind of AP reimbursements if we overpay something. It's just kind of a catch-all for what, we really can't figure out where to put it anywhere else, so. And then this year we had a little bit more, because we had the TIF account from TIF 1. We had to close that account, and there was a small amount left in that. It's our money, because we've been funding that TIF for years, so I just threw it into miscellaneous. But we're not going to have that much next year. And then transfer in. So this is where the road program 6055, and you'll see that going out in Rob's budget. And actually, I have changed this to 700 based on our meeting that we had last Wednesday, in which the infrastructure committee approved increasing that amount to get a little bit further on Brainerd Street, I believe, possibly, if Gary can make it work. So we just bumped it up to 700 so that it's in there. And then again, you'll see that come out in Rob's fund. And then we have 100,000 coming in from equipment replacement. So last year, we transferred 100,000 out into equipment replacement from the general fund to try to start building up some revenue for the HVAC system. And so if we were to pursue that HVAC system this year, we would bring that back in as revenue. But we'll talk about that in a little while as well. Rent receipts, so typically every year, and this has been going on since 2004, the wastewater treatment plant pays rent to the city for their office space. And this year, we decided not to do that. The wastewater plant needs the money to get some projects done. We've raised water rates, all those things that you voted on last year. And when Lou and the mayor and I discussed this, we felt that originally I went back and looked at the ordinance. It was not codified, or the minutes. It was not codified. This was just strictly at the time we were looking for some money in the general fund because things were getting tight, and they decided they would start doing this rent because it was something that they could do. So this year we've decided to leave it out. So we'll be getting $11 in rent this year. So we'll be getting $835 in rent. We've collected 11. We still have one more rent collection from the coffee shop at the train station. And then, so that's, a small revenue source, but that's why you see the big decrease there.
Thank you.
Parking permits, 50, I think we'll hit that this year. And then we have cash on hand, which we may or may not need depending on where we go with the rest of this discussion in the general fund. So that puts our bottom line at $9,409,189. If you want to make those changes on from the error I had there.
Hey Deb,
Yes.
so when work has to be done in that parking lot at the train station, where does that money come from?
That comes out of Public Works, so the general fund, Rob's account. You'll see that in a little bit because we do have some maintenance in there, correct? I believe we do. We do have some maintenance, parking lot maintenance in there.
Why wouldn't we use the revenue that we're getting from parking?
It is. It's all in the same fund. It's offset. So if you go back to that slide that I showed you where everything's broken down, corporate general, all that revenue pays the expenses for admin, public works, police, and community and economic development. So it does go towards that,
Specifically.
in theory, right? It does. It's part of that revenue collection to
But
pay for
It
that.
would probably be easier to allocate it when it comes due if the money was there because it was put there from the parking fees. It was just sitting there.
Well, there's really no way to specify each individual. You can't, it's really, in the accounting system, you can't take each individual revenue source and tag it to a specific thing, other than what we're doing today, right? So, it all goes into one fund, and then it all pays out of that fund. So as we set the budget, we just make sure that there's enough to cover all that. And if that's a priority, then that's what, that remains in the budget. Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Okay.
As well as it's gonna today, yeah.
Okay. Everybody good to move on? Okay. Okay. Admin. So this will be page 3 of your packet. Just start at the top again. We have 2 salary line items here. We have the salaried individuals, and then we have the clerical, which is encompasses both salaried and hourly. So in the okay, so let me just make it more clear. Salary individuals include Lou and myself, as well as all of you folks and the mayor. So and the zoning board. So everything comes out of there, of that first line item. The second line item is Jeanette and Sarai, because they're both considered administrative staff. So those 2 are broken down. They always have been. I don't know why it's not all one line item, but that's how it's always been broken down, so that's how I leave it. Health insurance,
So I assume that the reason why we're 180 for this year and 120 for next year is because Lori goes away and Jeanette was kind of in training,
yes,
so we carry an extra salary to make that transition work.
yes.
Yeah.
That is exactly
That
right.
makes sense.
And then we also had Sarai come in as well, so actually we had Jeanette, Sarai, and then Jeanette, Lori, and it just, yeah.
I absolutely.
Yep.
I absolutely agree with that process.
And that will probably be over a little bit at the end of the year too, because we also had to pay out some of Lori's sick time and vacation as well, so. Okay, health insurance. That is, right now, projected at 10%. Lou, do you want to talk about that real quick?
Right now, with the broker, we just got a quote back from Blue Cross Blue Shield at a 15.1% increase. We had set the budget as 10%, just to be on the safe side for numbers. But the broker has assured me that he's going back to hammer on Blue Cross Blue Shield to try to get it down to 10%, preferably 9%. But that will be something that will probably be closer to the time you pass the budget before we get those numbers finalized, because there'll be a little hem-hawing back and forth between Blue Cross and other options.
So what I did with this is I just left it at 10%, but when we look at our total page, I've kind of done some recalculations to show where it might be if it did, worst case scenario, come in at 15%. So you'll see that at the end. For now, I left it here just to keep things a little bit more clear.
So why is it so much higher?
So it's higher, okay, so there's a couple reasons why it's higher. First of all, Jim Grant's added. Remember that that's offset in health insurance.
Oh,
So Jim Grant is added. So right now in that line item for retirees is Andy O'Park, Dave Nelson, Jim Grant, and Steve Sandler. So we added a whole nother
Okay.
year of coverage for Jim. I believe he's single. So that's why it's a little bit higher than plus the increase.
okay, and then that is
And then we get
reimbursed
reimbursed.
from the,
Right,
okay,
right.
gotcha.
I'm trying to think if maybe Sarai, she's children coverage as well, so, and Lori was single. Lori dropped off, and then Jeanette's family, so that's gonna increase it a little bit too. Okay, training and seminars. These are 4 different things that we had here below. LGMC, which is something that Lou and the mayor feel is really important to keep sending one person every year to participate in.
Can we go back, though? I just thought of something on the earlier
Yeah.
one. That 168, does that include the 15% or the 10%?
That's the 10%. I'll show you what the 15% is
It's
going to look
actually
like.
possible to negotiate with Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Yeah, so typically what ends up happening is that and this is where it's good to have an active broker. What they'll do is they'll actually look at other policies. Blue Cross Blue Shield assumes that you're just going to stick with whatever they offer. And what we'll do is we'll actually look at alternative options and then go back from that position to negotiate. Typically what happens is Blue Cross sees, okay, well, we could lose a customer, so, all right, we'll negotiate. It's a little song and dance that insurance companies do, and we need to be active in that dance.
I have a broker, but they've never been able to get anybody to lower
Yeah.
their fees.
And then, but there's,
Insurance, they're stickers.
they are, but this is something that I've done in the past as well, so I'm pretty confident we can get it back down.
Okay. Thanks.
Sure. So back to training and seminars, the ICMA, we do that each year. The GFOA, that's about 500's been estimated for, and these are online classes that they offer throughout the year that can be taken from the office. May or may not use all of that, but it's in there in case something comes up that seems to be beneficial. And then other as to be determined. Training is important, and we're not quite sure what's going to come down the line, but we've put that in there in case something comes up that we need that money for. Mayor's monthly expense doesn't change, stays the same each year. Clerk training, this is training that Lou's having Jeanette do, and I believe it's going to be a little less this year because...
Well, it's actually going to be, it's not just Jeanette, but at some point now, we're going to be getting a new clerk. And so that person, depending on how the elections goes, is going to need some training as well.
So then why is it going down from what we budgeted for last year?
Because we've only used 865 this year, and so I think we had it a little higher last year because we weren't quite sure what we were going to use because we've never done clerk training before.
Oh, okay.
And then the other thing is to encourage people to do scholarships. So whoever the new clerk will end up being will be a first-time person, which means they'll be eligible for scholarships.
Good.
Jeanette actually qualified for quite a few scholarships that took the conference fees down, and so we estimated high, and then we tried to work down.
Thank you.
Travel and mileage is reimbursement for trainings and meetings and the things that go on throughout the year that require us to leave town. Attorney fees are up a little bit this year, and that, I believe, is because of the contract negotiations that are coming up. Is that correct?
Well, I think that and there's some litigation too with
Yes.
the gravel pits and such.
Professional fees, those are also listed below. We have the auditors, that's the new rate that was negotiated through the RFP that Lou did this year with Lauterbach. Shredding service, we put this in here every year. There's always shredding from the police department that needs to be done to free up space, and this year we actually have some on our side as well. They do that by volume, so 500 should cover that. Chapman is a fee for management of our bond services, and it's kind of complicated, but there's some paperwork that has to be done every year that is a little bit above our expertise, so Chapman does it for us for $500, which is a really good rate considering it would probably take us a lot longer to get it done. The TIF study is offset in developer escrow. Grant writing services, I did change this one, I believe. Lou, do you want to talk about that one?
As was discussed at the infrastructure committee, a tier 1 contract with the grant writer that I'm proposing is actually 25,000, which will allow us to essentially send 3 large contracts, grants, such as safer buildings or for OSLAD, and then multiple smaller.
So in your packets, it's 30, because that's what we had originally allocated towards it, but it has been dropped to 25.
And so how did we, I mean, is this a specific individual that we've
No,
identified?
and I apologize, we'll discuss this more at the admin committee, but
Okay.
it's actually a firm of about 15 people.
Oh.
And they do about 200 cities, and it came
Okay.
highly recommended from about 15 or so cities here in Illinois.
Oh, great.
So
It's
this is to outsource
Correct.
the grant writing as opposed to us hiring somebody in-house that would
Correct.
reassign
And,
that
and
work.
keep in mind too, and again, this is for everyone listening, it's not just the grant writing itself, it's also the grant management after, which is a huge piece of grants. It takes the pressure off all staff.
And then we always try to throw in 5,000 for unforeseen. So if something else comes up we need to hire a professional for, we have that set aside. Engineering fees, these are all fees we pay out to our civil engineer. Rush Creek Bike Path, Lou?
What's that?
Rush Creek Bike Path, the 50,000. For engineering?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's Brush Creek on McGuire
Oh,
Road.
McGuire, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So, yeah, this is a project that we're trying to do later this year, and this is one where we'll help out with the county in order to get a bike path that goes along McGuire from one end of the city to the other. This will go out to literally Rush Creek, out by the conservatory.
Oh, yeah.
And-
Brush Creek all the way down McGuire, across 14 to Airport Road to basically Shadow.
And what it is right now, since we're going to be doing the majority of the management of it, that our contribution would normally be, it would normally be a 90-10. They've dropped it to a 95-5. So this 50,000 covers our 5%.
So we're expecting that this will be built next year?
Yes.
Wow.
This was the one that the county had all this money, but no people to actually do it, so Lou caught word and was like, let's jump on this, so, yeah. This
Am I reading this right then, that if you're saying that we're paying 5% of the engineering fees for this are going to be $1 million? Because it's $50,000 for engineering fees. That's us, that's 5%, that would be of $1 million. That can't be right.
No, that's probably not correct on that.
So the $50,000,
That's for the entire project.
right, so that's our, so that includes, so that, all of that shouldn't be here then, it's like a
That is
smaller
correct.
percentage. I was just trying to read it right.
So we could move a portion of it back into public works under sidewalks and paths.
Yeah.
And I would advise doing that after we get the IGA, which we're supposed to get the draft IGA in this next week.
Sure, I was just trying to understand, what
This-
the cost on the,
This will be phase 2, I mean, because you're going to have phase 1, phase 2, and then phase 3 construction engineering. So there'll be a little bit of time on that.
thank you.
This is, shows 95 spent so far and 433 budgeted for this.
Yeah, because we didn't do those RTA projects. We talked about that in the revenue portion. We had budgeted, if you go back to the revenue page under grants, you'll see 428,506. We're not going to get that grant money because we didn't spend it because the projects were delayed. So what we thought we were going to do in engineering, we haven't done, and we probably won't do before May 1. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but is that, so is that money still there? I mean, we set aside for that?
Some of it is, we did use some of it for the roadmaster plan and the coring.
So how much of the 410 that's in this budget comes from what we didn't spend the year before?
None, because we have zero-based budgeting, but it's still there. It doesn't carry
Yeah,
over,
yeah.
but the funds are still there.
Okay.
So if you look down at the next line, the next red line under the Rush Creek, you'll see the RTA sidewalks. You'll see two of them, Air Street Phase 2 and Route 14 Phase 1. That's what we're going to pay in engineering if those projects move forward this year, offset in the
right.
grants in the general fund,
Right.
or in the revenue fund.
And how much more will this 95,000 be? Because Gary's been doing a lot of work, and it seems like he's been doing more than $95,000 worth of work. And I wonder if it's just he hasn't billed it, or what'll happen in the next few months
We
before the...
just got the coring bill from Midland, but it's not in here. I believe that was 23, something like that. And then we have not gotten Gary's master plan bill yet for road master
So-
plan.
If I can help out, Gary has at times, because he's quoted a number and realized there's IDOT or somebody has thrown another curve, realizing our basic financial condition has eaten some of that cost himself. So yes, he's done more work than $95,000, but he's done that to help further the city, if that helps out.
Well, I think Charlie's point is that are there still bills
Yes.
for engineering that are going to
Yes.
be coming? That's the point,
I just
whether,
wanted to- you're
whatever
correct.
rate he's
You're correct.
billing us at.
But
So
there are,
not the issue.
But there is some money, though, that Gary has done and eaten on his own. I just wanted to point that out.
we always have issues with engineering in this fund as well as motor fuel fund when projects don't, the timeline is always hard to manage with IDOT, right? Because there's always, we need this, we have to go back and do this. And so we're always kind of, just kind of guessing, throwing a dart at the board and trying to see, and it never works out exactly in the fiscal year, but we make the modifications and it's, the cash flow and all that. So, it's
Yeah.
not going to be spot on.
I agree, but I just wanted to see kind of
Yeah.
where this is going to be when we do draw the line.
So you could probably add to this 95,000 another 23 something, I believe that's it, let's say 25. And then if Gary does get us the bill for the master plan before May, which I don't believe he will, because he usually doesn't, sometimes he bills us in phases for those things, but he usually, for something like that, will give us the bill when it's done.
But then that'll show up in,
That'll show up next
Next year's
fiscal
budget,
year,
which-
which then, if it gets significantly out of whack, we'll need to do an,
'cause that's what,
adjustment?
28,000, the master plan?
what was the master plan, Lou? I don't remember. 30, I think.
around 30.
I think it was around 30.
I want to say it was like 29 and change.
Yeah. And if it, like I said, if it's significantly,
So that could increase the 410, because that...
yes, it
is-
could,
It is not in here for the
It-
next...
yes. Or the 410 may be reduced if we don't get as far on
Right.
RTA sidewalks and that. So we'll watch it, and if it looks like it's gonna be something that the auditors are gonna, ding us on, we can do a budget amendment. That's
Right,
what they're
right,
for, so.
right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so any questions on the RTA sidewalks, where those are at? Those are based on, these are set by contract with Gary, so this is our share of what we would have to pay, and then we submit for grant reimbursement later. Air Street Design Construction Engineering, that is for your road program, non-home rule. The general fund's going to be absorbing the cost for now on the engineering fees, and then how that will look down the road depends on how we progress with the bond and the sales tax, the non-home rule road program as we go.
So is that going to come out of the 700 we have budgeted?
No, that's
Oh.
separate. The 700 is going to be
It's
strictly
just
for construction. Yes,
Okay.
because we'll get a little further this year with that.
Okay.
And so, if we can absorb the engineering on this end, then it just gives us more road work that we can get done.
Okay.
Stormwater plan review, again, is an offset in developer escrow. GIS continued improvements. Rob, do you want to explain why this is higher than last year?
So one of the goals in capturing all this data is being able to use it. So one of the things that we're doing is with all this data coming in, we're going to be using more credits, as well as I'd like to start tracking some more of this stuff. The IEPA has Class B'd us for a water valve exercising program. With our assets in the system, I'd like to start collecting the work done on our ArcGIS using their workflow and workforce capabilities. So I've asked admin to supply us with a couple additional iPads with cellular service so I can send them out to the field with the guys. So as they're doing these maintenance activities, as they're cleaning sewers, as they're navigating stuff, that they can track that so that when IEPA comes back through, they can go, all right, well, you guys have this stuff here. You know, so we have reporting basically, because now we're gonna have our tree inventory in there. We started collecting storm sewer. As we go more and more into this, it's gonna need more credits, more maintenance, more help. And then as well, just recently made a view-only account to help with some of our engineering stuff where I can supply somebody with a view-only copy of our entire GIS system. So that way, if anybody has questions, you know, utilities, hey, where's this? I can say, hey, here's this, here's all the password, take a look, whatever you want. With infiltration, with sanitary sewer basins, all that's just a lot more coming up.
Thank you.
And then general consult is Gary's services that he provides us when we call him, email him. He's really been good about coming in quarterly and meeting with us. We have so many projects between, you know, everything we're doing, both with the sidewalk programs, the new non-home rule, and the federal projects, that it's just a lot to keep track of, and he's really helped us out in the funding stages and everything that we've got going on. So he does spend a significant amount of time doing that for us. So that's where the 20,000 comes from. Any questions on that? Okay. Building ground maintenance, again, below in red. Anything highlighted in blue is what I would call negotiable. It's not something that we have to do. Well, actually, we don't have to do any of them, but some of them are under service agreements right now. So starting with the windows, the storefront, and the gables, as you recall, last year we did a portion of the windows at City Hall from back when the building was originally built. They needed to be replaced. The smaller offices, the smaller windows in Lou, the mayor's, and then the two big ones in mine and Lori's were completed, as well as both entryways. The doors were replaced. This year, we have gotten just kind of a quick estimate from two different companies on how much it would be to replace the large storefront windows on the front of City Hall, the ground to ceiling in both those two small offices, and then across the front, the outside only, not the inside. And that's around $36,000. And then the windows that you may or may not know are there, some people don't. When you walk in and you look to the left and right of City Hall, there's two gables, and there's actually triangle-shaped windows up there. They're huge. Those to be replaced would be around $44,000, and this is all in an effort to continue with our energy efficiency. And, you know, if we're going to replace the HVAC system, then it doesn't really make any sense to leave bad windows in, that kind of thing. So it's kind of, we're putting it all together just to throw it out there. These are projects that are also in the capital improvement plan. Downtown bricks, every year we allocate $10,000 to have the landscaper pull the bricks that are on the sidewalks before you get to the curb and reset those. This would be the third year we would do this. Basically, they go out, they evaluate the worst areas in town that they think, you know, are the hazards, and then they will replace that area up to $10,000 worth of work. They've done a couple different areas and actually went out and looked at them. One is, I believe, by the chamber, and the other one's down a little bit more, and it looks to be like it's held up pretty well. It was a little snowy the day I went out, but, you know, as they sink, they become a tripping hazard when you're walking from the sidewalk off the curb. So, you know, if possible, this is something we should continue to maintain as we can, you know, just to avoid those problems down the road.
When did we start this program?
This will be the third year. So we started budgeting for this 2 years ago.
We haven't had to replace anything that we've done already, right?
No. Nope. They do a really good job. Harvard Landscaping, or Harvard Nursery does it, and they have a guy that's on staff that's an outstanding, whatever it's called. That, yeah, he does a really good job, and then they have a couple guys that help him. They did our front stoop at City Hall as well with some of the old bricks from Air Street, and they did a nice job on that. So, Air Street, City Hall rear roof. Last year, we had a leak back in the back, and it came through the lighting fixture and down the electrical box, and it was kind of a mess. Daryl was able to go up there and patch it. It's held up pretty well, but when he was up there, he felt that it would not hold up forever and that we should at some point look at replacing that. So we did get a small number on, or a quick estimate on that last year from the same company that did our police department, and that came in around $26,000. Air Street Landscape and Maintenance, this is a,
Right, the windows we're replacing are in the old part of the building. We're not doing anything over here.
yeah, this is all the old part of the building. This is all City Hall side. Nothing
When
at the PD.
When was that built? Early 70s?
Late 60s, I believe.
Okay.
Like 68, I think we figured out.
Okay. And the bank didn't do any replacement? I mean, it was all...
Not that we know of.
Okay.
No, I mean, they were in pretty bad shape.
Yeah.
I know that when they were power washing the brick, the water was actually coming through my window. So, like, it was like flying across the office a few years ago when we did the PD. So, yeah, they were, and they got caulked every year as well. So it just wasn't holding up. The whole thing was just a mess, so.
Well, I remember like 2 or 3 years ago, you said that there was ice coming in on the insides of the windows. So you knew all the
Yes.
seals
The
were blowing on
seals.
them for a long
Right.
time.
And if you come into City Hall on a really humid day, you won't be able to see through the windows because they're so, there's so much moisture on them because there was just no sealing on them anymore. So. Air Street, City Landscape Maintenance, this is every year we do this. This is the crew that goes up and down Air Street and cleans up 3-4 times a year. That also includes City Hall. And we've also included the wastewater plant, the landscaping that they put in out there as well is in this cost. Hubs Downtown Flowers, this is high demand. We get a lot of compliments about our flowers, and this is something that I know everyone always likes to keep in the budget. This number was obtained in the fall, so it should be pretty close. We need to actually let them know soon because they'll start getting those together for us in the next month or so. Stair lift, elevator, and sprinkler maintenance, that's all something we're required to do by the state. So we have a company that comes in and takes care of that every year. We have a cleaning service that does the PD weekly, as well as this room, and City Hall once a month. We try to maintain it in the meantime the best we can. It doesn't get as much traffic as the PD does, so they need cleaning over there more than we do. Paper products and supplies, that's just, our paper towels, toilet paper, those kind of things. We have if you recall last year, you approved a 3-year contract with Hartwig's to do HVAC quarterly maintenance on all of our systems, both at the PD and here. So that's what this number is. That includes both. And then we have the water bills that we pay for City Hall, the Police Department, and Public Works, and then $5,000 for any unforeseen maintenance we might have.
Yeah, real quick for everyone behind us and out there, we should have mentioned it earlier. Tell everyone what Jane is.
Jane is our HVAC system. She's a dinosaur. She's named after the dinosaur in Rockford. She's very, very large and very, very old.
And she's got to be replaced.
And she's got to be replaced. Yes, she's a fossil for sure.
If it could be like Mike Mulligan and the steam shovel, we're going to leave someone down, shut it down, and someone just office down there.
Yeah, someone goes down and puts coal in it every
Yeah.
once in a while. Yeah, not quite that bad, but it's close. Okay, service agreements. Again, some of these are required. These are, it's kind of a catch-all line item for licensing and those kind of things. BS&A is our finance software. That goes up about 5% every year. I have in there a fixed asset module. This is something we were looking at adding to our BS&A program, but the more I did the research, they want another $50,000 up front to add this module to our system. So I did some other quick research, and there's some Excel and other smaller things we can get for like a one-time price of $500. So I put that in there instead, because that was more reasonable. CSI IT contract and support. The 33,708, as well as the Microsoft licensing below the 5,500. And if you scroll down to dues and subscriptions, right above CSI upgrades, you'll see another 4,100. Those are all things that were included in the RFP that Lou has re-signed with, or through the RFP Lou did with the contract he's re-signed with CSI. This gets a little bit confusing, which is why I've X'd the 3. The 3 are what we have to have. So those are the numbers that were set by contract that we have to function with our system. There's also some possible upgrades we can do, and that's down in dues and subscriptions as well, for $62,700. And these upgrades would include things that we've been, Tyson, you might have to help me out on this, things that we've been running into issues with that aren't like real major, but they're things that we probably should consider fixing at some point. The roaming profiles is the one I'm thinking of, some possible security upgrades, just different things we can do to our system to help improve it overall, our server and everything. And I'm not a tech person, as you all know, so I'm doing my best here. So basically, if you look to the right, you'll see the square that says where it goes hand in hand. So if we are going to approve the 62.7, it would be broken down into 2 payments, but you have to do them together. And the our CSI rep does a lot better job explaining it to us, or to me, than I can explain to you. We don't have to do these upgrades, but if we chose to move forward and do them, we could do them in increments. So we wouldn't have to do the whole 62,000 all at once, but once we started, we would have to finish, if that makes sense. So it's something just to leave on there for now that we can consider doing. And these were things that Lou had sent our contact an email about several months ago, that he kind of worked together and just is doing his best to give us the number for now. If we end up approving it today, we can move forward with what it's going to look like later, but it's just something that I did put on there in the event you decide that there's enough money to move forward with that.
When we were originally talking about the CSI negotiations and stuff, and that was part of the goal was to replace some of the equipment that we had, so that like the computers and the technical equipment were the same, because a lot of stuff had been replaced in increments over the years. So we had stuff that was really old, stuff that was new, so stuff didn't talk to each other as well, or whatever. Would that number include that plan on the equipment, or would that be something in addition to that?
So the 62,000 would include like phasing out the admin side server and going to cloud-based. It would be an upgrade in our firewalls. It would be an upgrade in our Wi-Fi system here. And then on the police side as well. And then it's improving the security over the public works and public utility buildings. It's just raising our cybersecurity up is the bulk of that cost.
Okay.
Thank you. So since it is new and it is a substantial amount, it would be helpful to actually have something in writing that explains that.
Is that something we could get before we finalize the budget, Lou? Okay.
Thank you.
So going back up to service agreements, then we have Clerk software. Jeanette has been able to find a software that would significantly help her with the meeting minutes that she has to do. As you know, we meet a lot and our meetings are very lengthy, and it's a lot of work to transcribe them. And so this software would help assist that. And so she's asked that if possible, we put money in the budget for her to have that software. This is a is this, Lou, a reoccurring expense year to year?
Yes, and it not just does the minutes, but it also translate them, is my understanding. So yes, this will be a yearly $1,000 fee.
All right, and then I have something in here that needs to be taken out because it's in there twice. The HVAC preventative maintenance, I forgot I moved that up to building and grounds, so that can be deleted, so you can take the 7,000 off of there. Okay. Then, so we have the City Hall copier contract. That's 7,200 a year, and that includes all of our service. So anytime the copier is down, it includes that. They monitor and give notifications of anything that's going wrong. Toners, all of the material that we need outside of paper is all included in that. And the toner is significant for the City Hall side. It's a color printer. It's quite large, so it's a lot of maintenance and product for that. So that's all included in that cost. And then we have the Pitney Bowes folding machine, which is also something that we have to pay a service agreement on every year, and we get the service for that cost if anything goes wrong with the machine. Printing and copies, general printing around 2,500. Last year, you'll see 6 on there because we did add some to printing for what we thought would be needed for parks. This year, you'll notice I have the park flyer and mailing in here to try to, free up some funds in the park fund. The general fund's going to absorb the quarterly or biannually mailing.
I think we're trying to do biennial.
Okay, so a spring, summer, fall, winter mailing that Stacy has planned for her park programs.
So this is just for the printing cost?
This is printing and mailing, I believe. She's got a service that does both, so
Okay.
this is the quote she gave me for both, right, Lou?
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Equipment maintenance, this includes any building repairs we might have. Roof maintenance plan, Rob?
So this was something that was asked to throw out there. I got some quotes from NIR. I worked with them in the past. It's Northern Illinois Roofing, and they will go, this is for once a year, pretty much every city building and some of the smaller parks buildings. They go around once, they inspect the roofs, they'll do any minor repairs that are required, as well as telling us what the conditions are and budgeting and future planning. So this will help develop a care plan so that we know what to budget for and when, as well as telling us if there's any big issues that we need to take care of or small issues that we need to take care of.
And that's for all of our roofs?
This is, the library already does this
Okay. Yep.
without us, but this is to do essentially everything. I'm going to sit down with them next week and hone it in, but we kind of threw every building we had at him. There's some that he incorrectly did, and he also included like the Milk Day barn.
Okay.
So there's going to be some adjustments to that, but the price, the number's about correct.
Okay.
So this would include the shelters, the standalone bathrooms, everything. So we
Okay.
have a true assessment of what's going on with our buildings.
Great. Thank you.
Wouldn't you also have to, we own the Milk Day barn, even though it's not, it's city property.
Do they do the maintenance though?
Yes and no. They actually own the building. When they abandon the building, then it reverts to city property.
Okay. Do we have a
But in the
contract on
meantime,
that? Because my understanding of anything that's built by separate organizations outside of the city on public property, that's public property.
You're absolutely correct.
Yeah.
And we're talking a deal that went how many years ago?
No, I'm just
I could
wondering.
look
yeah.
into that, but typically what ends up happening, and I'm making an assumption here, is that when you do more or less a favor to help promote a not-for-profit organization.
Sure.
That what you do is you include in there that if it's ever abandoned, that it reverts to city property. And I do recall reading something like that regarding the building, but in the meantime, they do have to maintain it. Similar to the Lions shelter over at Lions Park. As soon as the Lions Club went away, the shelter reverted over to the city.
Okay, so they're responsible for maintenance on the building.
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay.
They did pay for that addition just recently. And
Correct.
so that they treat it like their building and take care of it as theirs.
And one thing too, just point out, if we ended up moving forward with the maintenance plan, we could probably take the rear roof off for now, because if they were to do their evaluation, they may or may not think that it's going to be that much to fix, or, that kind of thing too. So there would really be no reason to double up on those. And then we have,
So the 26,000 above?
right, and that was actually in there before we decided to put the roof maintenance plan in.
Oh.
So, I just left them both in there for now. It just, so everything's out there and we can decide. I believe this 17.2, it doesn't cover the entire plan that we originally looked at. So we would have to decide how that looks down the road. They've quoted us out 2-year, 3-year, and 4-year visits. but-
This is what you got as an old copy, Deb.
Yes.
I have a new one that was every city building, including the Milk Day barn. But there were some mislabeled, and it was about 16.5, if I remember correctly. So I'll have
Okay.
a better number once we sit down next week.
And that's a 1 year.
That's just 1 year. They do also offer like a 2-service visit or a 3-service visit or quarterly, but that's just whatever we end up after this.
So the thought was that we at least do an assessment so we see what's going on and then decide at that point, how do you want to proceed?
Okay, and then I have 6,500 in miscellaneous equipment repairs for anything unforeseen. And that would include computers. For City Hall, it would include computers or, small minor repairs of our equipment. Office supplies does well at 10. Postage, it's been dropped to 8 just based on what we've spent this year. I do not believe there is any postage increases on the agenda for the post office that I've heard of, but that could change.
I'm sure it will change.
We could, the year before, we only spent 7, so I think 8 will be okay if we have to go over, I don't foresee that, but. Dues and subscriptions, I did, usually we just leave this as a lump sum, but I did do a breakdown so you could see everything we pay dues and subscriptions to. And I won't go through the list. They're all pretty much every year. If there's anything you have specific questions on, please ask. The only thing in there is those CSI upgrades, which this is where I put this type of thing because this would require some, I put it in here for now until I see the breakdown, just for somewhere to put it. But if you're looking for something in writing, then they could be reallocated to other funds. That's an internal thing. The most important thing is to have the figure in the budget today, so.
Is naturally McHenry County in this one, or is that fall under
Economic development.
I didn't see it here. All right, thank you.
And so other than the CSI upgrades, is everything else pretty much the same?
So the secure Wi-Fi devices and the Adobe Pro is new this year, based on some things that were added per the contract, I believe, the new contract that Lou signed. Everything else is the same. I believe municipal clerks is new too this year.
So similar to what Dan was asking earlier, the Adobe Pro, what we've been doing in the past is like Donovan will need Adobe Pro. The chief, I believe, uses it from time to time. Stacy uses what would be Adobe Pro, but we've been using Kofax, which is a cheaper program, but it's awful clunky. And I've used Kofax as well. In talking with CSI, what we're trying to do is go with a corporate license to where we get multiple licenses rather than having one-off subscriptions, which when you add those all together, end up being more than the $260.
Yep.
So just streamline the system.
This is important when we're trying to create fillable out PDFs.
Right.
You
Oh, yeah.
can't do that without
Oh,
Adobe
yeah.
Pro.
I use it all the time, yeah, so it's
So having
great.
multiple license is going to work much better than individual license.
Yeah,
Like
it makes sense.
Like, we use Foxit at my work because it's inexpensive. And one of the things that we run into is when we have architectural documents, AI files, full vector files, when you use stuff, unfortunately, Adobe has kind of like a corner on the market for how that is rendered. So when you move it between files, you have a lot of corruption issues. So Donovan could be getting, straight files from an architect, and then when he goes to open them in a knockoff program, it blows everything up and moves things around, and then
Yeah,
we can't see
you
it.
can't
So
fix it.
this is kind of essential at this point.
And just to finish that conversation, the other part to it is that it's coming from CSI doing the maintenance or the management of it instead of, like right now, I have a subscription, which means I've got a password on it. Chief has a password on his, Donovan has a password on his. This is all coming from CSI. So should we ever have to, if anybody leaves or is dismissed, the passwords transfer on rather than us have to hack into the system again to figure it out. It's, again, streamlining the system.
Similar to what you said, Alderman Carncross too, is IDOT. IDOT has, if you don't open an IDOT document in Adobe, it won't even display.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so any more questions on dues and subscriptions? Okay. Public notices, I raised that this year. I think we're gonna be doing more and more. We're already over budget, so I added another 500. Phones, cell phones, this, I believe, is going to go, did we keep are we keeping the iPads? Did you decide on that?
Based on an informal poll from the council members, it seemed like everybody, or at least majority of them, enjoyed it. And I'm suspecting our new, or eventual new council members would want to use it as well.
Okay,
It's a one-stop shop.
Okay, I forgot to circle back with you on that. So I'm gonna make that 11.8, just because we weren't sure if we were gonna keep those or not, and we do pay for those monthly, so I don't wanna be over on that.
This is just a very minor thing, but I noticed yesterday that, at least I couldn't find one, there's no calculator.
Yeah,
On the iPad.
iPad does not have a calculator app.
Okay, that's what it seemed, which is just really
Apple
weird,
app,
because
yes,
then I had to go
yes,
find my
yes.
phone.
You can download third-party calculator apps, but for whatever reason, Apple does not have an iPad app for their, it's odd, I don't know why.
Really weird.
Okay, notes, payments, and principal. This is lower than last year because this only includes the city hall note. We'll talk about the police pension bond later. It's in a different fund now based on the levy. Yard waste stickers, 2,000, that's in and out from the revenue we collect. Transfer out, I did do a memo regarding the IMRF fund. Hopefully you all read it, so we don't have to get into that explanation. There's a significant fund balance there based on some overfunding throughout the years, and it's difficult to predict how much we're gonna need. So I did not need to transfer out any money from general to subsidize that fund this year. And we're gonna talk about that a little bit when we go through that fund. FICA is our social security, insurance, and just as a reminder, these IMRF FICA insurance fund transfer outs are to subsidize what the levy doesn't cover, right? Because we don't allocate 100% of that need from the levy, we split it up. Debt service, I did add a little bit in case the police pension debt service bond payment from the levy isn't the full amount. Don't think we're gonna need it, but we'll see. The sales tax non-home rule transfer out is for the money that we're gonna collect next year in sales tax. I bring it in through the general fund to accurately track it. It gets transferred into the capital improvement fund, and then we use it strictly for the 1%. So that's in and out as well. Economic development, we transfer out 16,000 to pay the dues to the enterprise zone. And then this year, we're going to transfer out 25,000 for incentives. We don't know what those incentives are gonna look like yet, but Donovan will be working on that, and he has some funding hopefully to do that. We'll talk about that more when we get to his portion. And then equipment replacement, Lou wants to keep moving forward with the equipment replacement, so each department has been asked to transfer out a portion of the amount that he thinks we should do this year. Our share going into equipment replacement for the general fund, or for admin, is 12,500. Any questions on those? Okay. Miscellaneous is 8,000. Those are just, again, catch-all things, plaques, meals for meetings like today. funeral flowers, reimbursements, medical record, or medical tests we need if somebody gets in an accident, or new hires, and any kind of records we might need to spend money on. Interest expense, this is also the police pension, or I'm sorry, the city hall bond. Special programs include anything the mayor wants to do for, special events, those kind of things. We always usually do around 10 to 12. This year you'll see more, and I'll let Lou explain that.
Oh, just a placeholder in here to do a drone show for a program that revolves around the Parks Department. This would be a program down the road. We're looking at around July. I believe the 19th. It's to encourage people to get outside, get out into the parks. And this would be about a 15 to a 20-minute show.
So, since it's listed in here as 20,000 for a drone show, I mean, does that mean that we're approving doing a drone show? Because that hasn't been recommended yet by the Parks Board or the council.
This, from my understanding, would just be a placeholder, at least for now, until at such time the budget is approved. Hopefully between now and then, in the Parks Department, the Parks Committee, this has been discussed further.
So it's 20,000 for something,
For for a program.
for something.
Right.
So
Okay.
this
Or
would be like-
multiple things.
This would be like a drone show would be like a substitution for fireworks.
Sure,
Instead
yeah.
of doing like a fireworks show for 4th of July or whatever.
Right.
Because
Oh,
we've
yeah,
talked
no,
about that. People have said
I-
they really like the fireworks. You could do a drone
And this
show
would be
instead.
cheaper than doing a fireworks show.
Yeah, because you don't need all the
And
permits.
a lot
and everything.
safer.
And
Yeah.
it's $20,000 for 15 minutes, so,
That's on par for a fireworks show.
Yeah.
which I have the same feeling about that, so, yeah. And I can't believe how much the school district spends on fireworks for a football team that can't win.
Well, I think in the very near future,
Not for the football team, it's for the students.
I think just for insurance purposes and stuff, I think in the very near future, like probably within this decade, you probably won't see fireworks shows pretty much anywhere. Because I think almost everybody's just gonna go to drones because they don't have the risk of
Fire.
fires,
Yeah.
weather, the safety, all that stuff. So,
Well, in addition, that once you set up for fireworks, and we have a member of the fire district here that could probably chime in as well, but once you set up, if it starts to rain and those fireworks get wet or for whatever reasons, you're done. And so you've lost your money. In a drone show, the nice thing is if the weather is bad, that you can't do a drone show, that you can actually reschedule that.
Wait a minute. That made absolutely no sense. If it's raining out, you don't fire the fireworks, so you can use them later.
But they can get wet and then,
Well, drones can get wet too.
right, but with the drones, given
Yeah.
the conditions, you can
Not for
recycle
nothing, but
that.
we have a very long day today. Can we take that part offline? Thank you.
I'm just, whoa, okay.
Come to the
Okay.
Parks meeting on Tuesday,
Yes,
Charlie.
yeah.
We did talk about this last.
Okay, for new equipment, we have miscellaneous new equipment, 10,000. I'm not quite sure if we'll need any new equipment, but again, this would go towards anything that might come up. And then we also would like a power brush snow blower, correct? For the sidewalk areas that the gator doesn't hit. It's just basically a snow blower, but it's got the brush in it to clean things off more. I had that in there for that. I have a picture
I don't know.
somebody gave me.
Exercise with Donovan, get out of that gator and push some snow down there.
Yeah, my feet are still wet.
So that's in there for that purchase, and the reason why it's in admin is because it would be used for all around City Hall, downtown, kind of like the same way we do with the Air Street maintenance expense.
So what do we do now for those areas? Shovel?
Shovel, and then we have the
that was-
gator now.
You know, we have a gator
And a
now
snow
that we
blower.
can utilize, and we had a hand snow blower.
It's my understanding that the library had a snow blower that they were going to,
They donated a small push but the size of a sweeper.
Residential.
Okay.
Just a really
Capital-
nice snow blower.
Capital improvement, we have the Lions Park path. We are funding a portion of this path. When we originally did the grant, we actually submitted the grant with this 20,000 in additional funding should we need it. We didn't get to that last year, so here it is again. We will be getting to it this year. And then Jane, 500,000, she's a $500,000 project. Again, we brought in 100 from equipment replacement. However, there is some things we can talk about at the end when we start looking at how much money we might need to cut about Jane, but we'll leave that conversation aside for now. And that pretty much sums up admin at this point. Is there any questions before we move on to Public Works?
Somewhere downstairs, right? We could do a public viewing of Jane.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's downstairs on the City
Yeah.
Hall side. It takes up literally that whole back wall and probably not quite as far as the full amount of chairs, but it's a huge system. So it is a dinosaur.
Is there savings from energy efficiency replacing Jane?
Yes.
We'll talk about that.
So,
Lou's got a whole thing going on with that to try to
I
get
just
some
want to
funding.
point out that when we ask, like was mentioned at the beginning, when we ask for these funds, we're saying this is the most that worst-case scenario that we spend, but our goal, just like it's been the last 2 years, is to make sure to find every penny possible to drive it down. And you'll see that in the last 2 years, we've actually spent less money than what we've asked.
Okay.
So could we take a 5-minute break?
Comfort break.
Hey, Charlie, one of the
We've
problems
only
with
just begun,
fireworks
John.
is they lay those out hours
We're
ahead
going
of
to
time.
public works
Yeah, I
next.
thought about that later.
Yeah,
Tom, you're later, huh?
I watched them,
Before
last
pizza.
year we did it out at Milton.
Oh,
Before
pizza.
pizza.
Pizza's coming at 11:40.
Cover them, though.
So the admin ask is $4,400,000, right?
Extra?
No, I mean the budget. Expenses?
Yes, that'd be the total expense.
4.4 million. That was 4.29 last year. I mean, I don't have a problem with replacing Jane. That thing's 50 fucking years old.
This shows me how little I know about my town. The old police station, wasn't that the old city hall too? Just
No.
the police station?
Just police station.
Just the police station.
Well,
City hall was always here, but on this
No.
piece of property?
City Hall, Deb, where was City Hall before it was here? Or before it? Okay, so.
It was,
but when-
it was there one time.
When did it
Okay.
move into the bank? We bought the bank 2009? Okay. Okay.
Right, because this used to be a bank, but not here.
Yeah, the other side,
There.
yeah.
Okay. That's what I thought, okay. Once again.
So it's 15 years.
I've been in town since 2001, and I missed that connection.
Yeah, it was actually kind of interesting, because we bought it from them, and we closed. We were supposed to move in, and they got a delay in construction out there, so we actually paid some extra money on it, because they rented it from us.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of a joke.
Yeah.
Just made some money, which we needed at the time.
Yeah. Well, that was when the market crashed.
Right.
Right after we did it.
So we knew going in that this Jane character was going to be an issue.
Probably, I mean, it was probably one of the drawbacks, right?
Yeah.
So it was upstairs at City Hall? Is that where the offices were?
Our offices were downstairs,
Um,
while the police department
There was no apple in that fritter.
Yeah.
There was no nothing in that fritter.
came in at 6th Street.
There was,
Yeah.
You walk down the Stairs, you walked in.
Cinnamon.
Okay,
Yeah.
In the
okay.
window
Oh
of
my
like,
God,
there was
cinnamon
water
paste.
tournament.
Yeah, I don't remember that at all.
Dave was on the right.
That was
Mayor
very
on the
unexpected
left.
to not find any kind of filling.
And then he went to the back was dispatch. And then behind to the east, that whole part was.
Did you get those
And
in
then
town?
upstairs was Bill Dane's council chamber.
Yeah,
I'd have to ask them what the hell.
And I specifically asked her before I had her put two in, said, what is the chop suey? And she said, oh, it's a fritter with, and then listed like 4 things, including apple, nut, berry.
Oh, I had cinnamon in mine. Jay had one. Did you have anything in yours?
I don't state it. I wasn't concentrating.
It's just food.
Well, usually on those, there's a poke hole where they inject shit in there.
Yeah, yeah,
And there was no poke hole.
right. No.
So it
Wasn't
got,
bad.
whatever was in there got folded in initially, so either no, I just, yeah, at least at Casey's, the apple fritters do have a little bit of apple, not much, but it's in there. Well, it's the apple, like, what you put apple pie from the can.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like
okay,
that.
yeah.
Yeah, it's nothing you really should eat.
My opinion. We did a drone show at Disney Springs, and like the first 5 minutes of it were fantastic. Then like part of them, because they do like Disney characters, right? And it was amazing. Then all of a sudden, like a third of them lost power for the lights. So it didn't make any sense. So like the last 10 minutes of the like, what was that character? What is that character? I mean, the first 5 minutes were great, and I think it's pretty cool. But
Drone show. You know?
For a cow display. John.
Okay,
It's like 5 treadmill.
If the time comes, silver thing, should put a badge on the side of his name.
Why, Carl?
Carl Albert.
Oh! I should have thought.
It's like,
Yeah.
don't make a big deal, it's just,
Yeah.
just like we named Jane, just Carl.
Carl.
You don't need to explain
Yeah.
another word about it. Why do you call it
Exactly.
Carl?
Just
Call it
have a
Carl.
nice Carl.
Carlton, we'll make it Carlton.
Yeah.
Make it formal.
Hey, Deb, what's that, what function is that in Excel that allows you to put those brackets in on the totals?
I just use, shapes. Insert shapes.
Oh, so it's a graphic? Oh, okay.
I know something about
Ow.
that. Just made my day.
Okay, can call the meeting back to order?
And then you just use a blank cell to do the math? Okay.
Okay, now can we call the meeting back to order?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is your mic on? Oh, Rob's on. Okay, perfect.
So we're in the Public Works portion of the budget.
This is the hot
Rob?
seat. Thank you, thank you. So salaries and overtime, this is sort of, Deb takes care of a lot of salaries, overtime, health insurance. So that's pretty much covered through her math.
Contractual raises, and then the health insurance is based on what we talked about earlier. And there's a portion of his public works crew that's in the salaries and a portion of it that you'll see in Fund 70. So it's kind of split out a little bit that way as well.
So first, getting past that, training and seminars, we're looking for some places to sort of cull a little bit. So training and seminars was reduced from 6,000 to 4,500. Travel and mileage, we do have some stuff coming up where the guys are going to have to go to training south side of Chicago, outside of Chicago. We also have somebody that goes down to Effingham for training. So that remained. Uniforms, I think we can say the same. Last year, I got us into a contract with a different vendor. So I don't know if anybody's seen our Public Works guys out there, but it includes Class 2 ANSI rated shirts at the same price as we were doing for the non-reflective shirts. So I told the guys, if you're not going to wear a vest, you're going to wear one of these.
So what does that mean, Class 2 ANSI?
So ANSI is the reflective. So Class 2 is shoulder stripes, waist stripe. Class 3 is anything on the arms. Class 3 is what they really want you to use for highway stuff or at night, because they want Class 2, you could still look like a barrel. Class 3, you have arm movement, so they're like, oh, that's a person.
Okay.
So that's just the rating for that, and we got a good rate with that, and the guys seem to like the uniforms a lot.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
You can go to jail for hitting the barrels.
So, moving on, we've got streetlight maintenance. This is for any maintenance that can't be completed by staff in-house. So this is anytime we might have to use ComEd to repair a pole or other repairs that we're not capable of, electrical. Buildings, grounds, general maintenance, same thing. Our vehicle and equipment maintenance stayed at 40. You know, we've had aging equipment, and this really does hurt us quite a bit here and there, but hopefully be able to remain the same. John's a wizard, and he's good at bubble gum, zip ties, and baling wire. Buildings, grounds, general maintenance, 5,000, no change there. Same for radio maintenance. We do have a couple of radios that we need to probably get checked out and double check some stuff. I'd like to see if we can possibly do some handheld at some point. Parking lot and road maintenance, this is what Deb was talking about. So there's the 605 for the construction of Air Street, and then 15,000 for the UP and maintenance for the Metro parking lot. And Deb, as I understand it, that 15,000, a lot of that, or the majority of that, is the maintenance that's needed for the pay machines.
Out of this is just parking lot maintenance. So this, and the reason why we added this in was, I believe you guys wanted to reduce some of the signage?
Signage is covered in signs.
Okay.
So
How about striping? Do we need to do striping on?
we can do stripe. We have the paint machine in-house, so we can start doing that.
Because I know a lot of those stripes are gone.
I have had the guys, we had some of the poles from the old dealership across the street at the wastewater treatment plant. We had them in a pile in the back. So I had Adam Caston weld on new feet to those and refinish them, so we can start, right now, a lot of the poles in that area are just poles sank into concrete. If somebody clips them, like we frequently have a garbage truck that pulls down some, I want to put sonotubes and J-hooks in, so that way, if somebody tries pulling a pole down, all we have to do is replace the pole, not the whole concrete and everything like that, so.
So, Rob, aren't we gonna try to seal the parking lot? Throw sealant down?
On the, which lots?
I wasn't sure which lots we were gonna do.
No, not that I'm aware of. This, because I think this,
So the 10,000 is for Union Pacific. We pay them 10,000 a year, and then the other 5 was for maintenance.
Okay.
So will that cover striping?
it should.
And then did you want to do seal coating?
I'd have to get quotes on that.
So, and the 6055, we've now increased that, right?
Did on the spreadsheet to offset from
Okay.
the revenue that we changed.
Okay.
Tree planting and removal, this includes going from 25,000 to 35,000 to get us back to where we were pre-last budget, and then also the $25,000 reimbursement for the tree inventory.
Rob, I'm sorry, this top section looks like all maintenance, or a lot of it.
Yes,
So, based on the discovery from 2 or 3 meetings ago, we are responsible for the sidewalks and the bridge. So
We are.
have we figured out a plan on how we're going to clear snow and maintain it during the summer, but get rid of all the weeds?
weeds and stuff we can take care of,
Yeah.
through the Parks Department. We can just have the guys hit that with some Roundup, get rid of that, and just keep an eye on it.
Yeah.
Snow removal, it's going to be difficult because we just don't have the staff. That'd be like a days later thing,
Yeah.
and we
Well, I
got
get
to.
it. I don't
right
expect,
now-
I expect that to be the last thing done. I'm just
Yeah.
simply saying we have to have a plan for it.
The big thing that we have to figure out is what we're going to do with the snow, because we can't just toss it over the bridge. There's houses and streets below. So it's almost like
Well,
I'm going to have to communicate with, now that we know that, I have to communicate with IDOT to see what their course of action would be, because, essentially what I'm envisioning is we're going to have to push that onto the bridge and then haul that out. And that requires doing work in IDOT right of way, which is a whole permitting thing. So I have to talk to them with what their expectations are or what it is, because I'd rather kind of get ahead of it than them
Sure.
catch us and be in some trouble.
Yeah, and I don't expect anything this year, but I would
Yeah.
think for next winter, we should
Ongoing.
know this is what the plan is.
Mhm.
And IDOT, since we've agreed that we know the agreement is us, they should be, okay, tell us when, you
Right.
plan on doing it a day later to clear one side or whatever.
Mhm.
I would think they would have no complaints because they're not paying for it.
Right.
I was thinking maybe if we could install heat.
Heated sidewalks is even better. Huh?
Tools is the same. Barricades is the same. We've been updating a lot of our barricades. We no longer use the wooden A-frames, so it's type 2s and verticades. Those will be getting replaced, and we get more and more every year. I know the police department said that the type 2s were nice for shutting down for the parade, and they're nice and reflective. So supplies and materials, no change there. Same telephone and cell phones, that was reduced by 1,000. Electricity utilities, this is just a carryover, little bit of a savings there. I've been trying to keep. I'm the heat miser, so I go around and shut all the garage doors and make sure that the heat in the shop is not, an unreasonable level.
You've become your dad.
My house is set to 62 degrees. Street signs, we had 16,000 in there to do some of the air street signage last year. We were able to save some money on the poles, but I have so many missing signs. We estimate we have about 84 missing street signs. So also with that, I'm placing the order for the street signs, so we'll use the rest of that, but that does not cover what we need to. So, and then also this is moving to MUTCD compliant street signs with 6-inch and 4.5-inch letters.
I do want to have a discussion with you about street signs at some point, if you could make a mental note
Yeah.
before we place an order.
Street decorations remains the same, 4,000. We had a little bit of overage in that because we had so many Christmas lights that were out this year that we had to replace unexpectedly.
Question about the Christmas lights.
Mhm.
So it was an interesting variety this year.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm just curious
So
where they came from.
So for this year, last year there was a lot of white strands purchased. They didn't make it a season. So when
Okay.
everything, as they were put away last year, they weren't checked. It was like, oh, we'll do this at a later date. So
Okay.
when Trevor started, we started throwing these things up there. Half of them didn't work.
Okay.
But City Hall had a collection of multicolored lights. So that's why we decided to, rather than, because we went to Wisconsin to find Christmas lights, we went to Woodstock, we went to Belvedere, we were kind of everywhere, and what we ended up finding was very limited white Christmas lights. So we ended up using the multicolored to stem it. I've heard more comments saying that they liked it than not. That's pretty controversial. Usually people like the warm white Christmas lights, but a lot of people said that it looked very intentional because we did every other and kind of mixed them up like that. So
Okay, thank you. I just, when it was different, so,
Mhm.
thank you.
transfer out for equipment replacement, 125,000 to keep in line with that. Miscellaneous, this is street sweepings, contracts with other, we have an IGA with Chemung Township for plowing, and just all the general maintenance and wear items and things that don't fit in a different bucket. This will also include our locating agreement with USIC and Julie. And then new equipment and infrastructure. We have the backhoe. So this year we have we had funds set aside for stopgap equipment. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to purchase anything that we were after. However, that left us in a spot where we have a surplus, not a surplus, but with a backhoe going down, we're going to take half the funds from this year, apply them towards the purchase of a backhoe if the backhoe is approved through this process, and then use next year these $90,000 to supplement those funds to purchase a backhoe and the equipment needed to get us back to 2 backhoes. Stopgap equipment, last year we had $100,000 of just about for stopgap equipment. The trucks have gone up in prices like crazy. So a lot of the trucks that were worth getting were going for over $100,000 used. We had one truck we were trying to go for a township out of Wisconsin, and a 10-year-old plow truck in good condition went for $130,000. So that said, this is just getting us try to get the stopgap. Lou and I talked about this, that if we were to get another truck now, if we tried for another truck today, if we committed to one today, it'll probably take 2 or 3 years to get it. So this is just to stop the gap, or to get us closer to that. Also in there is a mortar cement mixer for $5,000. We've been doing a lot of cement curb gutter replacements, and this will take a little bit of the strain off the guys from mixing 40 bags of concrete in a wheelbarrow.
Yeah, as a reminder, and again for our listeners and our new potential new council members, our fleet in the public works is quite old. In theory, it should have been replaced at least twice by now. So what we're trying to do is upgrade the fleet using newer used equipment, new to us, but at least not as old. In the meantime, as you can see with the $125,000 set aside for equipment reserve, is to actually build up those funds so that one day we can actually start committing, knowing full well that it could be 2 to 3 years before we get, say, a new dump truck, snowplow, because those can be pricey and they're only going to get more expensive.
Yep.
So it's a little bit of a pinch point for right now. Right now, I project in about 3 years, we should get to the point where the stopgap can drop off and we can actually apply the whole amount into equipment reserve and then start buying equipment outright.
And so the stopgap is stuff that we have to get.
Right, so stopgap
Okay.
would be, an example of that would be our bucket truck has been out of service since mid-November because the bucket was gonna fall off.
Right.
This would be, if we run into those situations where we can't get parts, or it just makes more financial sense to, all right, ours is way too old, let's get something from somebody else that we
Yeah.
can just kick the can down the road a little bit, that's what we're gonna do. But in areas like the backhoe, since we don't have an unlimited number of backhoes, it makes more sense to purchase that new because it's something we have to rely on, and we can't risk having inherited maintenance problems from somebody else.
Right.
You know, dump truck, we have some coverage, pickups, things like that, but
Yeah.
when it comes to the backhoe, where we need it when we need it for emergencies, it's better to get one new that we don't have to worry about.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
And then,
Sorry.
Yep.
It'll also cut back on our maintenance costs
Mhm.
as we get newer equipment, because we're spending, like in the backhoe itself, we were spending how much?
I think,
Keep it
so,
alive.
I did some calculations based on the used equipment when we were considering purchasing something used, and in the last 4 or 5 years, maybe 6 years, on the older backhoe, we spent, I think it was $25,000 or $30,000 in those last 5 years, and on the other backhoe, we've spent about 4, and it's 10 years newer. So those last few years have really cost us some money. We just paid to rebush it. I think we paid $25,000 in 2022, and the thing's worth $2,500 now.
So we're upside down.
And the last thing is the in-house repairs for sidewalk. Staff's been doing really great on the sidewalk work. We did 165 feet over on Grant to Garfield. I can't remember it right now. We also did the sidewalk up at the library. So as we do these things, this is something that I'm happy to bring back, and the guys are getting more and more efficient at it. And, we can start doing these piecemeals. We can do little stretches here or there where it makes sense.
Where were with the sidewalk coming off the east end of Milky Way Park?
That's still in the system. It's going to be let and hopefully constructed here shortly. Gary's got everything, it is let.
Yeah.
So we're going to be going over bids and things, and should have it done.
Oh, so
before
you're not doing that sidewalk?
We're not doing that sidewalk. That was something that we could do through the budget with a
Oh,
contractor.
that's right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Rob. Thank you.
And then for sidewalks, I just wanted to add, Jay, if you wanted to break up the engineering on Rush Creek Path to how much was actually engineering, how much is actually going to go
Yeah.
towards construction, we would throw that into this line item as
Okay.
well. So
Thank
at the final, you might see that changed once
Thank you.
we figure out what that is.
Okay, so that would then come into sidewalk.
Yeah, but it's all coming out of the same revenue source, so it wouldn't change anything. I just split it out. So it's clearer what's actually going to engineering, what's actually going to construction.
Thank you.
Essentially, the number would stay the same, we would just add clarification.
Split it out, yeah. And then I also wanted to add that Rob's budget looks significantly higher this year due to the fact that because we're starting the non-home rule road program, this is where we have to put the expense, and then remembering that it's funded by non-home rule from the general fund.
Thank you.
He's actually down 2%, roughly.
I noticed the overtime has also been dropping.
It
so
has been, and
that's-
I'm
sure
That
That's-
doesn't include the most recent payroll, though, that's coming up. for-
Yeah, but
Oh,
I will, so,
Let us know.
if I can sum it up as brief as I can, my take on this stuff is to not chase circles. Like last night in the middle of the storm, it doesn't make sense to have a bunch of guys running circles, so we'll try to wait and time it so that when we start plowing, snow's about done. Also, not plowing from, say, 11 o'clock to 4 a.m. As long as the police can get around, I'm not getting complaints. We'll give the guys a break, and we'll come back in at 4 a.m., do everything pre-dawn while there's no traffic, and get everything brushed up, so. Main breaks, that's another story.
thank you.
Mhm.
Comments, questions?
Carmen, you want a microphone stand?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, we got you, Carmen. Good. 10-4, good buddy.
Now we're onto the police budget.
I'm going to try not to cough into the stand here. If I do have a coughing fit, I do apologize. Starting off with salaries, well, we see a bit of a bump here from the 1.8 to 2 mil. We're looking to add a +1, a new hire. So actually this year we're going to go for there'd be 2 new hires, given if Officer Cohn retires. He's reaching towards the end of his career here, so we're anticipating replacing him, plus a new officer. Salaries clerical, up a little bit there. Crossing guards from 7,500 to 11,000. Last year we implemented the parking enforcement. Turned out to be pretty decent.
I think
for us.
that was, did well, so are you gonna add another intern again this year?
Overtime, double time, the budget on that's actually decreased quite a bit. We initially said 200,000. We did some moving around of funds there with an additional 25,000 to new equipment.
Carmen, if I can jump in for a second here, there's some policy changes that I implemented that has helped to get that overtime down. And with that, rather than take it away from the police department, they're in need of another officer. So we're just taking some of that funding and put it back into salaries. So then we can acquire another officer.
Well, and hopefully having the extra officer reduces that need, right?
Yeah, that's
Because you have better
is the whole-
coverage.
in theory.
Yeah.
You know,
Just to clarify, what's our complement of officers now, and then adding 2, well, obviously, well, I guess
Well, we're at
adding 1.
17.
Okay. So it'd be,
We'll
we'd
have,
look at,
obviously, the 2 would be only if Officer Cohn retires.
yeah, so net 18.
So it would bring us to 18 total.
Okay.
18 patrol officers, to be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
18 sworn. So, all right, where are we at here? Health insurance, yes. Health insurance, a bit of a bump there. Training and seminars, not much of a change there, up a couple thousand. Uniforms, up a couple thousand from there. Anticipating for the 28,000, if we have 2 new hires, this next coming year, it's going to cost a bit more than usual to outfit them.
To outfit. Their initial outfit of their uniforms, the city takes on that cost.
Of course, like everything else, everything's going up. Price for a pair of pants is expensive.
Yes, I signed the checks.
Attorney fees staying the same, professional fees up a little bit there, the NERCOM increase, but that may be reduced. Vehicle equipment maintenance, staying the same on that. Radio maintenance, just up 500. There's a bit of a increase for batteries for Starcom. We're going through batteries quite a bit. I don't know if the life of them isn't making it as long or whatever's going on with that, but equipment maintenance, we're staying the same there. Ammunition, just up $100. Supplies, materials, up $500 on that. So since the pretrial releases have been mandatory, we have to give them a copy if we come into or if we make an arrest or something comes up. We're going through a little bit more paper.
So paper and print cost.
Yes. For the zebra printers, yeah.
And that's that special,
Thermal paper.
yeah, thermal paper, right? Which is a little more costly.
Of course. Office supplies, operating expenses, just up $500 there. Investigations, nuisances, up $100 there. Dues and subscriptions, we have joined now, or we will be joining, a tech lab, which essentially what that is in a nutshell, if we have an investigation going on, a cell phone needs to be searched, it requires a certain software to do it. There's a tech lab out of McHenry City now that we pay the subscription, we take it over there, they do it for us, they send it back, it makes it a lot easier. The alternative to that would be us buying that software, and that's upwards of 30 to 40,000. Yeah, and then continuing every year.
And it's not like we're breaking into a cell phone every week, but when we need it, we need it. So I think having a kind of outsourced service like that makes sense.
Yes. So telephones, cell phones, staying the same there. Gas, oil, and grease up 2,000. Police commission expense staying the same. Transfer out equipment at 100,000. If I'm going too quick, let me know. Just try not to cough all over everybody. Yes. Miscellaneous at 2,000, just random expenses that might come up. Special programs to include our police social worker program. That's been increased this year, so we're going from the 1975 to 20,500. New equipment and infrastructure. So that's where that 25,000 we initially had looked at 200,000 for our overtime, double time. We took 25,000 from that, put it into new equipment. First to see what happens there. We're looking at purchasing flares, which I did just find some. Reflective vests, at 680, 2-color printers, for myself and the chief. My printer does not really work very well anymore. Solar radar sign, chief did some research on that, looking to purchase one at 4,000. A new radar trailer, ours is very old. Yes. So it's time. 3 monitors, computer monitors, pretty standard. Furniture, new tables and chairs. The chief has done some price quotes on some leather mesh, plastic, and vinyl. And then any unforeseen at 25,000.
Just like to throw out there, these two gentlemen came to the table with pretty much everything as you see. They realize the importance of a new officer and are asking for very minimal on the rest. And also, if you notice, they're not asking for new squad cars either. Lou and Rob are trying to reorganize that squad car rotation program and push out the life of the squad cars, and it's worked really well the last couple of years. So I just wanted to add that in.
Yeah, I was going to ask, where's the squad car? So,
Right now, we're sitting okay.
good,
Everything's operating pretty smoothly,
great.
knock on wood. The need for the other officer, excuse me, where we're at now, as we have everybody back at 17, an authorized strength of 17, we saw a dramatic decrease of that overtime. What we're trying to do is plan for that, have the additional officer to keep that going, and then to also plan for when catastrophe hits, because it'll show up, and it has with us in the past, and that we really see that ding on that overtime, for our overtime budget, so.
Well, I think adding another officer also gives you flexibility for scheduling and ensuring balanced life work for our officers, because they're on long shifts to begin with, so having that extra flexibility in scheduling to have a new officer, I think, and offsetting some of the overtime, it just makes sense.
So with adding these efficiencies into their department, as you see, we're getting another officer. This will be the second year in a row now that we've actually added staff to the city. The hope is that with more efficiencies as we go forward in 26, 27, their goal is to try to price out a K-9 unit or 27, 28. We hope that we actually find that nice level where we have additional savings to be able to offset getting another officer. That one being a K-9 unit.
Yeah, that'd be a couple years down the road that we talked about, and moving forward with it too, the upping our authorized strength, it improves efficiency, it gives us more opportunities for, like you said, Mayor, flexibility, and additionally, training as well. A well-trained officer delivers a better public service, and that's what our main aim is to do. So with this, I think this is going to work out well for us on a couple different fronts, so.
I support it.
Go ahead, John. Yeah, what is that, transfer out, $100,000? What is that?
So this goes back to the goal of every department that at some point they're going to need new squad cars. And so that $100,000 is being allocated specifically for the police department. So when it's time to get a new squad car, the money's already there. Otherwise, you see spikes in the budget, and we're trying to level that off.
So, yeah, we're gonna see this in every,
Yes.
got it. Theirs is only 12.5.
As it-
Got it.
Well, they have bigger equipment requirements than admin, right? So.
Right.
I'm just digging a little bit, that's
And
all.
keep in mind too, if we get to the point of going with a K-9 unit, that vehicle alone is probably going to be about $80,000-$90,000 just because it requires all the special gear just for the K-9 officer. So then we don't see a sudden spike and they have to sacrifice something else. It's already there.
To give you a general feel of where we're at, a new vehicle now, we just got quotes from Ford, is that what you're gonna say?
State bid.
Yeah, the state bid on that, a new Explorer was at base, just for the vehicle, for an Explorer was 48,000, and that's not including upfitting, which is gonna be an additional 25 to 30,000. So
Right.
just, you're looking at that for just that vehicle, let alone a K-9 vehicle.
A K-9 is even more, right?
So you're looking at a lot more, so.
Are most of our vehicles Explorers?
We have two Explorers, the rest are Chargers.
Okay.
Yeah.
And which one do we want to get towards?
You hear mixed reviews on the Explorers. Some like them, some don't. The Chargers, I think everybody pretty much for the most part likes. If you're asking what I'm looking forward to or looking at in the future, I mean, I let that cat out of the bag. I'm looking at maybe.
Either you or me.
In the next couple of years, I'm looking to at least start going with 1 or 2 F-150s, for a multitude of reasons that I won't get into right now and bore everybody. But that's kind of what I'm looking for, and purchasing one of those here and there. But, yeah, right now, unfortunately, I wish John was here. He could tell this story much better than I can, but it used to be the types of vehicles that we can get, there was a wide array. Now it's really shrunk. And even Dodge, now that they're not making their Charger anymore, they were talking about going to EV, but the options that we have now are very slim.
Most of the car manufacturers have stopped making sedans altogether, so
Yes.
it really has limited the amount of inventory available for officers to utilize.
Yes, you have the Durango, the Explorer, or a truck, or a Ram.
So the other common theme you're going to see is not just setting money aside, but when it's time to sell vehicles off, should we sell a squad car, whatever we get on that goes back into the equipment reserve fund. Same with Public Works, with Parks and Rec, and with Economic Development. So that money is going to stay in that department to try to keep getting better equipment down the road at no spike in the budget.
When we had those vehicles we were waiting on to get, what was the wait? I mean, outside of the one that got lost and then had to get found, but like just the wait time to get the vehicle was close to a year, wasn't it?
Yeah,
It was,
9 months.
It didn't
we
end up
actually had to issue the check,
Yeah.
before the fiscal year ended because we still did not have it.
Yeah.
So it was
Okay, yeah, I
13
figured it.
months
Yeah,
to get it.
so, I mean,
Yeah.
that's also part of what we're gonna have to factor in is there could be, I mean, Public Works sees the same thing, but I mean, just the outfitting and everything, I mean, we could see a year and a half before a vehicle that we needed even shows up.
Unless we go to horses.
Are you suggesting?
No, I'm not.
We have a mounted,
We can do it.
Yeah.
for milk days,
Bicycles,
Unfortunately.
go bicycles.
we do have some bicycles that,
Yeah.
I
We
think
have
they
two
do try to use
bicycles.
the bicycles during
Electric
like
bikes?
milk days.
But that's all.
That's it?
Electric bicycles.
Yeah.
The furniture, obviously, did we move furniture from the old police station? Is that what we're replacing?
Yeah, so this is
Okay.
replacing all the 1970s
Oh my God,
furniture that
please
was
do,
passed
yeah.
down and then brought up here. And so everything in the whole police department will be all uniform.
I thought you guys got new. I didn't.
Another theme you're going to see throughout is the unforeseen part, like in this case, $25,000. We don't know what grants are going to be out there, and 80/20, 90/10, the money's there. So again, we don't have to either siphon it from some other program, or best case scenario is they don't spend it, and they're that much better off.
Not a big wish list this year.
I appreciate the reduction in ammunition.
Of course, of course.
I know our previous city administrator, that was always a bone of contention, but I do recognize that the police department does need to use ammunition for target shooting when they do all their qualifications. But, and of course, ammunition's gone up in cost, so controlling that expense, appreciate that. So.
No? Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Moves us on to community development. Donovan.
Thank you. The little budget that could. Salaries, health insurance, jumping down to training and seminars, that's been reduced. Ann has taken quite a few classes. She's got a couple more before she'll feel confident to take the building inspector license test and then the property maintenance exam as well. So that'll bring in 2 certifications for her within the next year. That's the goal. So right now, her time is going to be spent studying those books and getting prepped for the test. Uniforms, that's per the union contract. Professional fees, these are going up with the more development that we have. One thing we try to do, which we're pretty successful at, is capturing these fees and when we issue the permits. So Gary, the engineer, has been good about giving us his cost to review when he submits the approved review. So we can add that right to the permit and capture that. Same thing with the inspection services, which we mostly use for plumbing, about 90%. If there's industrial or commercial that we don't feel comfortable doing, we'll have B&F Code Services do those for us. And we, knowing ahead of time of when those will occur, we add those fees to the permit. Deb's been giving us the B&F invoices so we can track what those fees are when they're doing the inspections to make sure that we're capturing as close as possible to what they actually are. 206 West Blackman and 1401 Garfield, those are attorney fees. The Blackman is here next to the police station. It's pretty much in a parking lot. It's an abandoned house at this point, and has been working with the attorney to not only try and get the house in compliance for the people that have abandoned it, but also hopefully to obtain it. And if we do that, then we can potentially turn it into an expanded police parking lot, so they have more room over there. Which it sounds like they need.
Back there is quite cramped, and it would be nice if they could extend out a little bit.
How long has it been empty?
The tenants had just moved out last year. Before they left, they brought Ann through to show her the amount of violations that were present inside, electrical violations. If you go out there, you can see a portion of the fascia and soffit are missing. So it's pretty extensive. And she has sent letters over the years, no response to anything. She did track down someone, I believe, through a deed search that will be notified if we move forward with trying to take possession of it. And if they don't fight it, then it should be pretty simple.
And what's at 1401 Garfield?
That is just a chronic nuisance property that Ann recently took the owners to court.
Okay,
And just a debris in the driveway, junked vehicle.
gotcha.
She recently won the court case, a trial, $5,000. They gave them till May to pay the fee. This is on top of it, I believe it was $40,000 that they were fined previously. And a deadline to get the junk and debris and vehicle removed. So she was very successful in getting that taken care
So
of.
did we ever receive the $40,000?
So that was put as a lien, and it turns out that the property has two owners that have separate homes. And so the lien is also on their property. So it may be down the road, but we'll get that money eventually.
Yeah, but nothing changes, other than there's money put down the road. They still have junk in their
That's how
driveway.
liens work.
So there's nothing we can do other than take them to court, get a lien, and then wait until whenever. It just seems at some point.
Potentially, that's correct, because it's a civil issue,
Yeah.
and, it's not a criminal issue. The city doesn't have the ability, other than, when the property sells.
Right.
And that's
But you would
similar
think that
to-
we win the court case, they should have to pay that amount of money. And
They're supposed to, but
Yeah.
you put a lien on it in the meantime.
do we
and once
accumulate
they've-
interest?
I don't believe we can,
Okay.
at least not here in Illinois.
So it's like a deferral for Major League Baseball. The money's worth
Essentially.
less in the future. So they wait 10 years and they give us $40,000. Now they
It's-
put $25,000 in the bank, and then 10 years from now they pay us the $40,000.
It's kind of like when we put grass cutting liens on properties,
Yeah.
because, we issue a nuisance notice, they don't cut it, we issue a ticket, they don't cut it. Eventually, we hire a contractor to go cut it to get it in
Yeah.
compliance, and then we file a lien against the property. That lien will sit there in perpetuity until the property sells, at which time they'll be required to pay back that lien to remove it to be able to sell the
Now, can we go in and clean up the property, pay to clean up the property and put that onto the lien?
If the judge
If the judge,
orders that.
permits or requires it,
And
yes.
keep in mind too, just like Jay was pointing out, if we spend even more money to clean it up and it goes onto the lien, that's just even more money the city's out right now.
Right.
And it could be years before we get it back.
The issue comes down to the residents around this individual, because I live at, they ask, why hasn't the city done anything about this? Nothing has ever changed. Well, we have done something. We've taken them to court. We've won, but they don't do anything about it. They owe us money, and we won't get that until they sell the house 10 years from now. I mean, you know.
At some point, the city could seek to foreclose on properties. I think if the lien meets a certain percentage, I don't know the rules on that, but of course, then that requires additional
Right.
Fees in terms of attorney fees, but especially like abandoned property, that's how the city has acquired, abandoned property in town and then sold off at auction. So that is a course the city could go down at some point.
Right. Thank you. I didn't mean to take away from the
Sure.
meeting. Jeff.
Moving on to vehicle equipment maintenance, remaining the same, $2,000. We're down to 1.5 vehicles and full-time vehicle, and then I'm sharing a car with admin. I started out with a pickup truck. Rob sold that from me. I got another pickup truck. Rob sold that one. And I got another vehicle, Mike Vest vehicle, and Rob took that one. So now, but I get to drive a Gator. No, so that's good. So, it's a little cold. So, moving on
You're
to.
getting all the hand-me-downs here.
Yeah, right. I'm the youngest of 3. I know all about it. Investigation nuisances remaining the same, $5,000.
Is that legal? Fees or-
Nuisances is a portion of that, I believe, is landscaping.
We have to pay someone to mow, or do those kind of things as well, and then fees for,
Filing
we'll be
liens.
filing the liens.
Okay, thank you.
That sometimes take forever to get. Gas, oil, grease remaining the same. Transfer out equipment, what's that one? Oh, yeah, thank you.
That's for the future truck that Rob's gonna take away.
Yes,
Exactly.
correct.
Enjoy it, Rob. And then new equipment infrastructure, $5,000, up 1,000. And for a total increase of 14.92%.
Any questions? No? Well, there's economic development, that's community
Yeah,
development.
this community, now we go to economic.
So that actually we're gonna take a pause on, it's a different fund. He's gonna pick that up here in a minute. But we need to look at the bottom line on the general fund with everything. I just wanna make sure all the numbers carried over correctly, real quick. That's not in your packet.
I know we had talked about this, Deb, when we talked about the state increasing the fees for machine up to $250, for video machines up to $250.
Yes.
We talked about that money going to economic development for them to use. Did we budget it that way?
No, because it's all, again, that kind of goes back to John's question too. It all comes into one revenue
Yeah.
account, and then
Well, we were
gets
talking about putting
dispersed
it
from there.
in the fund for business improvements, right? So if someone came to the city for a loan,
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we could use that in economic development fund.
Yeah.
Or in the revolving loan fund and all that, but we would want to make sure that we did a transfer out on that.
Right.
Because we're taking it from one account to another.
right.
Two
Well, I
different
just want to make sure we do that,
funding
because I think, it's beneficial to us.
Sure.
It gives Donovan more, money to offer, people out there. Because right
Yeah.
now, we only have like 160,000 or something like that available.
What is that? Equipment in revolving loan
Yeah, that was less.
or in?
Available for loan.
Revolving loan.
The
Revolving loan fund, thank you.
As of January, 171.
Okay. But we would be able to grow that fund
Yeah.
and, yeah.
Yeah, and that's something that, I did not put a specific line item in to show that money coming in and then going out, because we don't know if we're gonna get it all, if somebody doesn't pay or machines drop off. But it is something that we could look at within the next fiscal year if we saw that that money was coming in, and we could do budget amendment to transfer it out, and use it for that. We could just do that, handle that in admin.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so on the screen, you see general revenue. all of the expenses that come out of general revenue for a deficit of 757, 747. Okay. In your packets that I sent out on February 3rd, there was a memo regarding the fund balance policy, how that all works. And our fund balance policy currently requires that we have 3 to 6 months of operating expenses. Remembering that operating expenses is just making payroll and keeping the lights on, right? Keeping the troops fed, keeping the lights on. It doesn't include your debt service. It doesn't include your extra trucks, your squad cars, all those kind of things. So if, for you guys, it looks like this, and then there's a spreadsheet that's attached to it. In the very back of the binders that I gave you, there is a general fund spreadsheet, and then it has a graph with it that looks like this. I have gone and done my best to, I went back to May 1st of 2023 and did actuals on where the general fund, what that looked like. And anything you see, and then I carried it through to April of 2026, so the end of the upcoming fiscal year that we're talking about right now. Anything in red is projections. Okay, so at the bottom you see the red numbers that start around February 1st, 2025, which is where we're at, all the way out to April of 2026. Those are projections. That's where I think we're going to be based on cash flow projection, history, and what we're looking at here as far as revenue, et cetera. Anything highlighted in yellow is property tax collection, so that's why you see those peaks throughout the year, because remembering that property tax is collected in May and September, with funds trickling in between then for late payments and that kind of thing, but the majority of that cash flow comes in May and September. So, that being said, if you go back to the spreadsheet that's attached to the front of that, in the middle, you see a general fund projection of, hold on one second, let me pull this up. Okay, you see a general fund projection here in the middle of where I think we're going to be at the end of this fiscal year. I'm looking at potentially 9, almost 10 months of fund balance is where I think we're going to be at. Last year, at the end, this is an actual number. The first number, we had 11.9 months of fund balance. That was per the audit. Those are final numbers. I think we're going to be around 10 this year. That's conservative, okay? And if we move forward and actually spend the entire 770 that we're over budget from cash on hand, which is our fund balance, I project we will be at 8 months. We are comfortable internally with 9 months. However, our policy says we should have a target of 3 to 6. So this is where the decision-making comes in as far as what you would like to cut, if anything, and what you would like to use from fund balance. Does that make sense? Okay. Going back to this page, down here in the purple is what we would look like if health insurance comes in at 15%. Remember I told you we would look at it later? I left it at 10 for the budget. If it comes in at 15%, this would be where we were at for the fund balance. When I look at my numbers, my cash flow projections, and do my best guess estimate, I would like to not use any more than 700,000 of the fund balance, if
I was going to
possible.
ask you, what would keep us at 9 months?
That's the comfort zone as far as getting us close to 8 to 9 months. Conservatively. So we need to go back now and do a little bit of work, and we have some time because we're still on schedule, and figure out what you folks think we should do as far as each fund, if there's anything you would like to see gone, changed, et cetera, starting with the admin fund.
So you're basically asking, we're 795 over, we can make that up with fund balance if the committee so desires, but you would be comfortable if we could cut 95K out of it.
Correct. A couple of the things I
CSI
can,
upgrades.
What's that?
CSI upgrades.
Well, a couple of things I'd like to suggest, and Lou and I had a conversation yesterday in the afternoon after looking at everything. One of the things that we mentioned earlier was the $26,000 for the roof repair on the back of City Hall. Given that we're, looking at doing the roof maintenance program, is that something we need to double up on right now? That's a decision that, you guys can make based on what you think.
Does this number include the $7,000 in the HVAC that's listed twice?
I took it out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well,
And-
perhaps that maintenance contract would permit us to repair it and push off a replacement at some point, next year or the year after, subject to what the inspection would provide us.
Yeah, what's all included in that roof inspection contract?
The roof inspection contracts, it's like minor repairs, like if they find a tear or, it'd probably be something similar to what like Daryl had done last year, where it's like, hey, you know what, this will get us by for a little bit. It's nothing that's gonna require, a trip to the store. Basically, whatever's in the truck, it's, all right, we can tape this up, we can mud this, or there's a little shingle that's flapping, like, little addresses here and there. So like a minor leak, they might repair it or say, hey, for this amount, we believe you can repair this.
Okay.
But the biggest component, like Lou said, is this is going to give us an idea of age, condition, scheduling, and, what it's gonna take.
Yeah, I would say taking that roof replacement out would make the most sense since, the patch repair, we don't have any idea what that rear condition really is gonna be, so it doesn't really make sense to plan on a replacement if we don't even know what it looks like just yet.
Or should we leave something in there for possible repair?
We could, but if we have no idea what needs to be we're talking about replacement, we have no idea what the conditions of everything are, it would make more sense to.
We have some,
But you have 5,000 in unforeseen.
Yeah,
That can help, absorb the cost of a repair.
Well, and if we find something catastrophic, worst case possible scenario, we could always do a budget amendment and move something, over to do an emergency repair if we really needed to. That's way beyond what we thought it was gonna be.
Well, just a suggestion, and I'm sure Deb will cover this, but instead of going through and cutting some of this smaller stuff out, one of the easiest, quickest methods would be to take Jane, that's set at 500,000, reduce it to 400,000, and that covers your 95,000 right there.
So the 500,000 for Jane, if we did the 500,000, what would that encompass? Is that just setting money aside towards a replacement? Or
No, that's actually in this next year, ripping Jane out and replacing it.
Okay, so the 500,000 is, in theory, it's supposed to cover the
Right.
entirety of replacement of the
And
HVAC
the
system.
reason I'm asking to drop it down to 400,000 is that this last 2 days, I've had meetings with NICOR and ComEd on rebate programs.
Okay.
That could potentially cut down anywhere from 100 to 200,000 of it. The other part to it is that we actually missed out on a grant this past year of about 250,000. The reason being is that we did not have a full-blown energy assessment. Talking with NICOR and ComEd, they're going to do one free from the ground up. So that'll get us in better position for when a grant comes up. So the easiest, before we cut everything or all this smaller stuff, the easiest, quickest method would be to reduce Jane from 5 to 4.
So what does the 5 include right now? How does that break
Everything.
down? Because that's a big number.
so a good chunk of that is demo,
Okay.
right? They have to take that thing out in pieces.
Right.
And then they have to get rid of it.
Yeah.
And that costs money for them to
Right.
take it wherever they take it to get rid of it. We also and then we would replace that whole unit. There's also 2 air handler units, boilers, sorry, the air handler units on the roof. That was replaced about 15 years ago, but it's not compatible, which is part of our problem. So they would have to replace that as well. And then there's 2 boilers in the basement that are connected to the actual unit that also would have to be replaced. And then, of course, labor, so. for
This
all
is
of
where I mentioned earlier is we're asking for what we believe is the topped out value, and our goal is to try to get under that. So if this committee and eventually the council agree to drop Jane from 500 to 400, our goal is to at least don't spend more than 4, try to get below that with whatever rebates, grants that we can get.
I'm good with that.
I'd personally like to see a breakdown of that 500 or 400.
I can
What
send you a
goes-
copy of
What
the-
goes to what
I
before
have the
I
quote.
make a decision. on
And
that.
actually, the quote that we got was actually almost 2 years old now, because remember, we've been looking at this for a couple of years. I got 2 quotes. One was from one company that did do a breakdown. The other one, the company didn't really want to throw a lot at time and effort to it because, and in their defense, we have to go to public bid on this, right?
Right.
So they were close, and at the time, it was around 450. I've added inflation to that.
Sure,
And,
sure.
so yeah, but it is, I do have a breakdown from 2 years ago that you
Okay.
can look at that shows everything that they're going to do.
Okay.
But we would have to go out for bid on it.
Well, why not just bump it to 450 and then you're losing the 26,000 from the roof? That's $76,000 right there.
So the thought process on this, first of all, how this would look is if you look at corporate general revenue, I'm bringing in 100,000 from
Right.
equipment replacement.
Right.
I'd take that out. That's gone, right? Because we don't need to bring it in this year. We're not spending it. Okay? Then it's still there if we need it, from the capital improvement fund, because the money is there. We transferred it out last year. Then when we went to admin to actually this line item, this would reduce to 300,000, right? Because we took 100 out and we're reducing it another 100. So it would still give us 300 to work with here, bringing back in the 100 that I just took out. Now we got to come up with 2, right? In addition to whatever we got with the grant. So say for sake of argument, if the grant was a matching grant and we got, 200 from them, now we have another 2. We have 100 in equipment replacement. So now we have 5. And if the prices were higher than that, because I suspect they're going to be after this January 1st, lose efficiency studies would provide incentives with the hopes that those incentives would cover that difference. So it's been very well thought out as far as, how we can make this
Because
work.
you totally lost me on how it went from 500 to 300.
Because we brought in revenue of 100,
Right.
and I have to take that out.
So you wouldn't be bringing in 100.
For now, I would take it out because if we don't spend the money, that's specifically earmarked for Jane.
Right.
So if it doesn't come through and we don't end up getting a grant this fiscal year, we won't do it. Because we can't do it for 300.
So we have $100,000 from last year, or this current budget year,
Correct.
for Jane.
Correct.
So that's where the 400 goes to 300, correct?
Yes.
And then you're saying,
I can leave it in. I mean, it's just an
Okay.
internal thing. If you want to leave it in, it's fine, but it's going to all change if the prices come in higher.
The problem is, the more we push this down the road, the more expensive
Yeah.
it's gonna be.
Exactly. I agree.
I say move forward with it and get it done.
Yeah.
Find places to cut to
Don't-
make it work.
Okay, so we'll leave Jane, or we'll drop Jane to 400.
Yeah.
And on the expense side, leave the 100 in on the revenue side,
Yeah.
and we still have to come up with 3.
Which we
So
have no
that
idea
would
what
put
that's
us
gonna
at 631, 747. If we use cash on hand, we can get it done.
be. We're gonna need to get fresh quotes on that.
Yes.
Tariffs are
We would have to
probably
go to
gonna-
RFP.
Tariffs are gonna play a portion of that
We'll have
too.
to go to RFP on it.
Yep.
correct. And then the other part to it with the energy efficiency rebates is that we would have these people, whoever also submit, based on the checklist, what would qualify for rebates.
Yep.
So that would also help reduce the
And
price.
the grants you're looking at, are those federal or are those state?
They're actually requirements by ComEd and NICOR.
Okay, so
They have to have X number of dollars towards energy efficiency programs.
Okay.
And right now, ComEd is literally trying to throw money out because they've not been able to meet that quota yet.
Okay.
So,
I see Joel shaking his head in agreement.
Yeah.
yes.
We
Can't
actually,
you get the windows on that as well?
Well, and that's the other part, yes.
Make sure
So-
the grants that'll exist when we go to apply for them, that's all.
So to answer your question, yes. The rebates would also qualify for the windows,
Yep.
which I believe I can maybe get another 15 to 20 in rebates off that. But that would be something that the vendor themselves has to fill out the paperwork as required. So yes, there's different options with some of these things that we're trying to do, that we're trying to find these
So
little grants.
So the the grant would go to the vendor, is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's
Okay.
no different than like the instant rebate at
Yeah.
a store.
The other grant, Dan, was that we were originally looking at that kind of sparked all this a couple weeks ago, and I found it very last minute. It was a DCEO grant, and it actually ended on February 3rd, I believe, at 5 PM. So we kind of scrambled and got it all written. So it's done.
Yeah.
And the only thing we didn't have was the energy study that they required
I gotcha.
to do actual infrastructure. Other things were allowed, but the energy study we needed for the infrastructure, so that's what sparked Lou to actually reach out right away to ComEd and NICOR and get that done, because I do believe that this DCEO grant is going to open up for another round of funding.
So that's why we believe that if you just cut Jane from, the 5 to 4, we can get the rest. There's as Deb pointed out, there's a DCEO grant potentially later this year. There's energy efficiency, and then there's both in NICOR and ComEd. Now, Jane would more likely qualify for NICOR rebates. And then, as Charlie pointed out, there's also energy rebates from both ComEd and NICOR regarding the windows. So through a combination of things, we believe we can get the price down, or at least get most of it covered.
Deb, did you pull the 26, or were we leaving that in there?
I pulled the 26, only because, well, that's your decision.
Rob, did you?
I almost feel
So
like we're
did
spending the
Northern
money
Illinois
twice,
Roofing
though.
Look at that? Did someone look at that and give us a quote?
Yes,
26?
HC Anderson looked at it, which is the contractor that did our police department, and that was just basically to get a number. They came out for us, looked at it, said this is what we think it would be, and then we added a
Well,
little
it needs to be
bit.
done. It should be done.
So-
And.
The other thing is maybe just cut it in half. Leave at least some money, so through the proper assessment, we'll get a better idea. And if it's small stuff, then we'll work with the 13.
Well, the maintenance program, this is obviously a different company that would be coming
Yeah.
out and doing it. I mean, they may provide their own quote, and it may come in less.
Yeah, and NIR will also help with bidding and selection too, if it gets to that point.
Yeah.
They were really good in 4 municipalities where they would say, hey, you know what? Could you put a new roof on it? Sure, but you could get by with this. Here's what we would recommend budgeting in future cycles.
And by the way, the energy assessments that we're doing is on each of the buildings, so that, like the pool house, if there's solar that we can throw on there, or if there's, like, right now, and this is something we were gonna bring up on Tuesday, the water heater, that's about 19,000. There's a potential NICOR rebate on that, so that'll reduce that down. So by doing a full assessment, ground up, that opens the door for us to potentially get those rebates. It's no different than doing a master plan, so we better qualify for grants.
So I know Deb will appreciate this, but I feel a little bit like like Jane was was Kruk's vac truck in the budget this year.
A bit like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kick the can down the road.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how do we make it work?
Right.
You're
And
not getting your vac truck this year, Kruk.
It's working fine, although we have spent a lot in expenses to maintain and to fix, and that's why some of our things, if you look back at other years, were over budget in building maintenance because we had to spend more money. And then we do also have the maintenance program with, the quarterly, and I believe that costs us a little bit more because of the age and that kind of thing. So there's some savings all around with that. So what this would look like then is your final overage is 657, and then that would be what came from your fund balance or your cash on hand.
It leaves us at what?
What, I'm sorry?
At what percent? You had 8.27%. What does it go up to?
It's a month, so it'd be about,
Oh,
it would be
months,
just under 9 months.
Okay.
Or
So
actually,
we're
no,
much
this would
closer.
probably put it closer to 9 months.
Yeah.
But if we go up to the.
Now, yes, if
with
your
the
insurance
insurance.
comes in higher, you're still under the 7, so, you're still, it's not a huge difference, we'd still be okay. What I would suggest we do is not finalize, do the final approval on the budget today, do it in March, because we'll have a better idea then, and then all the numbers will actually be actuals.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we need a break? We're a little bit ahead of schedule, about an hour actually, so we could actually start going into some of these other funds and knock off the end of the day. But if you want to break first, we can do that.
Well, when do we
aren't we
do
supposed to do
economic development?
We could do that now too. It's outside the general fund, so we could do that as well if you'd like.
Let's at least get that
So I just
done.
want to see if anybody
Folks want
needed to.
5 minutes?
Yeah, let's just do a quick
Okay.
5 minute, just to
So
refresh.
Chief
We
Carmen,
went through a
thank
lot
you
of
for
information.
you don't need it unless you want pizza.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Do you
Yeah,
have any
5
questions
minutes.
for the
Here's the
chief
solution.
or our
Here's the solution on the
deputy
bridge.
chief, because we're gonna let
Heated
them go?
sidewalks. Melts it all off.
Yeah.
Mike?
The problem though is,
Committee members,
a lot of the snow on the sidewalk,
do you have any questions for the chief or the deputy chief, because we're gonna let them go?
sidewalk.
Yep.
And then, so we're gonna take out the sidewalk, we're gonna put it back on the street? I mean,
Thanks, thanks,
We
guys.
have to put it back on the street.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. We have to put it back on the street, and then we're gonna have to plow it on ourselves.
plow ourselves, exactly.
Well, but we need to tell them to direct, here's what we ask them to do, is direct their plow, so it's plowing to one side of the fucking bridge, and then the other side of the bridge, they don't plow onto it, onto the sidewalk.
It's a wide bridge, you can plow everything in the middle.
Yeah,
Well, I was gonna suggest they should just plow to the middle,
yeah.
which would keep it off the sidewalk, and then you could push it with the
Come back at leisure and get rid of it.
Yeah. I mean,
a lot easier to scoop it out of the middle than on
They
the
have to play
side.
the game as well. The point is, that bridge is not accessible when it snows for people to walk
Well,
across.
it's been an issue for
Forever.
decades.
For years. I'm not, it's not us, it's not, I mean, it's been since they built the bridge. Why would you put a sidewalk across a bridge that you can't use 3 months of the year because it snows?
Got rid of the 500 Ks for kind of sandbag that. Could have started at 4 and we would have balanced. We wouldn't have had that whole discussion we had the last time.
Because you are the decision maker, so you need to know
They
all
wanted
the
to give
data.
us something to
I
that we
said-
could make a decision, John. That's why
You
I
need to
brought
know all
up
the
Krug's
numbers and
back
then
truck.
understand why they're making the
Krug's
suggestion.
back truck was
Well,
250,000,
actually, though,
and it was like, oh, man, no, we gotta
think
cut
what it was
200,000.
Well,
You're not
and they
getting your
didn't want
back
to
truck.
cut other stuff.
Right.
That was an easy cut,
Exactly,
right?
Yeah.
And that way they
Yeah.
can keep everything else,
right.
right?
Yeah, no, it was set up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, I feel set up.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
They gave us choices.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
I-
exactly.
and I-
I
yeah.
feel like I'm in charge, but I'm really.
you're not. Yeah, no,
You,
I don't.
you could certainly
I
go
don't
back and say, no,
appreciate
I want to
that.
cut this, and this, and make, that's
I'll
how,
leave it to
No, I,
the
my,
business.
again,
but, you
my
know, they're
only
gonna
goal
make
is-
their best recommendation.
My only
on
goal
the
is they
things
replace
want.
that thing this year. They need to, it shouldn't go any further. Jane needs to go.
Oh, it has to be
I,
done.
I don't think,
Yeah.
I don't know if we've put together how much we've spent on keeping Jane running for the last, since I've been mayor,
Yeah.
but it's hundreds of thousands.
Yeah.
I mean, there were, almost every year we spend $20,000-$30,000 for them to come in and fix it.
And there's gonna be extra office space downstairs, right? You can just-
Well, that's all in a, I'll take you down,
I know.
it's all in a kind of quarantine room.
Yeah.
Or
It's a
at least
huge room,
storage.
it's like
There'll be storage.
as big as that over there.
We have more storage for all the
Yeah.
new
There
Christmas
would be,
decorations.
there,
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
probably be room for more storage in
Yeah.
that area, yeah.
So it's gonna be like a deal where they take out a computer from 1960 and they replace it with a little box and then we're.
Yeah, because clearly, you know, the boilers and all, like, if you think from this wall to where the divider is, and from here back, I mean, that's how big of a thing, you know, it's huge. It's huge.
Huge.
Can I interrupt you for a minute? I
Yes.
wanted to, when they were going through the thing, I wanted to kind of throw my 2 cents in for you.
Sure.
So you sue me and the judge gives you a judgment.
Yeah.
I don't have a penny, so I'm not going to pay.
Right.
So you put the lien on the property, at least now you have some teeth.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's, I think what they were
Yeah, I
trying to
know,
say.
but it's disappointing because,
Yeah.
I mean, I have neighbors right across the street from him that talk about, I'm like, well, there's nothing we can do. We've sued him. We've gone to court.
Now, I'm going to hear, but maybe if you explain it that way to them.
Yeah.
If it is, sometimes it's the way you present the
Well, I think we
material.
should publicly shame them. I think we should go on Facebook and say, we have sued these people and told them to get
Well,
this, and they owe the city this amount of money.
It's a very similar issue
And
where.
it should be public, it's public information, right?
It's a similar issue when someone gets an abate nuisance notice.
Yeah.
They think it's a ticket. It's not a ticket. It's a letter from the city saying, hey,
Yeah.
you need to cut your grass. It's
Yeah.
greater than 5 inches.
Right.
And the first thing they'll say is, what about that guy over there? Look at his grass is this tall. And like, there's a dunning process.
Yeah.
So the first step is, hey, we send you a bait nuisance notice that says, hey, you need to cut your grass. That person's already in that process, and eventually, if they don't cut it, we hire someone to go in and cut it, and then we put a lien on that property. This neighbor who now got their first notice doesn't see any of that, because all that happens
Right.
automatically in the course
And
of
they think, oh, God, they're not
yeah,
doing
but
anything.
they're
Why
not.
is he
They're not
getting
yet.
away with
Look
it?
at them. They're and
right.
so
No, I
it's
get
like
it.
you
I
know
get it.
the same thing here, right? So if the city has done their process and like say, there's been where the judge has said, yeah, I give you an award of X dollars, and they don't have the money to pay it. The city puts a lien on the property. We can't make them sell their house.
But at least, I just wanted to bring up that at least there's some teeth to a lien
Sure.
as opposed to
Oh, I
just
get
a
it.
judgment, you know?
I get it,
And
but it's, again,
It's a pain in the butt.
I have a judgment against someone in a civil suit that I will never see the money.
Yeah.
I'll never see it.
Same.
Right.
I just won't ever see it. But I have a judgment saying they owe me the money. Can't make them pay it.
I mean, think about how many people during the crash, the housing market crash, and how many people got underwater with their homes, stopped paying their mortgages, and just lived there and let the process of foreclosure process go through, which took time. Exactly. And so then they were just living there without paying anything for years. And, I mean, it's
Until finally it goes to
Yeah.
foreclosure, and then they
And-
issue an eviction notice, and the
Right.
sheriff comes out and physically puts them out of the
right,
house.
exactly. But there's no
Well,
financial
there should be a money,
penalty
if,
for them.
if we continually find this person, there should be a point in time where the lien is great enough, where it's like 50% of the property,
That's when
whatever.
you can foreclose.
We can
on the
foreclose on their house and make them move.
Yeah, right.
I mean,
But then we
but
have to be
again-
expending funds.
but again,
to
you know, this impacts everyone in the city. Your tax dollars are going to pay for attorneys to deal with this individual who refuses to clean up their property.
The next thing.
It's not just like a lien against you, or, right, that person, you have a lien against someone, right? You're never gonna get it. That's in you individual. This is all the taxpayers in the community are affected. Go ahead.
Next thing is to ask the judge. Permission.
Yeah.
We'd have to hire a company.
No.
Yeah.
Garbage, it's thrown away, never to be seen.
I've never seen that come up. So, started, I guess.
And then we can.
Until they do it again.
Until they do it again.
And you'll see every
Yeah.
municipality deals with this
I don't know
to
what
some
that
extent,
is.
like when there's a hoarder situation.
Yeah.
Where they've just hoarded.
I was just gonna bring that up.
I'll look
I was
into it and I'll.
Doing, I've done a few side hustles recently, and one of the things I did was,
Hey Deb,
I was working
can you
with
send
some
me that,
people in Lake County Housing Authority.
um,
And this is a challenge
Hartwig?
that they have
Yes,
is,
I will.
for example, in hoarders.
I appreciate-
They
oh,
took a
good.
very unique
Yeah,
approach on a
it's,
couple of these
he's
properties.
got the whole quote
where
broken out,
they-
and it might not be as
they,
in much
um,
detail as you want, but you
brought
can
in
at least see it.
social workers and
Does this affect the air
caseworkers
conditioning
as
as
I went
well?
in with them,
It's everything,
and they
and
did
he
some
was able to
assessments.
salvage the.
And then all of a sudden, we're dealing, okay, the city housing authority is dealing with.
So
this
it
aspect,
It does
but
include,
they went
I
a
should
step further and started
correct
dealing with
myself,
the
it
human
does
aspect.
include a bit of
and say,
ductwork
okay, you know
going
what?
out,
This
but
person
the
needs
ductwork
some
running through the building.
mental
We're
health,
keeping the
and so
handlers,
let's-
right?
And
I think
their
the
thinking
handlers gotta
was,
be
is
changed
if we
out,
give this person the help they need,
Because that's where the
maybe
ductwork is,
that will
the air handler.
For it
do
to
the
go
problem.
out.
Now,
yes.
I know, that's.
The air handler's on the roof.
Right,
Right.
and maybe we can,
So,
and
have you
they
ever
were
been down
bringing in
there?
church
No,
groups to
I've
clean up
tried
the property as a
Maybe I'll let
volunteer.
you go down
So
Let's go down there at
just
lunch.
taking a different
Look at it.
angle from it.
Which to
This is
that
one of those
point
deals
is
where I
why
absolutely-
the city
2 years ago.
is one of the initial
Well, I wanted to know
adopters
two things,
of
you know, one is.
partnering with a
What
group of
kind of
public
proposals have you received, and what's the BTU
social
for the
workers
system?
that
Oh, it's all on there.
we now engage. So
Good.
to help those,
Yeah, we've had that for a couple of years.
because a lot of times an
Actually,
issue
Hartley's does
that the
a-
police get
their
summoned
members
on
it's called an
are really a
outreach
social
program.
services
I
issue.
don't know
It's
if
not a
you've heard of
criminal
it,
issue.
but trained.
But our
Yeah,
society
trained.
has kind of pushed that off on police enforcement to handle. And previously,
So you know how we
before
do, like,
this,
our salt,
all
our
we
squad
could
cars
do
from
is
public
either
It's kind of
take
like
them
that,
to
but
the
it's not run through
hospital
the state,
or, you know,
where if
and in
the
some cases, maybe there was an incarceration, but it really is not the right method.
Yeah.
So now that we have a caseworker that helps us with these types of cases, we've actually seen a decrease
Are they a
in
nonprofit
police
that does this?
involvement in some of those, because those people are now getting connected
Because
to social
it's probably
services
a trade
that help the
organization. with all the
underlying issue
manufacturers who agree.
versus it being a criminal
Yeah.
activity.
I
So,
bet it is.
to your point, that kind of change of how we approach these issues is better.
And it might not be the case with this particular house, I don't
Just a
know,
train
but
authorized
it's just.
I get it.
That's all they use.
You know, trying to,
So through
Trying to
Omnipreneurs,
think
they
outside of the
got that
box.
contract without Kane County having to bid. 'Cause it was the lowest price. It's just the way it is. So, I know that's an option too, if we're gonna, if we actually advertise it as we want train products, then, which train is a decent product. It just depends.
I didn't know they made boilers though.
I don't, that's the boiler's train. You know what, let me just go get it. These guys are.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Or Donovan. You needed the mask, Donovan.
I needed a gloves, mask.
Oh.
I need to hire someone to do it.
You're a good man, Donovan. Oh. I thought that's where you were going with it, too. I mean,
I was hoping it was.
To his friend, he's like,
No, he was
call me
able,
if this
we
happens.
weren't able to.
Oh, of course.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah.
So he was gonna look it up, I said.
That just shows you it's an issue here.
Yeah.
It's an issue, it's an issue here.
Yeah, well, he said he was.
There's those people have eaten at McDonald's every day all their lives and never been.
You got a guy running the country right now.
Don't you remember that supersized?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that
He
that
died
guy-
a couple years ago.
He did.
Yeah. Was it lung cancer? I mean, he smoked,
Something
I
like
think.
that, yeah.
Your Barney Pat pass.
Yeah.
Like a really quick ballpark measurement of the unit, that's how much.
Barney
the
Pat,
thing measures.
lawyer in town.
Yeah.
Attorney in town.
So this is actually from Jensen,
Yeah, he passed away, so.
and this is the one he didn't throw a whole lot of effort into it. He did come look at it. But his estimator didn't want.
Yeah, I know.
the
I'm
time
not.
to it, and I don't blame
I
him.
know you guys are doing the best you can. It's just
The
frustrating.
Hartwigs, they
because-
take
It is
some time
frustrating.
and actually had
It's
a trainer
frustrating
come
from
out.
the city's perspective, like.
But that is all public information. I could go down there and take pictures of it and say, hey, folks, just so you know,
Yes.
this person owes the city $45,000 of lien because they won't clean up their property. You know, so you might want to talk to your neighbor here. And I mean, you know what? I don't know.
I've had these conversations with people about, well, what, the city never does anything with
These are
code
house-
enforcement.
yeah,
And I always tell
air-cooled
people, said,
condensing unit.
you're either in two positions.
25 ton.
Either
Yeah.
you hate them because they're talking to you,
You're right.
or you
Right.
love them
Right.
because they're talking
Rob took care
to
of
your
that.
neighbor who
Right.
you don't like what they're doing.
Right.
I said, but in the end, there's
Well,
a
it's surprising a building
dunning
that
process
size
to
needs
get
that
this
Sure,
much.
done.
absolutely.
And it's,
we have
it
the
can be
whole bunch.
frustrating. And one of the things I'll tell them is, well, let's say we send out a bait nuisance notice for you to cut your grass. Well, you have a certain amount of time to fix it, right? Before the city comes out and hammers you. So if they cut their grass, guess what? The clock restarts.
Yeah.
So now in 3 weeks and they don't cut their grass, it's a new instance.
Right.
Well, they never cut their
seems like
grass.
a lot of
Well,
money,
they
though.
did. We
It's
sent
a
them a
lot.
bait nuisance notice, they did do it.
there.
But now they're not in compliance again. It's a whole
When
new,
you see
it's
it,
a
you'll
different
understand
incident.
why.
But they, as a neighbor who looks at it goes, they never do anything to them, right? And that's not exactly true. Because we don't, you don't get a notification when we send your neighbor.
Right. Right. No, I get it. People don't know what's going on
Told
back
your neighbor to cut his grass, just so you know.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, why would, we would not do that.
Right.
Okay, are we about ready to start again?
Rock and roll.
Hey, Dan,
Come on, Dan.
get back here.
Dan, the man, Levitan.
Thank you.
That's from Good Morning Vietnam.
There you go.
Thank you, Mike. Okay.
Back to work.
Okay. Okay, economic development. Donovan.
There's a big pile of money in front of me.
Yeah, really.
You got a snowplow. So, my understanding is that a lot of these funds came from the former Harvard Economic Development Corporation, right?
Yeah, so, I think everybody here knows, but just to be sure, the city used to have a public-private partnership called the Economic Development Corporation. The city, supported that corporation through funding each year. And a couple of years before we hired Donovan, the corporation board decided to dissolve that board, and the funding that was still there as part of the bylaws would then be transferred to the city. And so all that funding was put into economic development, which to help increase the efficiency of this department to be able to do things, help us hire Donovan and bring those activities in-house, where we were kind of relying on the HEDC to do those activities on our behalf.
So is this 83.5 the final amount? I mean, how much is remaining in that fund?
That sounds about right. I think the initial transfer of funding was less than 150,000. Does that sound right, Deb?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
From HEDC to the city coffers, was the initial amount funded something like 150K, something like that?
197,051.
Yeah, it's right on here, 197,051.
Oh, it's in front of us. All right, very thank
I
you.
remembered that, yeah.
There it is.
Actually, it was, yeah. And then we had some interest too.
And then what Alderwoman Haderlein asked is the 83.5 cash on hand left from that.
Is that
Yes,
everything?
that's from that
Is it all
original
gone?
fund balance, and then, yes, so, I think, hold on, let me tell you. As of January, that, account had 243. Because we got some more funding.
So,
Oh, transfer in from general. We've been transferring in from general on that as well.
okay, where is that?
What's that?
The transfer in from general?
The history of going across. So if you look at,
Transfer.
like in the
Okay.
gray, 23, 24, we transferred in 46, and then 16 of that went to your easy dues, and then the rest was like to work with, to do different programs.
Okay, well,
So,
it says we only transferred in 15.
no, that was our activity.
23, 24, and then it was 66 this year.
Yeah, it looked, 23, 24, we transferred in 46. The first column to your left.
Well, that says budget, and then it says activity 15. So which was it? Activities 15.
Maybe we didn't, no, okay, so we were gonna transfer in the whole amount, but I ended up paying the easy dues out of general that year.
Okay,
We didn't transfer it, I just paid it
Okay.
out of general.
Gotcha.
Because it's either way, it's being paid out of general. I think I probably forgot that I was supposed to transfer it in and then
Oh,
pay
okay,
it
and
for
then
it to
pay
be
it, and you
cleaner,
just paid it.
so, yeah.
gotcha. And so this year, we transferred in 66, but
Yes.
how much, but now, so this though says cash on hand, so,
So that cash on hand comes from your initial balance of 197 when you started the account.
okay. And so is that everything that's from that?
No, because right now
Okay.
the account balance is whatever I just said it was.
Two something,
To what?
two something.
243,789 was the balance.
It's not
in
going to be on
January.
your sheet. That's.
No,
yeah.
it's a checking account. So about
243,789.
244,000 is in there right now.
Moving on.
So Donovan, for the incentives, Deb mentioned you were going to talk about those earlier on. From general for incentives, $25,000.
So outside of the revolving loan fund and the enterprise zone, we talked about using some money for possible grants. And it's something that I think we should hammer out in Community Development Committee, but whether it's a facade improvement grant or signage grants, I anticipate developing a new sign code and it could be an incentive for businesses to update their signage, and we help fund that, whether it's 25% or 50% of total costs up to a certain amount. So there's a lot of different ways to slice this to help our businesses outside of the revolving loan fund, where it's a grant, they get the money, and they don't pay it back. But I'll present several ideas at Community Development Committee, and we can pick from those, or if you have other ideas, hey, have you thought about this, or what if we did this for our businesses?
So what's the plan for the $243,000? I mean, why are we just accumulating funds in an account?
Because when we first started, or when we first got the funding, when the EDC dissolved,
Yeah.
and we got the funding, we didn't really have any plan for it.
Right.
But we just knew we were gonna be getting it.
Right.
So we put it into this, this checking account, this checking account in this fund. And then if you recall, we had hired a consultant, and we weren't quite sure where all that was gonna go,
Right.
Outside of just the consultant fees, there was potential for other things to be happening, and we might need that money for that. We just didn't progress with that.
Okay.
So, and then Donovan came on board, and Lou with the economic, the more the economic development focus, and we just haven't developed the program to the point where we have, plans to use those funds, but they're getting there now. So that's why we brought in the cash on hand, because that's what that money's for.
Okay.
And in the meantime, until we knew what we were going to do, we continued to transfer in from the general fund just to kind of help, continue to fund the account so that we can do more for economic development, because it's important. So
Okay, so
That was the
so
thought
this
process
is
at the
trying to,
beginning.
starting to spend,
correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
okay.
So 23, 24 was a transition year as we were starting to bring more in-house. And then 24, 25, more activity. And then the challenge for Donovan in 25, 26 is to actually create more incentive programs.
Okay.
And that's what will be discussed at the Economic Development Committee.
So what was this year, what was the 73,000 in miscellaneous income?
That was the property sale of,
That's right.
what's the address, Grant?
307
307
grant.
Grant.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
okay.
So,
And so that just comes in as income to the economic development program?
So I believe it was decided that, because that was something we could pick up that we didn't have any plans for,
Yeah.
to do, the revenue would be put into economic development to give back to the community
Okay.
some way. Instead of just throwing it in the general fund, Alderman Schulz, we
Yeah.
decided we
Yeah.
would separate it
Yeah.
out so that it
Yeah.
can be used towards a specific purpose.
So one of the issues that we're going to have, and Donovan and I are going to have to settle over the next 2 years at the rate we're going, is to figure out how to fund the economic development without taking from the general fund. And this was one way of doing it, is by taking the 307 grant and put it into the economic development fund, which now gives us an opportunity to do more incentive programs.
I got an idea. Pot money. Your revenue is going to be, if it's $4 million a year, 3%, that's 120 grand a year. That'd be great. Just throw that right in the economic development fund.
Well, that'll be up to council next year to
I know,
kind of
yeah,
determine.
not to me, I'm just saying.
Well,
Hot money,
I
I'm just gonna
recognize, the city does expect
help.
to see an increase in that revenue, but we need them to actually come to the community, so it's,
Get them to sign on the line that is dotted. Always be closing.
but it
ABC.
is good to know that there might be an additional revenue source in the future to fund and help grow our economic development, so, thank you.
I'm just trying to help, Mike.
Absolutely.
Set this up for you,
I'm
and then
with
I can walk away and you'll be happy. I know that Don is taken care of, and, So,
Just
we
don't give
we
me
have
a car.
$55,000 budgeted here, Donovan, for the downtown master plan, is that correct? For consultant fee?
That's correct.
Okay,
So
cool.
I was just texting with Jennifer from the pet store earlier. She went to a different town and was, crying out, we need to do something with our downtown, it's time, and I sent her a picture of that line item and said, this is what we're proposing to help us guide the future of that downtown. And so, I spoke to a consultant, said, hey, based on our size, with your experience of doing these plans, we'll have to go out for bid, but, give me a rough estimate. What if we budgeted 30,000? He said, no, budget 50 for your size of town. So that's what we're going with, and through Community Development Committee and then ultimately Council, we'll work through what that scope will look like and how we want that to at least start. And then there'll be downtown master plan updates in the future when we get through the first 5 years, or however long that strategic plan is, that master plan's for. But this will get us a good start. And like I said, just a guiding tool for all of us to follow and work towards. Part of the $25,000 in the incentives, I wanted to discuss Blue Dot, which is something I brought up in my interview a couple years ago. And Blue Dot is an economic development software tool. One part of it, it's $5,000. We get 3 portals, if you will, from them: the customer relationship module or management tool, the CRM, the business directory, which will be out-facing, so they gather all of our businesses for us instead of us, if we were to go with a registration program, trying to get them to register by ordinance, which we could still do also. But they will gather all of that information and upload it based on the federal and state input that they get, which will include employee data, employee totals as well. We will still have to then upload contact information and things like that, at least on the CRM module. On the business directory side, this will be out-facing towards the public, so we'll have a module on our website. Click on the business directory and you can search for different types of businesses, sectors, or what have you. And then you'll also be able to, or businesses will be able to go into their business and change their hours or upload sales and things like that they might have going on. So it's hands-off for us, hands-on for them as another tool for them to market themselves. And then there's the Blue Dot Business Database, like I said, where they upload all of the businesses, and they do that every 30 days for any that fall off or any that come on. So again, we're hands-off there. So it's 3 modules based on our population and what we think is less than 500 businesses, because we don't know how many businesses we have currently. It'll be just under $5,000. So,
And this is all part of the overall drive to help us with better decision-making based on data, because we've not really had sufficient data to make really good decisions, especially in this arena of economic development within the city. So we really want to be able to have data that allows us to understand because right now we know most of the businesses in town, but we don't know all of them. And this will just help us understand what sectors are within town and areas that we might want to try to attract where we don't have as much business.
The other nice thing about it is it incorporates with email, so I will be able to go into the program and through email, I can circle what businesses I want to email. So let's say if there's a water main break or something like that, we can notify businesses in that area, not residents, but the businesses or anything, downtown businesses. We want to have a downtown speaking event just for downtown business owners, what have you. But all of those emails, anytime a business owner emails me, it's all tracked through this. So if the mayor or anyone comes and says, what are all your touch points for this week? Who you've been talking to? I can provide a report and say, I haven't just been plowing snow. I did other work too. So it's a lot for $5,000. And but during the Community Development Committee meeting, I'll present the slideshow.
So should that's a yearly fee, $5,000, right?
It would be, yeah.
Okay. So should that just go under dues and subscriptions instead? I would think.
Yeah, we can move that
there. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a great idea. I'm 100% for that, whatever can
This
make
is
your
a
job easier.
surprise to Deb.
Yeah,
We
this
just
Blue
talked
Dot
about
was,
Blue Dot.
was just uncovered like
DOT.
late Thursday, early Friday morning.
Yeah.
So it was not enough time to put it in here.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
And
we're
it's
making
5
corrections, so that's,
Well, in your
And I'm taking
experience,
out
I guess,
miscellaneous.
setting up that module on the website, would that also, I would assume that that would also encourage other businesses or companies that are kind of viewing Harvard as a potential location. I know they would do their own research, but if we already have that data right there showing them like, hey, we've got these sectors, these businesses, they can see, okay.
Yes, all that would be very helpful when you have companies or consultants that are essentially site selectors that select locations for large corporations. So having that data immediately at their fingertips in one location from the city really makes that easy for them and helps us to attract more businesses. And we're able to kind of give that data when we're actually doing a more proactive search to try and bring business to Harvard.
And just one last tidbit too is that it will give us the opportunity that should there be grant dollars, energy efficiency programs, things like that, that would actually help them reduce their costs. If you remember back in the pandemic, there were a lot of grants that were going around. This will give Donovan the ability to reach out to them. Same as if we are down the road, we would like to bring John, forget his last name, Shallert back. We could actually do something similar to community contact, do an email blast out to the businesses rather than just rely on flyers and social media.
The mayor and I going door to door for that one.
Yeah.
And then in the future, there's other modules too. So as we grow, they have a rewards program where if you shop at businesses, you get rewards and things like that. So it can grow along with us. But downtown master plan, McHenry County Enterprise Zone, we talked about. I think at our last meeting, we were number 1 out of the municipalities that are part of that for fees generated by the amount of businesses that we have going into the enterprise zone and taking advantage of that. Naturally, McHenry County, we have a seat on their board. That's been very beneficial to Harvard. As in the book over there, you can see how many times Harvard is mentioned. They helped us with the Tacos, Tortas, and Tamales tour, which I've completed several times.
you can't be the only one down there, come on.
And I think that's it out of there.
Well, I'm glad to see this. I think, while the the prior organization managing this did do their job, seeing this more broken out, having this in-house now, and seeing the money being used in a way that's proactive and getting ahead and in a very responsible way. I gotta say, I prefer this to the old way. So I think this is moving in the right direction.
Very effective.
Yeah.
We can see the change.
Well, considering we got the money, we had no idea what we were going to do with it.
Yeah,
This
exactly.
is a big move.
Thank you.
Sorry, yeah, we can
So-
see the changes.
Yeah.
So thank you.
So as long as we have some time before we get off the topic of economic development, if you could go to the last page of your packet, we'll run through the TIF fund real quick.
Okay.
Because it kind of affects
Kind of goes
this.
hand in hand.
Oh, boy.
Okay. So, one of the things let's just start at the top. So this is strictly, a fund to pay for the TIF. So it's separated out in both a fund and a checking account. And it's,
Perhaps explain where the TIF is, because we used to have multiple TIFs, but we
right.
don't anymore.
We have
right?
one TIF left, and that would be TIF South, our industrial park, here at the west end of town. And so that would be the location of what we're talking about.
And a TIF is,
Tax increment
Financing.
finance development project. Okay.
thank you.
So, and it's property tax driven. We don't levy for it. We just get the taxes as they collect it. It's historically, as you can see, starting around the end of 2023, 24, been higher than what I've budgeted for. The only reason being is all I do with this money is pay the bond and the interest. So I have an amortization schedule. Actually, we have 3 bonds. You'll see them at the bottom.
I did a little chart at the bottom just for reference of the bonds, principal and interest payments, and then the total. I strictly put in how much bond principal and interest is, and I offset it with what revenue I need for it, just to balance the budget. So we get more TIF funds, they just sit in the account. One of the things that Lou and Donovan had me look at this year was, this account balance, which is actually, and I believe this went through infrastructure, correct? Talking about the TIF account and using funds for incentives?
It would have gone through community development.
Oh, it's next. I thought you guys already talked about
Yeah,
You
TIF
did.
would go
You
through
talked
community
about it.
development, not in
He
infrastructure.
talked about it, I remember, you talked about it at the last community development, using some of the funds, the 25,000 for the incentives.
Right.
Yes, okay. So right now, that account balance, this TIF is doing extremely well, which is great.
Which is a big
It's a big
change
plus,
from
right.
8 years ago.
We have a fund balance of $1 million right now. All bonds have been paid for the fiscal year. So doing some research, we found that we can use some of this fund balance for incentives within the current TIF. As long as these incentives are for improvements to structures that are already there, it is not allowed for new construction. So that being said, we have a new business coming in who would like some money for some incentive funds to do some renovations to their building.
Right.
And we can take a portion of this money, transfer it into economic development to put towards that request.
And that's the
So
25,000?
That's your 25,000 that you see this year and in miscellaneous that you wouldn't normally see based on that request, should you approve it. So I wanted to bring that up now.
The committee approved it.
The committee already approved it.
Yeah.
So we would just need to approve the funding transfer, which I went back, if you look up at the screen, because it's not on your spreadsheet, I went back while we were talking and I put in another line here at transfer in, and that would be from TIF if you were to approve it for incentive
Well, the consensus is that
of 25,000, and then,
the reason we want to do it is because this is what the TIF money's for.
correct.
You know, that's
Right.
Yep.
And
the purpose.
just-
And that would change this to 50.
And I think maybe just a little bit of commentary to help everybody understand why there's a fund balance in the TIF account, so you can understand how a TIF works. So how a TIF works is, TIF is a defined geography, so in this case, it is the industrial park. So the property taxes that are generated within that TIF district go into this account, instead of it getting paid to the city, getting paid to the school district, getting paid to all the entities that your property tax pays. Out of that TIF then fund, you can utilize that money for infrastructure improvements, like building roads, putting in water mains, sewer, the things that we've done over time. In the past, this TIF fund has been very close to being on the hairy edge, and that's because there wasn't any new buildings being built to increase the value, and that's where the incremental increase happens as you have new buildings and new investment into the area. It increases the amount of property taxes that are being paid. So as that increase has gone up, as we saw Pet Dine build a building, expand the building, Badger Fulfillment build a building, that has increased the amount of property taxes that are being generated in this TIF, and all that money goes into the TIF fund to be able to update additional infrastructure in the future. What we didn't recognize prior to really understanding this before was that we could use a portion of that money to help as incentives, as we've just discussed. Eventually, once the TIF ends, if there's a balance that's left in that fund that was never used, it will be basically returned to all the taxing bodies that have supported the TIF, including the city, the school district, fire district, the library, all the things that would have normally got those taxes whenever the TIF expires. That same thing happened when we had the TIF down where Walgreens was built, and when that TIF was completed, we refunded all those taxes out to all the various taxing bodies, and they got they got a check that they weren't expecting. So that's why this fund balance has been increasing, because we've seen increased value of investment in this area, and we haven't spent it on any new infrastructure. And the money will remain in that TIF fund until either A, we spend it on infrastructure or incentives like this, or at the end of the TIF, it gets refunded to all the taxing bodies. Does that help everybody understand?
After the bonds are paid.
Yes,
Correct.
right.
How much
and
is left to pay on the bonds?
That I don't know. I
That's-
don't think you listed the principal
Yes, you did.
remaining.
Yeah, bond principal.
So it's $500,000.
No, that's the
principal.
principal
Yeah, that's the
payment.
payment.
Oh, okay.
That's not
That's the payment
what's
this
left
year.
on the,
I might have that, hang on.
yeah, so it pays off those bonds
Yeah.
and, I think the bonds were created in order to build the roads that were out there and put all the infrastructure that's in.
When did-
And,
yeah,
and Mike, then the funds, when you say can be spent on other stuff within the TIF.
Yes, only within the TIF,
Within
right?
the TIF.
Because all those property taxes were paid for that specific area.
When's this TIF expire? I know we've said this 100 times when we brought this TIF up, but when does it expire?
There's three bonds. One is amortized in 2027, the other two in 2029.
Okay.
So Alderwoman Haderlein, I don't have that information in front of me, but I can get it
Okay.
for you.
Okay, I'm just curious.
Yeah.
And when does the TIF close, though?
27.
The TIF will close in 27.
Okay, then there's only one, right?
There's only one TIF, but there's three bond obligations.
Right.
Oh, okay, so two of the TIF bonds go after the TIF.
So we're gonna need
So
to hold on to
for-
that money to pay
yeah.
the bonds.
Yeah,
Yes.
Or
Yeah.
could we just at the end just pay the bond
pay
off?
them off.
Yeah, I think we can
Yeah.
pay it off early,
Those
right?
bonds are revenue source bonds, and they're not callable early.
Oh, okay. Well,
Oh.
then we
Yeah,
just,
but since the money's sitting there anyway, why wouldn't you just pay it off, even if doesn't change the fact?
Because they won't let you do it.
There's no prepayment
There's no prepayment
ability for the
ability.
particular
we
bond.
just have to set the
So
money
you would have to
aside.
Have to
hold on
keep
to
the
the money
money.
and then pay off.
To
Okay.
pay them off, yeah, okay.
Kind of removing a step, in my opinion, yeah.
Fair.
Right, I mean, right, you're making a
Probably
payment you
like
don't need to make. I
a
mean,
million
whatever the
dollars,
interest is you're
yeah.
charging me up to this time, I'll pay
Right.
it all, but here's your payment, we're done. But they don't want that, that's weird, okay. They get the money early, they could do something with it.
I'm glad this TIF was so successful. I mean, this is why you do a TIF, and this is what you want it to do, so.
So,
And we're expecting to see more investment into this area, hopefully pretty soon, so.
Well, and I talked with Corey DeFoya, and I know that he, the superintendent of the school district, does not want us to extend that tip because they want that tax money because of the improvements they need to make to the high school and stuff like that. So they're wanting that TIF not to be continued, which remember, I think they had come to us and, I think they were talking about expending that TIF, but then they never did anything. Arrowhead, whoever had the original TIF, no.
Yeah, I think moving forward, it would be appropriate if needed to just do individual TIFs instead of, let this one fall off.
Yeah.
And it would be up to the investor, or in this case, the industrial park owners to request an
Right.
extension.
Right.
And then there's still a lengthy process for that.
Right.
Um,
Yeah. At this point, I would say, let's let it, they want a new TIF, they get a new TIF, not extend this one.
Well, just to help you understand, it's not likely we would have had the investment we've had in this area
Right.
without the TIF. That's
Oh,
why you
sure.
have TIFs.
Oh, absolutely, I agree.
And so in the end, at the end of the TIF, we now have a lot more investment in this area that we never would have
Right.
had in the property tax that wouldn't have never happened, help pay for the infrastructure there.
Right.
So this is why you do TIFs, exactly just why it served its purpose.
Right.
Well, now we have good examples of, we've had TIFs that didn't do well.
Yes.
So we've got the experience to be more choosy about how we do it, and we've got both experience. So I think this is good.
Definitely.
So Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
So if a new business comes into that TIF district and they want us to help them, we can use that?
So that's part of the incentive program that we're looking for to help, one, for existing businesses that want to increase their thing. But also, let's say we had another business comes in and we need to add more infrastructure. So we need more power, we need more water sewer, we would need more roadway. The TIF money that's in there would help build those things out. Not the building, that they would be responsible for building the building, but the building would increase the value of the land, right, which increases the property value that would be collected, that would help pay off all of that infrastructure. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
But the incentive to Elite, that's to make repairs to an existing building?
Correct,
Okay.
correct. Because there's very defined rules on what you can spend the money on.
So is everyone in agreement to transfer the 25,000 to economic development?
Yeah, that would go along with what we decided in the committee, so I would,
Yeah.
being on both committees, I would say yes for me.
Makes sense?
And then, so we'll go back to that, excuse me, the economic development page, and then I added the incentive line here, 25. And then down at the that's revenue. And then down at the bottom, it's offset with programs increasing from 25 to 50.
You guys need to vote on that, or?
You need a vote? Okay.
It'll be approved when we do the final budget approval.
Okay. Any other questions or information on this? Tip? Yeah.
Just a correction, that 50,000 should actually be 45. Because we took 20, or the 25,000 in incentives, took 5,000 out of that to put it for Blue Dot.
But we didn't take,
No.
there was a line item that said other, if
Yeah.
you look.
Okay.
Yeah. That was a miscellaneous line
there was
item.
25 and 5.
So we took that 5, we moved it up and just renamed it Blue Dot. Yep. Unless you wanted to leave 5,000 in programs, Lou? No? Okay. Okay. So.
Okay.
Would you like to go? Have some time? Okay.
Okay. Library. I know, right?
So we'll actually, in your packet, be skipping forward to, at least they're in the same.
Library. They're not numbered.
Why don't I have you on here?
It's after
towards the back.
utilities.
It's right past Fund 70, so it starts with 03.
Library fund.
The account numbers start with 03.
Everybody all set? Oh, jeez, sorry.
It's loud.
Hi
I know,
Karen,
it is.
welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me a chance this morning to go over our budget with you. I hope I'll try to keep this within my 15 minutes. So.
You're fine.
Oh, will it? Okay,
Yes.
good. All right, ours is pretty straightforward, I think. So we'll start on the income side. Thanks to Deb for giving us some awesome estimates as to what our tax revenue is going to look like. If you look at our property tax revenue, we're anticipating an increase of about 2% there. And unfortunately, that is going to be offset by a decline in the replacement tax. So the two will just about offset each other, but we'll end up with about $1,000 more in tax revenue. The good thing on the income side, though, is because we have such a nice, healthy fund balance, we are going to be taking $150,000 of that fund balance and putting that on our income side as our cash on hand. And that we're targeting specifically for capital projects, and we'll get into that in the expense side.
Karen,
So-
what's your fund balance?
Pardon?
What is your fund balance?
Our fund balance is, you mean after the
The
150,000?
quantity, yeah,
It'll be
yeah.
200,000.
Okay.
So it'll be about 6 months of our expenses.
Okay.
So, the library board, oh, I'm sorry.
On the screen is a snapshot of hers at the
Oh.
last audit period, as well as the projection out to
Thank you.
2025.
No, that's okay. The $200,000 that's in reserve represents about 6 months of expenses. And based on the city's cash on hand policy, we can go 3 to 6 months. But the library board and myself have agreed that we'd prefer to go a little bit more conservative and make that the higher of the two. So that's why we've got the 200,000. So any questions on the revenue side? If not, we'll dive right into the expense side. Salaries, that expense line is going up quite a bit this year because of two things. Staff is going to see a 3.25% salary increase across the board for all staff. And then we do anticipate some staffing changes at the end of the year. So we are estimating that number to be a little bit on the high side because of those changes. And of course, that potentially is going to impact on our health insurance as well. So that's why that's gone up. Unemployment is staying about the same. Our buildings, grounds, general maintenance, the 60,000 that we had budgeted for this year, we are reducing to 47.5 because we will be shifting some of what we would consider maintenance projects to the cash on hand projects, and we'll talk about that in a second. Our phone, telephone and cell phones, that has gone down quite a bit because we've switched from regular phone lines to voice over internet, and we've also shifted the way we pay that expense to some of our other funds, so that number has gone down. Our electricity utilities, that is basically our water bill that we pay to the city, and that has gone down quite a bit based on our actual usage. Technology, we're anticipating that to go up a little bit because we anticipate some software purchases, plus we'll be replacing some of our public computers, so I've increased that a little bit. Our transfer out to capital reserve, that is our annual capital reserve payment that we make to fund future capital projects. And then we'll skip over capital improvement and get to that in a second. And then our principal payment and interest payments, those are amortized amounts for our 2023 renovation. So those are already predetermined. But with the capital improvement, the $150,000, I have a long laundry list of things that I think we need and would like to get done this year. The City Library Board has to go over that and prioritize it. And we'll be able to do, better define exactly what we're using that money for once we get some estimates. But things that we're looking at are painting and carpet cleaning throughout the entire library. We have 2 valleys of our shingled roof that need to be replaced, or that could be replaced to prolong the life of the roof. That's one of the projects. Our exterior wood awnings need to be stained. Those need to be stained about every 3 to 5 years, and it's been about 5 years since we've had them stained, and that is not a cheap project. We are going to install gravel behind the window wall of the library, between the library and our wildflower garden. Currently, it's being mowed, and that represents hazards to our glass windows that are back there. So we're anticipating replacing that grass with gravel. It would still allow people to walk back there if they wanted to see the wildflower garden, but it would reduce the need to mow back there. And another option is to replace all of our lighting with LED light fixtures and replacing our bollard walkway lights with three light post lights for additional lighting. So those are just some of the projects that the board is going to need to figure out what they want to fund, but a lot of it is going to depend on the cost of those projects. So any questions?
You're excited to see the improvements when they come about, so.
It's always good to see something new,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah,
very
it
much.
is exciting. Thanks.
Amount of traffic has reduced, I would assume, going through the parking lot?
It's been wonderful.
Yeah.
We get a lot
I
of.
forgot the other day
do-
that we had done that. I had actually dropped off something. I was going to head over, come back in the work. I'm like, oh, shit, I got to turn around.
There's quite a few people that still run into that same problem, Jay,
Yeah.
so you're not alone.
Oh, yeah.
And I have had people complain about it. They have asked, why did the city close it off? And I have been quick to add that it was at the library's request. And when I explained to them that we did it from a safety perspective, how, we have the park there and children and what have you, they back off and they understand the reasoning, so.
It was never, the parking lot is not a road, right? So, I mean,
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly, right.
It was never
right.
meant to be that, so,
Right, right.
yes.
Well, and it's funny because when I've seen folks who clearly are just going to cut through, I mean, they're going fast
Mhm.
through that parking
Exactly.
lot when they realize, oh, and then,
Yes.
yeah.
So
And
I think it does solve a lot of problems that were implemented because
It
of that.
does.
So
It does, yeah.
I'm thankful that council was willing to make those changes.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I just want to note that the relations between city staff and the library has improved greatly over the last 2 years, and Karen has been very nice to work with and has showed up when she can to our department head meetings. It's allowed like Rob and Karen to work or coordinate better, including our Parks and Rec, which she'll be coming up later. And then as well as the city, or Karen is participating and having her staff participate in our wage and comp study. So they have a better idea where they're supposed to be at, should any retirements come up here soon.
I'm going to make one last note in that the city, so people understand, the city levies a tax through property tax for the library, but we only are a fiduciary. So essentially, we hold that funding. The library board dictates how that funding is spent. And the library also has other revenue sources outside of property tax through private equity and their kind of own not-for-profit fund that helps support library services, which we're very thankful for too, because they have their own separate board that provides grant money and things for the library's ongoing operating expenses. So.
Any questions?
Any questions?
No, just our library is a local treasure. We're very lucky to have a library that's as large and as diverse as ours. So for anyone in the community who's ever questioning about something like that, it is an essential part of it, and we should always make every effort every year to assist the library in being as good as it can possibly be, because we all benefit from it.
How's the countywide library tour?
The Library Lovers Expedition? Yeah, it's going really well. I think when I looked at it yesterday, I think we had about 1,600 people registered across the county, and that number goes up repeatedly. And you brought up the what a gem the library is. That's one of the things that we hear consistently from people around the county that have never been to the library. They walk in and they say, oh my goodness, we thought your library was going to be really small. And it's like, no, but look at what we have. And then when we're able to, talk about the history of the library, how the community united together to pass the referendum to build it, and what a gem we have, people are very, very impressed. So
Well, I think that it goes, I think a lot of people forget that a library, they think of a library as just a place where there's there's books. And we do have books, and we do have the Wi-Fi units that can go out to people. We have DVDs and music and everything else, but more to the fact that it's a safe gathering place for our kids. Like my son spends a lot of time after school over there just hanging out with friends, and it's a great place in the community that our kids and families can go to, and you don't have to worry about them. They just go and enjoy themselves. So I'm grateful that it's there.
Good.
Anything else?
Anything else?
Lunch is here.
Okay.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you, Karen.
Thank you.
Break for lunch?
Yes. Lunch break.
They've been plowing. Oh, yeah. Help yourselves, everyone. There's cookies over on the, counter, and then there's some pop and water.
Man. Oh, shit. Hey, Lou. I gotta check, I ordered a shirt, I don't know if you need the receipt.
I don't need this. Well, actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll give this both to Deb, so she can.
I just
made it to the city, I'm assuming.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what, because then we'll deposit money and write a check out for that.
Okay. Yeah, I couldn't see any other way to do it. I thought maybe I would
So
pay online,
there's some good
but-
choices on there?
Yeah.
Hopefully
Like I
some
said, I
other-
got quarters that
Yeah, I'm
I
getting
in
one
on
like
you.
this. You know?
Yeah.
I got 3 items last year, but I had to pay for 2.
Yeah. Well, it's nice we pay for one, for the city people.
It's collagen.
Oh, that's good.
Got my car fixed, Charlie.
What?
$1,100 after. Car.
Oh.
Repair.
That's an Audi, isn't it?
It's older, so it's starting now.
German cars are always expensive to fix. My son does not have a lot of money, but he always bought expensive German cars, and I said, well, number one, I can't help you fix them, and number two, somebody else is going to charge you a hell of a lot of money to do it. And I bought a Volkswagen once, a Volkswagen Jetta. This was years ago, and the battery was $100 when everything else was $25. And it's the only thing that would fit. You had to buy it from Volkswagen. It was just nuts how much it costs to keep those things running. They're fun to drive,
Yeah,
but
Yeah.
you got to do
My
the.
daughter wanted.
Well, it was replacing the cop cars.
Oh, my son has a Mini now. He has one.
Oh my God. Just the wipers. One on their back.
Yeah.
Those are dealer cars. You can't get those.
Right.
I'll tell you how bad it is. My son bought an electric Mini.
He's got trucks from the
electric
1990s and
Electric.
Yeah.
It's like
Plug
we
in.
laugh and joke and say it's like the 18, but it's like it was literally that bad. It's just welts.
I pay the electric bill at his house.
Because the door fell off.
I thought when I could get it, Charlie.
But an electric car made sense for him for just commute to work. It does for a lot of people. But not that, He could have bought a Chevy Cruze or something like that for so much less.
To get to that point. And we're finally.
Plus, it has a driving range of 100 miles. A Chevy Cruze is like 300 or something like that.
I mean, this TIF thing is great.
McHenry to Crystal Lake.
Money can go back to them. But yeah, I mean, I heard.
I mean, it works for him. It works.
It works. Especially if you plug in when you get to work, right?
Yeah, but
plan that
that's
they're putting
still
together.
limits you to.
It's like a 4-stage plan.
Like 45 miles one way.
But if you're only using it as a commuter vehicle.
And they've got a grant for it, but they're putting
His other car,
an elevator on the north side of the
his other car is a Range Rover.
northwest side of the building.
That's expensive
And then
to yourself.
they want to put,
And Range
down by
Rovers
the Able
hold
Cable
no
building,
value.
they're going to put like a retention
But
pond
you know why they,
north of them softball field. And
why
then
a lot of people have
the
it?
drive,
is
the drive that
because,
they have through next to the baseball field, there's like a
when you
dirt path,
use it
you
as
make
an
that a road,
expense
and you got to
because
put
of the
you put a
type of
parking
frame
lot
it
up there.
has, it like made some
They want a
other
bunch of
kind
cars,
criteria for
eventually they
business
want to move, they're going to move that football
That's
field
why they're
north if they can,
popular.
put parking in.
I think as a private vehicle, they're really expensive, they hold no
For
value.
the
Where's in a
parking that they lose. But the first three phases that they put in they think that they can do without going to the public and asking for money. Fourth phase,
I don't think they
the
know what
bond
they're
that they
doing,
have for Crosby's gonna end here
Tell
real
them
soon.
how to counsel me.
And they need to, before it ends, they need to get that extended, because once it ends and it's off your taxes, and then they're gonna go back and ask for it to go back on, that ain't gonna happen.
Thank you so much.
I mean, two things, just what I've learned in the last few years, two things you need to do. One, you ask for money if you're lucky enough to finally browbeat people until they give it to you.
Yeah.
You need to show them as immediate results as possible.
Sure.
And then if they, before it runs out,
extend it as it is, because once that money is back gone, it's the uphill battle to try to get it again.
No, they need to resolve that.
So I wish I could.
They hired a people.
I didn't have dairy and I didn't even think of the salad.
Because they were
buffalo.
screwing it up. Jeez. Well, the other question that the only thing.
Does anyone want utensils?
I know we've got the.
Yeah.
Worst case, just shuts down.
Yeah, I think we have a few minutes to eat.
I have no idea.
That's my question.
No, you know, money's not coming back.
No.
What's the etiquette on that, eating on YouTube, you know? Of course, they do it all the time, don't they? Maybe not in meetings. That's it, that's right. Yeah, my wife likes to watch those. And it's funny because she's in another room and all I can hear is people eating. Yeah, yeah. There was a Russian that made a fortune doing that.
No, you got front end.
You gotta have at least some.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, just unboxing stuff.
Like unboxing it and putting it together, or just
Well, just saying
taking it
if,
out of the box?
how
A
much.
lot
he-
of it just taking it out of the box, so.
Yeah, whether he liked it or not, or it was like,
A lot of the kids would watch these, like my own kids, they would watch them open up these like surprise, you know, we're gonna see what have we got in this surprise bag today, and they would open it up and show all the things, and like, every time that's being watched by a kid, you know, it's racking up and they're making money. It's crazy.
We do a lot, and their signage uses a lot of aluminum.
Just like channels that people will put them playing video games. And people will watch, someone else watch a playing a video game.
Yeah, my nephew does.
And they make money, and I'm like, I have no desire to watch someone else play a game.
Right, yeah.
Like,
Fuel for 3,000%.
well, that's fair, that's a fair analogy, I suppose, but
there's
I don't
people.
know, I just, it would be like in the old days of me going to the video arcade and watching someone else play Space Invaders, like.
Having the conversation, what do we do if?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not seeing that anywhere, it's driving me nuts.
Very smart kid does it.
They're just assuming it's not gonna.
There's a lot of channels where they,
I would say you should. Japanese assumed we
people
weren't gonna
watch
do
people
anything.
listening to music.
Wiped out two whole city. You gotta-
They're called reaction
I know that's an
videos,
extreme
and
example, but it's like, you gotta kind of think
they're just listening to like,
if.
Dark Side of the Moon.
I don't think you could count on any
And
of
you're just
the
watching the
existing
person.
rules, the existing,
Watching them
anything
bob
that
their heads around with
fire.
headphones on.
to happen in the future. I think you need to, worst case scenario, it's very well could, I think that's more likely than not. Well, I mean,
Yeah?
everybody's own politics. I had a conversation with a guy that I now no longer talk to. And I said, you know, we're in a town where things are bad. He was excited about what's going on.
Yeah.
And I said, well,
That's right, and Charlie starts a whole financial thing of just watch Charlie, watch the city council.
I said, there was also people in charge that were preventing it from happening. Correct. There was, and all those people are gone. There was breaks. There was guys holding the guy back. Yeah. This time there's no. And the few
Rolling his eyes.
are quickly walking away.
Falling
Or being
asleep.
removed. The ones that are at the top
We have had council members who fall asleep during the
are the
meeting.
ones saying yes.
Yes.
Wasn't me, was it?
No.
And Congress wasn't.
Clearly,
I mean, there's nobody saying
clearly,
no in Congress.
council member waiting on them to vote in their
I mean, just look at this, his fucking cabinet. Just look at those people. There's like one or two of them are qualified. The rest are-
That was before we had everything on video, before we built this room, but yeah, we had one council member that was not always awake.
You might imagine by his name, he's about 100.
I remember, the clerk calling off the roll, we're waiting on this person to vote, and like, someone had to elbow him, like, aye.
You can't leave the country.
It was great with Wilbur.
If you don't have papers.
When woken up, would turn to the
So
chair,
at least get them, so you have.
say, how are we voting on this one?
They came in like the week before the inauguration, and there's already people saying that they're applying.
And us, the planning staff, would just sit there
9
like,
months, possibly a year before they see the
I
paperwork,
can't
because they have
believe
no
you
idea
did
if the
that,
staff's
yeah.
even gonna be there to process it.
Right.
And that was my concern. One thing, saying no. Say, Amanda and I said our passports, because we never had them.
Yeah.
And right after the election, since get our passports, because my thought was, if he starts firing people,
In Congress, that's how every vote goes.
post office. Start wiping people out. You may apply for passports or any kind of paperwork, and there's nobody in the office to process because they fired them all.
No, they'll outsource it. Wants to do.
Well, yeah, they want to privatize everything. They found 10 times for it, and then they can property. That's what they've been wanting to do with Social Security for.
I have a defective fork.
Well, he's gonna. Buy all those fucking electronics. I'm going to work. I gave you my time. I looked at the parks budget, I'm pretty good with it. Yeah, you're welcome. How are you doing?
Like blow the system up.
Maybe you'll go faster because I won't be asking questions.
It doesn't work.
Yes,
We made it.
No, Mike, I was looking up,
Which proves that it doesn't work.
ads. I think the dispensary's gotta go all in Cal. They should have like got hemp signs in Wisconsin.
Oh, yes.
Come to Harvard, Illinois, right?
Yeah,
Got hemp.
yeah.
Come on.
Literally dismantled.
Gotta have a picture of Harmilda smelling a bud or lying in a field of weed.
Yes.
Are we? Yes. We're live? There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. It's marketing.
I know. Well, they can have them for free. Won't be my money. That's our,
That's
gotta
right.
have an advertising budget though, right? Well, I mean,
revenue
if
for
you
the
go up to
city.
the Upper Peninsula and you're driving through Wisconsin, about 60 miles from the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, you see the signs for weed start to pop up. Because it's not legal in Wisconsin, legal in Minnesota, or in Michigan, people go up to, you know.
Head east through Indiana, all the way up into Michigan.
Yep. There you go. So,
And as soon as you get over the Indiana border, man, there's like a plethora of them.
yeah,
I mean, they went into Michigan.
They do it with fireworks.
you're right.
You know, Wisconsin, all the signs, all the billboards down here.
Same thing. All right, I'm out of here.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Jay.
Thank you. Stacy, good luck.
That's one thing.
No, I don't want to be.
Now my fork completely disintegrated.
was that?
So they did a project of the library. And they had a project. And of course, they wanted to bring it to the city hall. They had to figure out where they were actually going to put the letters. Because of the infrastructure. They were worried to go to the.
Ready?
Hey, back to business. I think we are up to the Water Sewer Operations Fund review. So that would be Mike.
Actually, we'll start with revenue.
Okay.
So,
Oh,
would you like to do revenue, Mike? Go ahead.
Fund 70.
Yes.
Yes,
So you should be
thank
on
you.
the page that has the 70 account numbers. Starting with collectibles, that's our water bills. And that is based on, it's a little bit different from the packet I sent out at the beginning, but this current packet should be updated. 2.7, and that's based on collections to date. We have one billing cycle left, as well as our percentage increase, and then dropped a little bit for non-payments or residents that are still not hooked up due to fires or whatnot. Tap-on fees, that's what we collect when we have new construction, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. This is based on what Donovan thinks is gonna be, coming in the next year, kind of similar with the permit fees. It's an estimate.
okay.
Right now, if you look at the green for tap-on fees, we collected significantly more than that. I just capped it at 28 because we had budgeted 25. The remainder of those went into the tap-on fund, which we talked about last Wednesday at infrastructure. When we talked about that 2 million we have to work with, and we'll talk about that a little
Okay.
later when the guys go over their expenses as well.
Okay.
So I'm actually putting in the 50 here. If it goes over that, we'll do the same thing this upcoming year, is we'll transfer it into the capital improvement account and use it for projects. Plumbing fees, 3,000, that's also based on permits. Maintenance and infrastructure, up until last year, if you look at the blue and the gray, it's lumped sum together. And then in 24-25, so the current fiscal year, we broke it out, so it was a little bit more clear. And then the upcoming fiscal year, if you remember, the second year of our rate structure increase allows for $22 for maintenance instead of the 20. Moving charge is just a fee that that is charged if people are moving and it requires more paperwork, that kind of thing. So that's falls under that line item. Utility tax is an estimate of what we will collect. And again, remembering that we bring this into the general fund, so you'll see that transferred out of this fund later. And that's an in and out exact number. EPA license fee is the same every year. That's actually collected on the water bills. Interest I left that at, or I put that at 20. It's going to decrease because of the treasury rate going down, or expected to go down. Miscellaneous, I dropped that down, or I left that at 1,000. Those things are mainly liens or bill adjustments. So we do quite a bit of, or not quite a bit, well, we do liens every year, so we can pretty much, expect that we're gonna get at least 1,000. Transfer in from capital improvement, I've left blank for now. We're gonna talk about that a little bit more. We did talk about it in infrastructure, but we'll touch base on that. And then rent receipts. Last year, we had rent receipts at 47,000, anticipating there would be an increase in T-Mobile. That contract did not change and is expected to not change again until a year from now, so I dropped that back down to 41,800. So that gives us a total of 4,027,800. And that is what we have to work with for Mike and Rob.
Can I ask a question? on
Yes.
that? When we went through the rate increases, do we know what kind of effect that had year over year on usage? Units of water?
No, but I could probably have Ruby figure that out.
I'm just curious if people decided to conserve because of,
Possibly. It's a good question. Let me see if she has a way, because she has access to a million different reports, and she's really good at finding all that information.
Okay.
So the question is, did the rate increase affect usage? Units.
right.
Alderman, I can tell you that the flows at the water plant did not drop over the past couple of years. So
Okay.
we're still seeing the same amount of water usage.
Yeah, so yours would be the overall amount of
Right.
water that we've pumped. A report would be based on the individual users, which would give you a better defined number.
Well, you could
but-
do it by category and all that sort of
Sure.
thing,
But
but that's good enough. I
In
mean,
the end,
yeah.
we're not seeing a reduction in overall
Right,
water
okay.
usage. And that's not affected by an eye on the way coming in. That's how much water.
I know
we
it was a
pump.
matter of our discussion that we thought it might, but evidently, no. Same length of shower.
Right?
People like,
Yeah.
their water habits tend to remain the same, right? That's just generally speaking.
Okay, you're ready for Mike?
Okay.
Yep.
All right, salaries, we have a slight increase, obviously just due to the standard raises for our guys. Overtime, especially for my guys, the overtime is usually driven by spring storms. And at this point, we don't really know what the end of the year is gonna look like. Hoping for a dry spring, but never know. Health insurance, that one is out of my control, so we'll just keep on moving on that one. Training and seminars, we did increase that a little bit. Two of our guys are required to get licensing this year, and so we will be sending them to training sometime this spring to get their water and their wastewater licensing. Travel and mileage, we did put a little bit of money in there for that, for any seminars that we may want to go to. Uniforms, we have $3,800 for that. It's the same as last year's. Professional fees, we bumped that one up. That is where our contract lab costs go. I'm anticipating that the contract lab costs are going to go up during the course of this year. They've changed the way that we have to do lead and copper testing now. Used to be we did that every 3 years. We now have to do that every 6 months. So that's going to cause a major increase in lead and copper testing during the course of the year. If we have any that exceed the what we call an MCL for lead or copper, that's going to require additional testing. So in anticipation of that, we have increased the lab costs. Sludge hauling really shouldn't change this year. We're still under contract with Dami Enterprises.
So,
Go
Mike,
ahead.
just a question on the sludge. So there was a lot of media recently about concerns
Sure.
about what's in sludge. and-
PFAS.
PFAS,
Yeah.
yes, yeah. So has that
So,
filtered down to us at all?
we have not been required yet to do PFAS testing. At some point in the future, I think we probably should do some PFAS testing. Our drinking water under UCMR 5 and UCMR 4, we did have to do PFAS testing. There was no PFAS found in our drinking water.
Good.
The wastewater side, the regulations are still in a state of flux. Several states, to include Wisconsin, Michigan, have kind of jumped ahead of where the federal government is at in regards to PFAS. What you're referring to is the PFAS land application issues. Several states, especially in Maine, found that there was a lot of PFAS-laden sludge that was land applied, essentially rendering those fields unusable due to the PFAS that was found. The limits are all over the place right now. Wisconsin imposed one limit, Michigan imposed a completely different limit. Maine essentially said 0. When we did the testing at another city, the numbers that we saw were concerning enough that we discontinued land app and started taking our sludge to a landfill.
Really?
That increased cost significantly enough to where we bought a roll-off and hired a truck driver, and it was cheaper for us to haul our own. Without knowing what the numbers are, it's very hard for me to say how this will ultimately affect us. I know recently there was a pause put on the federal PFAS rules. They're supposed to do a 5-year study before implementing any rules, and they really jumped out. And only on rare exceptions are they supposed to say, well, this is such a great danger that we have to impose an immediate ban on something. This is something that's been in our water and our sewer and our sludge for 50, 60 years. So I don't know where that's going to end up. I have a feeling it's going to end up in the courts. So eventually, yes, there will be costs. That the PFAS testing is expensive.
Of course. Thank you very much.
All right, our permit fees, as Deb said, those are set by IEPA. That has not changed. It hasn't changed in years, and I'm actually shocked that at some point it's going to change. I just don't know when. Engineering fees, we held that we actually reduced that down to about $30,000 this year. Mainly keeping that in case, we have issues where we need to, we were discussing one business that potentially was coming and needing to get some engineering assistance to look at the loadings coming into the plant. All right, vehicle equipment maintenance, we kept that at $5,000. Oh, go ahead.
Engineering fees, one of the notes I have is that might possibly increase pending the utility grant funding that you've gotten, Lou. Do we find any more information out on that?
Say that again.
I had a note from when we met that this engineering fees might increase, and then it would be offset in grants for the.
Are you talking about the
The
solar?
study, yes. No, for the, there was a study you guys are doing.
Oh, yeah, we're doing the
Yes.
The Delta or
the technical assistance to do the water wastewater master plans. No, if I remember right, those are supposed to be 100% covered.
So are they refunding, like are they reimbursable or do they pay it up front?
They pay it out.
Okay, so we don't need to increase that.
Correct.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, building and grounds maintenance, we're actually reducing that a little bit to $20,000 this year. We don't have as much that we were looking at. Tower maintenance, this is part of our 10-year tower maintenance program. We'll be doing towers 2 and tower 3 this year. There's a little bit left to do on this year's budget for one of the towers as well. Lift station maintenance, we left that at $75,000. That may be something we want to look at next year, but I'm sorry, we increased that to $75,000 this year. All right, so then getting down to the equipment. So we have the primary tank south flights. We're working on the north flights right now. Our annual, or pulling our well 10, that's just good business sense, pulling the wells. We only have one well pump, so we want to make sure that those are operable. We have bearing gearbox maintenance for one of our screw pumps, a valve outside of our digester building that needs to be replaced, an additional $20,000 for some well 6 improvements, including a flow meter and a couple of valves on that, as well as a gate valve for that well.
That also included filtration, right?
So filtration was a capital.
Oh, that was a
Yeah,
capital.
that was a capital that we had the filtration under. This year, since we're taking that tower down and well 6 will be offline, this is a good year to do any outstanding maintenance on that tower. We'll be offline for about 6 weeks. So we'll be replacing the filter media along with the flow meter and some piping. Lab supplies, again, we're leaving that at $30,000. We may see some reduction in lab supplies. This largely depends on, there's a lot of rumblings about fluoride being discontinued. If fluoride goes away, that is some significant cost savings that we would have for chemicals as well as lab supplies. Supplies and material. Oh,
Now,
go.
I'm just curious, since you brought up
Sure.
fluoride. So that would come to the council, wouldn't it, for,
It depends on how they do it. If they ban it, we could bring it to you, but it's banned. And there's rumblings that Springfield's going to ban it. California's already banned it. So, yeah, California banned it earlier this year. Springfield's following along. Fluoride's become pretty a political hot potato in a lot of states. There are a lot of groups running around making claims that regarding IQ, whatever. I'm just the operator. I just respond to whatever they tell me to do. I mean,
Has Crest banned it?
You're not supposed to swallow toothpaste, John.
Yeah, as
the ADA anti-fluoride, yes.
I try to stay as apolitical as possible on these things. You know, they just tell me what to do and I go do it. I'm getting too old to argue. It's been a hot potato for a long time. There's actually a couple of environmental groups in the county that have hammered Woodstock's council and Crystal Lake's council over the use of fluoride, trying to get them to stop, even though there's a state requirement to do it. But I wouldn't be surprised if Springfield just decides to ban it as well. So it's on both sides.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. So supplies and material, we reduced that to $3,000. Office supplies, operating expenses, roughly the same. Our dues and subscriptions are the same as well. A little bit of a decrease on telephone. Electric utilities, I think you're seeing kind of the first couple of years of the plant, we're starting to settle into the numbers that we're getting. I know Lou talked about doing doing a study, a power study on the utility, which would probably make some sense for us going forward. Fuel for buildings and propane, 17,000, up a little bit. Gas, oil, grease, yeah, that has gone up as well. There's considerably more grease and hydraulic oil used for the oxidation ditch than there was for your trickling filter. And, I just ordered 1 barrel, and the barrel is $2,300 for hydraulic fuel, or hydraulic oil. So
Do we need a little bit more on that one? I'm just looking at the green year-to-date.
Yeah, if you're at 16 now.
Yeah,
We didn't have that when we talked a couple months ago.
Jim had done some work before I got here with an alternate vendor. And, we're going down to 1 hydraulic oil as opposed to having 2 different vendors with 2 different oils. I don't know that the price is going to be that much different. And the grease, again, it's $300 per 5-gallon pail.
Maybe that should be more like 20.
Okay.
I mean, unfortunately, we're potentially going into a very volatile time for anything to do with petroleum-based products, so it might be better to just throw a couple grand on there just to cover us, so you're not asking for it in 3 months.
Right. No, I agree. Okay. Okay, chemicals, you'll see that I did suggest that we bump that again considerably with the new lead and copper rules. Large increase in phosphate dosage. And unfortunately, when we have to dose more phosphate into the drinking water system, that means I have to use more ferric to remove the phosphorus at the wastewater treatment plant. It's a vicious cycle. But we are currently in the process of increasing the amount of phosphate that we use at the wells. So that number is likely to go up. Miscellaneous, we went to 3,000 on that. As far as new equipment requests, fairly minimal. Heavy-duty washer and dryer, my guys' clothes tend to get destroyed. And we do have an old washer and dryer that we're using, but try to replace that. Hammer drill, it's not that I mind borrowing Rob's, it's just sometimes it turns into a bit of a fight, so a hammer drill for our guys. Set of shelves, and then we had 2 old computers, one that had about 20 years worth of lab data on it, and I think it was still Windows 98.
Yeah, it was old.
That I went and bought a $100 hard drive and immediately backed up that information. We'd like to get a new computer, a new lab computer this year. And that is all I have.
Just upgrade that Windows 98 to Windows ME, be cheaper. I don't know, if you got an old floppy somewhere.
Yeah.
It might have had, that old laptop might have had a floppy on it, I don't know.
Is that computer even hooked up to an internet connection?
No, it was not. It was not backed up to our network, it was not backed up to anything.
I mean, I would think that it would be hard to even maintain that if it was still on 98. Wow, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, it wasn't, so we backed everything up, and I now have all of that data on the superintendent's computer. But we would definitely like to have that upgraded.
Wow.
Any questions for me?
No, that's all very, very straightforward.
I'd say I appreciate you trying to be as conservative as possible with it, but obviously we need to be open and prepared that any of these numbers could change significantly quickly if we're.
I got a question regarding the well.
Mhm.
Routine maintenance. Exactly how many wells do we have?
We have 3 wells.
And is this the first one we're pulling in a while?
No, we've done this for years. Jim had done this typically every 7 years.
Oh, okay, because I don't see it going back a couple
I
years.
think well 10 was last pulled 2017, 2018.
Yeah, they have a 7-year.
At that time when it was pulled, there was a really a significant, we had to do a lot of work on the bowl that is right above the wellhead, above the pump, because it was cracked and had holes in it, and there were some reasons that that was the case. Part of it was we had to back down the throttle valve on the wellhead because the infrastructure to put the water into the system only went one way. Since then, we have drilled underneath the railroad tracks and added another loop in from well 10, so that has helped in terms of overpowering the system, because we now have two outlets, if you will, for the water to go. And then we had to replace, I think we had to redo a bunch of the, so when the well, you have the pump that is all the way down, then you have a bowl just above it, and then you have all the pipe work, which is threaded together. So we had a bunch of the pipe rethreaded, just because it's submerged in water, eventually needs to be redone. And so that, when we did pull that last time, it was more than we anticipated. Hopefully, those changes that we've made in the system since then, we won't have that reoccurrence when we pull it again, but it's due to be pulled again.
Okay, well, that was my question, I guess, is this what kind of a time frame are these on?
I think it's like 5 to 7 years is what kind of the program we were on. The last well that we pulled, I believe it was well 6, which is where we found a bunch of problems. If you remember, sand was getting in, we had to do a bunch of work there, so.
So about every 3 years we pull one?
Mhm.
Or
Just
2
about,
years we pull
yeah.
one, or something like that?
So, yeah, 6, in between 10 and 6, we did,
9?
yeah, well 9, which is up on Harvey Hills Road.
Yeah, you can typically go 2 to 3 years in between, as long as each pump is getting pulled every 6 years.
Well, it definitely helps the budget too with the water tower maintenance program that we signed up for, so I'm really glad that was a really good decision to do. And spreading those costs out as opposed to us trying to come up with, was it $300,000 to $400,000 to $500,000 for one water tower every few years? So that's really good. I'm glad to see that.
Any other questions? No. Okay. Utilities.
I think this is the loud mic. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Salaries, just a little bit increase there. Clerical salaries, this is the salaries for, or is this just Ruby, Deb?
Ruby and a portion, that's all Ruby, yes.
Okay.
Last year, it was a combination of Ruby and Christie, so it was a little bit higher. It's gonna be a little bit over budget because of that, but at the time we budgeted last year, we didn't have, that information, so, but for this coming year, just her.
So overtime, double time, we were doing really great on this for a little bit. Not so much now. I'm sure there'll be some numbers reflected that with some new payroll coming out. Health insurance, not under my control. Uniforms, we've remained the same. Fortunately, I haven't had a whole lot of new hires, so we really haven't had to outfit Carhartts and bibs and everything like that. Utility tax, that is Deb.
Utility taxes in and out.
Yep. Rent payment, looks like we're eliminating the rent payment.
We are, yes. We talked about that during the
Oh,
general
right.
fund.
Yep, the
bringing it
office,
in.
yeah, you're not
Yes, so that we
having
can
to
use it
rent
here.
the office from the city
Yep.
anymore.
So vehicle and equipment maintenance, we're gonna keep this level. We do have some significant maintenance stuff that needs to be done here and there, so there's gonna be some more hits on that. Storm sewer maintenance, same across. We did a lot of storm sewer repairs last year. We went through Huntington Ridge, Shadow Creek, and we started categorizing and cleaning a lot of the storm sewers, which will end up helping us a lot, but remortaring things, taking care of stuff, so we're gonna keep that the same. Sanitary sewer maintenance, the same. We've had some repairs we've had to make, and some general cleaning maintenance needed for that. Water main maintenance, we were really good on that one. Unfortunately, we've had some encumbrances lately as far as clamps, valves, materials, so that one's gonna be rising. We kept that the same. Supplies and materials, we have been locating to beat the band. It looks like, there's somebody shooting paper out whenever a locate gets printed for all the locates we've had. So marking paint, we've went through, cases and cases and cases of marking paint for all these different infrastructure projects that have been going on. So we did increase that one to 4,500. Office supplies, operating expenses, this is mainly to do water bills and then postage for the same. Postage is raising because we're going to be doing more mailings.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we mail out the newsletter with the,
Water bill.
with the water bill, and I believe the bulk rate might be increasing, or she was projecting that it was increasing, so we put that in there just in case.
All right. Telephone, cell phones in here, this is the same as before, the increase for iPad service and the additional iPads for tracking. Gas, oil, and grease, we had a little bit of an increase, so the reason this doesn't look as high as it could be in this is because we spend out of the general fund first, and then once the general fund's taxed out, then we start spending out of the utility fund. Also on this, I should make a note, is we've recently been changing over to a different oil supplier, so we had a bunch of different weights of oils, different hydraulic fluids, different stuff, so I'm getting it all into one, so there's one engine oil, one transmission oil, and then we're increasing the service intervals using oil sample analysis. Use this in previous municipalities, and instead of changing an oil every 3,000 miles, we're going to change it every 9,000 miles. So it's going to lessen our environmental impact. It's also going to lessen that time each interval. We'll still inspect the cars and the vehicles in between, but it means we're getting rid of less oil, we're creating less waste, and we're using better products. Miscellaneous, this is just sort of the catch-all for materials and things that are not encumbered by any of the other line items. Could be consumables, stuff like that. Now down to new equipment and infrastructure. We have a valve exerciser. This was something that's going to be needed. These valves are sometimes old, sometimes they haven't been turned in a while. The valve exerciser, this is a trailer mounted unit that the guys can just hook up to it and start turning valves hydraulically. It'll have a counter on it so we know how many turns it did and sort of how rough it is. But being that we are a short staff and the IEPA has demanded that we start doing this, this will give one person the ability to do it without taxing that person or causing injury. Water meters, this is for new water meters every year as we get new development and things being replaced. This is the catch for that. MXUs, we've been trying to do about 100 water meter transmitters each year. The closer we get to having all updated MXUs, the closer we are to doing an antenna on the tower and being able to capture rather than doing routes and drive-bys. So right now we're getting closer. I think we have about 2,000 left to do, so it's going to take us a little bit. But we've been trying to get those done as well as doing the lead service line inventories. Plumbing labor, this is if we have to bring a plumber in from outside to do a larger meter or commercial. Water main lining and sewer main lining, we've been doing this every year for the past couple of years. This is something that we're going to discuss as maybe part of a different project with the tap-on funds where we're doing the I&I study. So if we hold off on this and we get the I&I study done, we might have a better pointed approach on sort of where that money needs to be spent. Right now, we're just taking best guesses on where these problems are, but with that I&I study, we will have a better idea what that is. So we can talk about that towards the end. And then now we're down to Deb's section.
Okay, so we have the bonds. I listed them below, so they should be on your sheets. We have the 2016 bond. That is almost done. That's going to come due here in 2026. That is an alternate revenue source. It cannot be paid off early. I did look into that when we were talking about the tap-on funds to see if we could save some there. And then we also have the expansion, the land expansion, which is the 58.8, and then the IEPA loan. So that's what makes up your principal and interest on those last two line items.
So I was wondering with, like you mentioned, with water meters, installing those for new construction. So is that an expense that's captured in our permitting fees?
Yes, anybody who sets up, they purchase the meter.
Okay.
And then we'll install the meter, or if, and this is kind of the clawback I have with residents is they think that the water meter's wrong and that's why their water bill is so high. And then I tell them, like, if we change it out and there's nothing wrong with your meter, you have to buy the new meter and they're more accurate. You know, so if you think, you know, meters don't turn on their own, now they're sonic and they have no
Yeah.
moving parts. So if you think your water bill is bad now,
Yeah,
it might get worse.
Yeah.
You know, not to say that it does or it doesn't, but
uh-huh,
water meters don't just spin freely by themselves.
right.
How often is a resident taking you up on that?
Never.
Interesting.
Because as soon as I say, I'll change it for you, but if there's nothing wrong, it'll be $250. And then, you know, generally, we look at the history, and I can't tell you for how many people say, like, well, this is way too much water, I pay too much, and I have single people using more water than a family of 5, and, you know, and vice versa. It's all over the map, so you just kind of look at trends, but there's no rhyme or reason a lot of the time.
Now, Deb, is that somehow, is that income, is there money transferred in for this, for those costs?
For the water meters?
Yeah,
For new construction.
New construction, that's permit fees.
okay, and so
That all
that is
comes to your
coming
permit
into,
fees.
but that does come into this part of the budget?
It would come into the utility side, correct, Deb?
Yes. So I guess I'm confused on what you're asking.
So I'm just, where in the income side?
In the revenue?
Revenue side?
So everything is broken down, so you were talking about water bill, or water meters for new construction, correct? When we install
Yeah,
the water
yeah.
meters, or when we replace them?
The question
Right.
is for new construction,
Right.
when the new construction has to purchase a water meter and then we install it, where is that revenue showed versus the expense of having the water
Yes.
meter?
Right,
Okay, so your revenue comes in through your permitting fees, that's through your tap-on fees. So that's all broken down.
okay, so
in
that
your
would be
tap-on
under
fees.
tap-on fees?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just trying to match things up.
So then, do you want to talk about, real quickly, at infrastructure, we talked about some of the extra funds we have in the tap-on account and what we could do with that for projects. And one of the things was the I&I. Now, this is outside of the budget. However, what Rob just said about the water main lining and the sewer main lining, we don't know what that study's going to show. So as he said, in the past, we've just kind of picked a location and done the water main lining and the sewer main lining. We have an option of taking that out of the budget this upcoming year or leaving it in, depending on where we think we're going to get with the study. Correct? So,
My recommendation would be to maintain it, but let's wait before assigning or allocating where to do it based on the study. 'Cause obviously, the data from the study is going to help us pinpoint where we really should
Right.
spend the money.
Right.
And that was sort of some of the discussion, that the data, they're gonna do a 6-month, you know, they'll put the flow meters in April. It'll be a 6-month thing through October, then they're gonna develop what the next steps of the plans are. We're proposing, as part of the tap-on fees, or spending the tap-on funds, we're gonna purchase those 4 flow meters, so that next year we can take those and put them somewhere else.
Right.
Which makes sense, if you're gonna do more than two years, it makes sense to purchase them. So this would tell us, in those 4 basins, where are our issues? Well, we might not know that, you know, generally speaking, they'll do competitive bids in the summer for this type of work. We won't have any of that data until, you know, closer to winter.
So you could target to utilize some of this funding to do that infrastructure in the spring, right? Still within the fiscal year. 'Cause by then you'll have the data to be able
Right.
to identify, hey, we need to do some lining in these areas.
And maybe for sake of for sake of not knowing, instead of separating those 2 out, just have it as sanitary maintenance. So that way, if it makes sense to line more sanitary main or line more sanitary structures, that would split that off.
and we're in the position to hit the ground running with the I&I study because we're going to start next month, correct? Or we're going to
So,
put the RFQ out right away.
The RFQ is completed and ready to post on the city website with a closing date of March 7th. we have to do it a QBS process. So once we get the results in, we'll do QBS, and then we'll be able to present the council with the results of that March 25th, so that way we can have them roll on, because they need to get everything moving to put everything in prior to the rainy season. So the RFQ is ready to go.
We just need council approval at the end of the month to move forward with that. So is the general consensus to leave it in then, for now? See where we're at?
It's a lot easier to leave it in than to take it out and try to put it back.
All right, so this is where that leaves us then. Let me just make sure all my numbers transferred over correctly. 286, 730, and 184. Okay, so that leaves us short around 100,000. For those of you who attended or listened to infrastructure, you already know this, but when we did go through the capital improvement funds that we had, one of the things we asked for Wednesday night was a transfer in amount from capital improvement to help balance this budget, because we're using this for infrastructure as well. That number was higher on that report on Wednesday, because I had done it about a month and a half ago, knowing that it wouldn't go any higher than that, but it could go lower. And with some of the, with the last billing cycle and some of the other recalculations that I did in the last week, it has dropped. And I believe I asked for 135-ish Wednesday night, but obviously we won't need that much. But to balance this budget, without the health insurance increase, we would need about 100, and then with the health insurance increase, about 110 and some change.
So that big red spot on the initial revenue you're seeking for
Yes.
transfer in from capital improvement
Would go here to balance that out. And also, one of the things I don't think I added, when we were talking about the general fund earlier, is that should revenue come in higher or expenses come in lower, we wouldn't use that money, right?
Okay.
So in the general revenue case, it just sits there because it's part of that fund balance. In
Right.
this case, because it's a transfer, if it gets near the end of the fiscal year and it's looking like we don't need it, I won't transfer it. We'll
Right.
just use it for something else out of that fund, or, do some other
Yeah.
improvement with it. It's just kind of to make the numbers work today.
Right.
And knowing that we do have the resources if we do need them.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. So it would be potentially up to 110?
110.
Okay. Is everybody comfortable with that?
And again, that will be finalized next month in
Okay.
admin, once we find out, or when we have the
Yeah, for the
actual
health
numbers.
insurance, yeah.
So.
Okay. That's great.
Are you doing the whole 110, 265?
Yes, for now.
Okay.
Excuse me. Anything else on Fund 70? Can we just take like a really quick break?
Yeah.
Please.
Take 5 minutes, comfort break.
Take it off. I got MFT. Sorry, are you taking off? I'm taking off.
Mike, thanks for coming in.
Yeah, thank you. See, it wasn't painful, Stacy.
Well, this will be Stacy's first time, so.
I know it. I caught myself once already, and then, Jesus Christ.
I will just tell you, in the past, not too distant past, this budget was the hardest budget to go through for years. I don't think it's going to be quite as hard as it was in those years, but a lot of that was because there just wasn't enough revenue, and since then we have,
And there
we
was a
passed the referendum.
deficit.
Yeah, it was a
from
deficit.
Prior years that.
There were a number of issues that made it very difficult to get through this part of the budget. I don't anticipate it's going to be that today. So. Yes, it was. Yeah, the department carried $1 million deficit for 10, 15 years.
The prior administrator wanted to make sure everybody remembered that the general fund, for however long, had subsidized parks.
Well, I think to his point, he wanted to ensure that the residents understood that the city council and the general fund we were spending a lot of money on parks that people didn't realize we were spending.
Right.
And over time, that accumulated to $1 million that I don't think the residents really recognized that was being spent on parks. Since then, we have a dedicated funding stream from property tax, which has increased the amount of revenue for parks. And council, you guys went and fixed the books to basically pay off that $1 million, right? And so for Stacy, that's going to make it much easier going forward because she's coming into with a clean budget.
Looking at, I've got this deficit I
Right.
have to somehow pay off.
Yes.
Because that was the expectation.
Yes.
Is that you need to have a surplus.
Yeah, you owe
so
that back
this
to the.
is- This is,
yeah.
has to go down.
Yeah.
So it's like.
Because yours is
Well, they're looking at it as a profit center versus a service. That's the difference.
like utilities, you can balance, user fees with expenses, but libraries, parks, yeah. To be a revenue stream, yeah. Well, just imagine if we were charging people
Yeah, you
for
do.
snow plowing, right?
If only we could.
You have more road frontage, you pay more.
Only if you put it in the road.
The
problem is, we win that battle every time. But here's the thing, those are the same.
I'm gonna hit revenue through. Unless you have a question. Okay. I'll do the two transference then. And interest is just,
Yep.
we're transferring.
Fortunately, it doesn't work that way. Yes.
Oh, can I have the microphone? There you go.
Mm-hmm. I know.
Thank you.
Just in case.
Yeah. Okay, so, yeah. So parks. So Deb, are you going to do the revenue side?
I will take care of some of the revenue and
Okay.
then Stacy will do the
Okay.
rest.
Well, Deb and Stacy, thank you.
So we'll start with property tax. Again, that's per the levy at the 3.4%. Building permits, we collect, I believe it's $405 per construction permit, and we've collected quite a bit this year. If you look at the green column, we're over the 6,000 we thought we were gonna get, and actually higher than that, again, similar with the tap-on funds that went into the Parks Money Market to, I'm sorry, the Parks Capital Improvement Account to go towards some capital improvements. This year, Donovan, with all of his calculations, we're thinking around 10,000, hopefully more. And that is it for mine. Oh, I'm sorry, no, grant civic projects, that is the community garden, correct?
Yes.
So we're expecting to get community garden funding again this year, like we did last year.
Okay.
And then amusement tax is what we collect for the vendors at Milk Day per our ordinance.
What was the increase this year on grant projects?
So we got the 125,000 for the Lions Park Path, and there was nowhere to offset it.
Okay.
So I had to offset it in that line item.
That makes
But
sense.
that's why I make note of it, because it's not really
Yep,
park
yep,
cash to work with. It's
Okay.
committed.
Makes sense.
Okay.
All right, then next up are the daily passes for the pool. We left that at 27,000.
That doesn't include the $1 increase that was recently approved by the council. Season passes are at 12.5, just to be comparable to what we had last season. The swim lessons at the pool we're hoping happen. We have that at 4,500. That will not be part of the budget if I cannot find an instructor. So it depends on that. So I'm still working on that. Party rentals at the pool, we left at 2,000. The pay structure and the offerings have been revamped a little bit for this coming season, so we're hoping that we get more party rentals than we did last year. Let's see, the concessions, we set at 9, based on numbers from last year. Donations, I set at 6,000. I am working on a sponsorship campaign right now. So we're hoping to get either specific programs sponsored by local businesses and individuals, or that could also include advertising in the activity guide. Do you want to do the interest?
Yeah, interest is transfer in. We were just looking for some extra money to interest is from transfer in from the Parks Capital Improvement account. We've always used some interest in this account to help balance the budget, but this account specifically, this fund doesn't generate interest on its own because it's commingled with the general fund, so all of the interest goes to general. But the Parks Capital Improvement account does generate interest because it's its own separate checking account. So I've just brought that in to help offset some of the expenses, because that is technically belongs to Parks, if that makes sense.
For the miscellaneous line, we set it at 10,000. That will include the cost of rec desk being covered by, Lou, correct me if I'm wrong, MC squared program? Okay. So that's what that is about.
What's MC squared?
So if you recall, we have an aggregate electric program. And what it is with this last contract, it's a 2-year contract where MC Square will give us $10,000. And the committee and eventually the council did approve having the $10,000 be applied to Parks and Rec to offset the cost of rec desk.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, and the next 2 line items are transfers in. In your packet that I sent out on February 3rd, there was a memo about NISRA. Every year we bring in $15,000 from NISRA to help the park fund. We're doing that again this year. And then once we move forward with the NISRA programs that we're going to talk about in a little while, in the upcoming years, you probably won't see that transfer in. We'll be operating strictly out of that fund. But for this year, just to kind of bridge that gap, we're going to transfer in another 15. And then the transfer in from capital improvement, that's the Parks Capital Improvement, we'll talk about in the expense offsets for a couple of pieces of equipment that are needed both in parks and in the pool fund.
Thank you. For rental and payments, that would be the park shelter rentals. So we just left that at 1,000. And park programs, we set at 12,000 based on what has happened already so far this year. So I'll continue adding new programs and expanding what is already existing. So hopefully it will be more than that, but I wanted to be conservative about income, so.
One of the things I wanted to point out real quick is, although we don't have cash on hand to use in the park fund yet, as you recall, we've had a lot less than that because we've always had a deficit.
Yeah.
On the screen in front of you is the park fund, just the top one, is the park fund as of the last audit. Our policy target is 3 months, and we were at 2.49. So we're getting there. We're getting there. So as we continue to increase our programs and start to do a little bit better in this fund, we're hoping that this number goes up, and if it goes up significantly over our policy target, then we can start using some of that fund balance as well.
That's great.
I didn't know that. That's great news.
Not bad considering we only made the adjustment a year ago, so.
Yeah, I know.
For being 1 year,
Going
you guys really clawed it way
From-
back.
Yeah,
quickly.
negative. Yeah. Good job.
All right,
Okay.
moving on to expenses. Salaries set at 69,250. Part of that is the part-time seasonal work that we have coming up. I'm currently hiring for that. So returning part-time people would be 17,670, and new hires would be 17,100. Health insurance, just like everyone else said, I can't do anything about that. Training and seminars is set at 1,005 to cover the course and the exam that I hope to take this next year to become a certified Parks and Recreation professional. And then it also would cover the Illinois Parks and Recreation Association conference and hotel stay. So those will be really beneficial for the department, so. Professional services is Rec Desk, which is our registration software. So that was the MC squared is covering that. Equipment maintenance, we left at 20,000. Building grounds general maintenance, we set at 19,300, and it will include tree trimming at Lions Park, a playground mulch rotation based on need. So this year, I'll work with Trevor to see which park needs additional mulch or replacement mulch the most, and then we'll start a rotation of certain parks each year based on that. It also includes resurfacing and restriping the parking lot at Lions Park.
Yeah, that's needed.
Yes, it is. The asphalt's in bad shape, and you can't see the lines. When I was there last summer, once there were cars triple parked, so I was like, oh, guys. So hopefully that will be taken care of sooner rather than later. Do you want to talk about the next one?
So if you recall, when we talked earlier this morning, we were allocating 13,000 towards printing in the admin fund, and that is for printing the program guide.
And mail.
I'm sorry?
And the mail.
And the mail, yes, and I was gonna
Yes.
ask you, that includes printing and mailing, correct?
Yes.
For two
For
catalogs?
two.
For two catalogs.
Mhm.
So, in the future, as again, this department starts to grow and flourish a little more, you'll probably see that expense coming back in here, but for now, we need to allocate our resources to other things, so we will subsidize that until we can get things going a little bit more.
Awesome, thank you.
And Stacy, this next activity guide that's coming out, correct me if I'm wrong, but we have to add 10 more pages to it?
I forget how many. No, I had to add more, because it has to be multiples of 8. So
Right.
we're at 42 pages right now.
Right, which is
It
bigger
was
than the
24
last one.
pages last time.
Due to the number of programs we're introducing.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's a good problem to have.
A great opportunity for businesses to sign up to sponsor and
Exactly.
advertise in our program.
This
Definitely.
13,000 then, was that included all those additional pages that you were gonna need? Or has
I
that
got a
changed
new
since then?
quote, and the additional pages didn't actually change the amount very much, so.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah. So as long as postage doesn't go up crazy, it should be good. Where was I? Supplies and materials, we left at $4,000. Dues and subscriptions is new because we have not been a part of organizations in the past. So we are members of the National Recreation and Park Association and the Illinois Parks and Rec Association. So that will cover those costs. Electricity and utilities, don't have much say in that either, so it's set at 14,500. Miscellaneous, we lowered it a little bit just to 1,000 because we didn't use all of it last time. For park programs, it is significantly less. I hope I can make that happen. But I'm planning to reuse materials that were purchased this last year, and hopefully collaborate with more local businesses, which saves money on our side. And then also I will continue leading as many programs as I can, because then we don't have to pay the instructor extra. So Supplies are set at 5,300, and then Canva Pro, which is the program I use for marketing materials and the activity guide, which would be $120. The civic programs is related to the grant and civic projects, 7,500 in the revenue. So that would be for the community orchard with the grant from the Illinois Realtor Group. And then senior center rental, we have set at $2,000 because we have so many programs happening and not enough space. So, and the contract with the senior center, it is a paid situation, so we had to account for that. For new equipment and infrastructure, one of our major purchases is a zero-turn mower request for about $20,000. And that goes back also to the transfer in from the capital improvement fund to cover that cost. And then we just slightly lowered the miscellaneous to $15,000 from last year. And I think that's it for that one. Questions on parks? Comment?
Yeah, it's just a comment. Going back to dues and subscriptions, the NRPA and the IRPA, one of the challenges Stacy has is to keep raising the bar as far as the quality of our parks and facilities so that we can eventually go for a statewide certification.
It's actually national. The state
that?
doesn't have one, it's the national.
Sorry, national.
Yes.
So that's part of the reason why she's going to the conferences as well, is to help figure out between that, other software, and other program ideas.
A couple things too before we go forward. If you look at the screen under health insurance, your pages say 16,600. I have changed that to 17,430, and that's to account for the potential 15%. I do not have a summary page like I do with the general fund and the sewer water fund. So I actually put it into these numbers here, and it's going to affect the bottom line. It's going to show us a little bit over budget at the end, but we'll talk about that too. And then while we're doing it, for the pool health insurance, that one is going to increase to 11,655 from what you have there. It's not significant because only a portion of Trevor's health insurance is paid out of this, and Stacy also has a lower coverage rate as well. So, but it's enough that it's going to throw it off at the end. So. That's if the 15% goes through. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call something out really quick just before we move on to the next area, but if you guys are looking at the park program specifically, because we really didn't have much going on for park programs for a long time, and it was our drive to grow that into something big for the community. And we set aside, $40,000 to $45,000 in revenue expense that we were kind of anticipating, and obviously it came in much lower. But the point I wanted to make on that is that having a new director coming in and basically having, I don't want to call it a slush fund, but a large amount of money at the disposal to just kind of throw at this, but to come in so low tells me how responsible you were with the money, because you could have gone out and bought materials and really just gone crazy with the money to try to grow something, but instead you took a very conservative approach and wanted to grow it in a natural and healthy way for what the community needs and wants, and I really appreciate that, because that right there is a red letter showing that our staff is responsible with our community tax money.
I'd like to point out something else, thank you, while you're bringing that up, Dan, and this is important to note. If you go up to park revenue under park programs, so the second line item from the bottom in the green column to the right, you'll see a revenue of 11,830. If you go down to park program expenses, you'll see expenses of 16. 5 of that was given to the Park Foundation to help them fund Day of the Dead. So I wanted to make note of that she is not underwater here with how much she's getting in revenue versus how much she's spending. We just didn't, that was a decision made after the budget, because when the previous superintendent did the budget and then resigned prior to us moving into that fiscal year, we weren't quite sure what he had planned, so we kind of had to reallocate some things. And so we did have some $5,000 that we were able to help out with for the foundation, and I didn't have anywhere else to post it. So I think it's really important to note that, because it does look like she has spent a lot more than she's brought in, and that is not the case.
Well, the difference, from what I heard, the Day of the Dead event was very successful and a lot of people really enjoyed it. So well worth the money. I was just, that difference of the 5,000, like I said, I'm just looking at it, you had 45,000 available to you. And any average person, especially coming in new to a job, not really sure exactly what the expectation is. Yeah, it's basically a blank check.
So tempting.
You very, I see a more organic growth to these programs. So I just really wanted to call out that I appreciate that you didn't go in with a shotgun, just trying to make it as big as possible because you could. And the other thing too is, we're all familiar with government budgets, and this is something that people complain about as taxpayers, is budgets typically are, if you don't spend it, you lose it. So when you get to the end of the year, you see organizations just in a flurry to spend the money so they can justify the ask for the next year. And in this case, you're dramatically shrinking it because you're in a responsible way saying, I didn't need this much money. Let's take a more, accurate approach going in. You could have easily just said, let's just spend it so we can ask for it, and you didn't. So I appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
So the bottom line on park expenses then changes to $238,400 with that health insurance change.
Looks so good without that $800,000 negative in front of it.
All right, are we good to move on?
On to the pool.
On to the pool.
It's like, wow, that number is so small. So used to that massive,
I wrote down 238,400.
You gentlemen all right? Good? All right. Okay, so pool expenses includes salary for $35,500, and then part-time salary, which includes the PM pool manager, new lifeguards at $31,000, returning guards at $32,000, and potentially a morning pool manager as well, if I can get swim lessons going. However, I did just arrange some water aerobic classes for the morning. So this was calculated at 3 days a week, whereas I might only need this person for 2 days a week, and it would only be for a certain number of hours. So that amount most likely will change. Health insurance, Deb just talked about, what was it, 11,600 something?
655.
Thank you. For training and seminars, that includes the food handler certification for all the staff, which is required by the state, and also lifeguard training certification, also required. I don't have an exact amount for either of those because it depends on how many new staff versus returning staff we have, because some of them already have the certifications and all of that. So it should hopefully be right around that 2,300 though. For pool maintenance, we increased it a little bit to 26,000, just knowing that we have some things to upgrade and repair still that will get taken care of very soon. Supplies and materials, we decreased to 1,700 just based on prior spending. Telephone and cell phones, does anybody have any input on that? There's nothing in there?
We used to have a cell phone up at the pool. Is there still a cell phone up at the pool?
Yes.
Okay, so that, actually, that expense, I believe, is being absorbed in the general fund through the new Verizon program we're doing, but I think there's something with Surf that we're working on, Lou?
So eventually, before the pool opens, the pool should be connected. And once it's connected, we can actually, between the security cameras being able to be fed directly to the police department, and then being able to upgrade our cash registers there, so that we could do debit card, credit card purchases, which has been a continuing complaint. It'll also help as far as our lifeguards, or those who work, or cashiers, not having to count as much cash. So, that should change, or, sorry, that upgrade should be happening before the pool opens, or at least shortly after it opens.
Will that payment system also have like the phone?
The VoIP?
Yeah, like where you can just wave your phone in front of it instead of using a card, or are they planning on having that too?
Oh, where you?
Like Apple
Tap to
Pay.
pay.
Yeah, Apple Pay.
I'm old, so I don't know what you call it, but my wife uses it, and you just wave your
I'm
phone.
gonna
in
say
front
yes, because, that's just the way,
I was just,
things
if we
are going.
haven't, yeah, I just want to make sure, like, again, like, I'm old, it's new technology, something,
And
and we
then
don't
the-
think about that in advance, the younger kids that are going there just wave their
Oh, yeah.
iPhone in front of it,
Right,
and spend
and
mom and
like-
dad's money.
It's like voodoo.
And then
Yeah.
the other part is to actually have a phone up there, which we found, we're supposed to have a separate phone system up there, not a cell phone. And the other reason why we're phasing out the cell phone, well, actually, right now, the way the security cameras are handled is we actually have to, we had to put boosters to beam the image over to the library, so that we had any kind of internet. With the surf in there for free, we don't have to do that anymore. We don't have to tax the library.
Is the plan also to have like Wi-Fi transmitters there for free?
Park itself, yes.
Yeah, so like free Wi-Fi for people that are there.
Yeah, we're
Because I
just,
remember, I haven't been out there for a long time, but it was, there was an issue like where you couldn't get cell phone signal out there real well, and, people would be trying to, like, there was no Wi-Fi, I just remember that being an issue a number of years back.
yeah, and right now, on that part, and I'm glad you brought that up, is we're trying to figure out where best to put the Wi-Fi so we get the maximum coverage in all of the parks.
Awesome.
Great, thanks, everyone. The next line is electricity and utilities. We lowered it a little bit to 12,000 just because of the equipment replacements and repairs and things that we have been making. Hopefully, all will be more efficient and less costly at the same time. So that is the hope. And then same for the fuel and the propane at 7,100. Chemicals we have at 14,500, just based on usage, and also just a slight increase in cost from the supplier. Concession stand, expenses, is set at 5,000. That's about what we spent last year. And I've also been able to pre-purchase some of the supplies already, so I was able to use this year's budget, which will save us money for next year as well. And miscellaneous, we have at 755. I think that was mostly just to balance things out. And then for new equipment and infrastructure, the main purchase that we're requesting is a new water heater. It will be a high-efficiency one, and the quote was about 22,500 for that. And that also would be hopefully coming from the Park Capital Improvement Fund. And then the other small part of that is office chairs, because they are covered in sunscreen and it's disgusting. So, new plastic, not fabric chairs, please.
And as noted earlier, we're gonna run the water heater up there at the pool through a rebate system. Hopefully with NICOR, hopefully we can knock that price down.
The, just kind of, I'm not as familiar with like the different pool equipment, but so like would this new water heater come with like factory warranty or like a service agreement by the manufacturer? Because typically, I mean, generally all the pool equipment we've bought or purchased or whatever was either remanufactured or rebuilt, and there generally wasn't much of a
Right.
warranty. We just in-house had to fix it.
Yeah.
That stuff broke. So if we're buying new equipment, I'm all for it, but I just want to make sure that we've got some kind of protection
Just
on it.
want to be clear, so this water heater, this is not heating water in the pool, this is
Correct.
to heat the water in the pool house.
Right, like the showers.
Oh, the showers.
Okay.
Scene.
Yeah.
But, I mean, still, it's a $22,000
Yeah.
water heater,
Right.
not the kind of one you would put in your house.
Right.
So
Yeah,
I'm
well,
just saying,
considering you're gonna have lots of people taking showers, it's
Right.
going
Yeah.
to
Oh,
be
yeah,
a much
yeah.
larger water.
But,
oh, let them have cold showers.
no kidding.
I know. It'll be summer.
So as Stacy noted, as we're fixing the system and fixing it more for long term, What's happening is you're seeing a reduction in electricity use, you're seeing a reduction in chemicals. We had chlorine tablets that were actually gumming up the system, which means we have to keep dumping more chlorine in. And this is gearing up to where we're developing a phased approach to try to switch away from the DE system to a sand filtration system, which will drop all these numbers down.
So question, so the contractor that we've hired to do, what are they called?
Pool Blue?
Yeah, so where are they in here?
Was that part of the maintenance? I'm pretty sure that was in the
I
maintenance
think it
line.
falls under, maintenance
Yeah.
and pool.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they're in there.
It's 26,000.
So that's why that's gone up from the past?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
So that doesn't include any new equipment, that's literally just to pay the people to take care of the pool?
No, that's.
No, that won't cost 26,000.
Right.
That includes the Pool Blue payments and then also any new equipment, because we replaced a bunch this last year.
And Stacy, correct me if I'm wrong, the Pole Blue is only going to cost us about $350 a month, or $350 a week?
Yeah, I think it was 358.
$358, and that's 3 visits by them where they go in. They essentially are the maintenance crew. They come in and make sure all the gauges are correct, all the water levels are right, the chemical mixture, and so on. And they do it, like I said, 3 days a week. So we don't have to have, like Stacy, stay up there all summer just to maintain that.
Yeah.
So then she's free to go do what she needs to do.
So then we just pay that during the months that the pool's open?
Yes.
Okay.
Just for clarity, new equipment is actually in a different line item, so it wouldn't be included in maintenance. If you look at last year's 24,000, I believe part of that maintenance was some tree trimming around the pool area and some other repairs to current equipment, and so that would be included in that.
Well, so we
New
don't-
equipment would be a below.
But I thought last year, if we need a new pump or we need a new whatever, we had it broken out. We don't have anything broken out this year. It's just a one lump sum, bam, maintenance.
Right, and part of that is because Pool Blue and the work that they did last year between them and Hartwig, we're pretty confident we don't need a new pump. And those pumps themselves, if run properly, should go more like 5 to 7 years instead of every other year. So we're pretty confident that we're going to get through this next season with little maintenance. And to go back, the maintenance part, 55-180, there's still some things that need to be fixed to make sure that it is up to state standard. There are covers that are not on electrical devices that Pool Blue is still going to come in and fix. So again, it's everything to make sure that we've got more of a long-term approach, and that too will start to create its own efficiencies.
And do they do the openings and closings also?
Yes.
Yes.
What I can do, because it's your chair, correct, of Parks now? Are you the chairman? As we, for the park meetings, I usually provide a budget each month for you to look at to see where you're at. I can break that out so that you can see where those costs are going, kind of like what I've got in the red here, just so that, as you see that that increase in expenditure, I can put line items below on what they're going to, if that helps.
What's the Pool Blue and what's
Right,
other?
and what we're spending the money on, if it's like, an electrical panel or something like that.
Just a note, he's the chair at the moment. There'll likely be new chairs at the new fiscal year as we have new aldermen coming on and we've got to rearrange some of the, there'll be a shuffling of chairs and such, so. Rosa, I'll have a discussion with you about that.
Okay, so just real quick, we need to change that pool expense line to 220,250. I'm sorry, 220,810. And that's for the health insurance change. Just so we have an accurate record.
It barely changed.
It didn't change much. Like, Trevor's not in there at all. He's only in part
Yeah.
expenses.
Basically
so-
added 500 to it. I mean, it's, okay.
Do you
As
wanna
I was
talk
saying
about the
earlier in the
next two?
meeting, this budget was the hardest budget to get through of all of the departments. It's nowhere like that anymore.
Oh.
And so, thank you.
Actually, I do have to piggyback off that, though. I'm pretty sure Lou and Stacy have been working pretty hard on it behind the scenes the last several months, just to try to, get everything figured
and
out.
It's greatly appreciated. I think staff's done a wonderful job, and it's made life very easy for our alderpersons to be able to understand it and move forward.
So where's our total?
So we have, just real quick, I just want to touch base on the events portion.
Oh, okay.
This would be if we moved forward with that program that we were or that event we were talking about out at Milky Way with the drone show and all of that kind of stuff. This is where your revenue would come in from general and then go out in expense, if we moved forward with that. So I just put it in here for now. Obviously, that gets decided down the road in committee, but that's where that's reflected. And that puts our bottom line over 1,810 because of our insurance. So, it's not huge, it's manageable. I don't really think we need to do anything with revenue right now as far as offsetting that. I think we wait and see what happens in the next.
Or we can do what the council used to do and just increase what we expect to get from,
Yes, we can do that too.
from permit sales.
From sponsorship for our
Right.
program guy.
Yeah, there you
Right.
go.
Or we
Yeah.
could transfer in a little, like I said, if it was a huge amount, we could transfer more from the capital improvement, but it's really not. There's enough
Yeah, that's sort of.
conservative revenue deductions to to make up for that.
Yeah.
So that's why we do it that way.
I just really appreciate that our parks budget has turned into something that's not just pool budget. Because, generally, it's like, all we really had was the pool. The parks themselves were just the physical entity, and we didn't do anything with them. But seeing that we've got parks and rec turning into pool, parks and rec, it's like a full department, I really appreciate that, because we're utilizing, we have an incredible amount of land available to us, and we have the new space that we built. We've got all these resources, but we're actually utilizing them. So that's a big thing, so I really appreciate all the hard work that you put in.
Anything else on parks? Thank you.
The only thing I wanted to note is that in the 24-25 budget, if you look, that we have 2.5 months left in the budget year, and technically we have $219,000 still we could spend. So, rough estimate, we should be deep in the black between
Unless
pools
you go
and parks.
And I was like, I'll get to it.
Yeah.
I'll get to spending, that's fine.
Yeah.
Money guys and just start running around with it. No, again, to reiterate, I said, this is
Yeah.
a pure example that, our parks, I understood the point by having that money, set aside to show the community where money was going, but this is an example that when you take the handcuffs off and you let the department run itself, left alone to do what it needs to do, it's responsible, it's frugal, and it's creating an organic experience for our community based on what the community is asking for in the moment, rather than just, like I said, taking a shotgun approach and seeing what hangs around. This is awesome.
Real quick on that 219, you have to actually subtract 132 from that for the park grant, or the path, 132.5. Because this line here includes that 132.5.
Oh,
up
yeah.
here.
So you just have to take that out of the.
Yeah,
I
and
gotcha.
that's my fault. I meant to take that out for clarity purposes.
It's
so-
okay, it looks way better like that.
Yeah, it does.
It looks better.
That's
than-
already earmarked, so.
But still, it's impressive.
Yes, very.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's still in the grant, so we're good.
Yeah.
All right, last page of mine is our NISRA. I'm still learning how the money part of NISRA works, so I only have input on the things in red. So I don't know if you want to talk about the others.
Sure. So in the packet I sent on the 3rd, there was another memo. There was quite a few. And this one explains the NISRA fund, how it started, where the initial funding resources came from, and all of that background history so that you would have clarity on that. What that has led us to is over the years, we've continued to levy property tax to go towards NISRA services. The main thing we pay is the dues to be a member. And then, as we talked about a little bit earlier, we transfer out the 15 into parks to do some services there. This is a commingled fund as well, which means that this money is sitting in the general checking account. And at the last audit, a year ago, I was looking at this stuff a little closer and noticed that there was a significant fund balance on the books for this fund, and spoke with the auditors about it, and they gave me some information, and they suggested we talk to the attorney, and long story short, over the next year, we worked on that, and there is a significant fund balance here that we can use, that will not hurt us, right? One of the important things to remember is, as we levy taxes each year, if that fund balance grows too high, why are we levying taxes? Why are we continuing to tax the public if we're not going to use it, right? So at this point, we're in a position where we can spend down some of this fund balance. And if you look at the screen, here's the balance as of January 31st. What we have in this upcoming budget, it would still leave us a fund balance of $25,800 in the NISRA fund, and we will be levying another $41,000 this year in property tax, which as of September will leave us a fund balance of $66,800. This is a pretty clear-cut thing because there's not a lot of activity in this fund. So that being said, we looked a little bit closer at NISRA, and Lou and Stacy and Trevor got together and looked at what they had available to spend and made some recommendations, I believe, to parks on this, and those are what is listed in red here. So real quick, just to run through the revenue, I levied 42, I put in 41, and this cash on hand that you see is from that balance we just talked about. So we need to use it, and it's there. So that gives us revenue of 143.5. I'm transferring out 15 to parks. Another 28.5 goes to dues. It's under the miscellaneous line item because there is no dues line item in here. We've just never used it. And then the 100 that's left goes to this new equipment infrastructure, and it balances out the budget at 143.5. So I will let Stacy talk real quick about what the three of them decided, and we can go from there.
Awesome, thank you. So because we have that fund balance, the goal was to make all of our parks ADA compliant. So in order to do that, the things that are listed here are what we would need. So we would need at least one ADA swing at each playground. Also, the playground surface would need to be wheelchair accessible, and mulch, unfortunately, is not. So we would have to do some research on costs and options and materials and ways to make that accessible for everyone. Same with walkways to the playground, whether it's asphalt or crushed limestone or something, but it would need to be wheelchair accessible. And then also having ramps going from whatever walkway we decide on to the actual playground. So they make special ramps that go up over the border of like what your mulch containment is right now. So specific pricing and things will come later, but these are the recommendations that we have for the parks.
To meet ADA compliance, these things would need to be at every park, not just at, like, one park has everything.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, like, for the playground surface, obviously mulch wouldn't work, so if we were to replace the playground surface, we'd be getting rid of the mulch entirely, therefore we wouldn't be remulching the parks annually, so we would take that money that we'd be spending every year to remulch, and we could apply that towards ADA.
Got 5,000 for remulching. in
That's what
the-
I'm saying.
In the
It's-
budget.
We're
Yeah,
rotating
so why
5,000, that
would we be doing
5,000.
both?
Well, this would.
This would kind of replace that, because we wouldn't
Okay.
have the mulch. However, like I think they call it a pour-in-place surface, it's like that foam, like rubbery
Yeah,
kind of
it's
stuff.
like spongy almost.
Yeah, that stuff does need like regular maintenance, so
Right.
some of that $5,000 could go to that, but I can't speak to the actual cost
Okay.
yet,
Yeah,
so.
gotcha.
Because that was my first thought,
Yeah.
was that you said replace it, when it said playground surface, if we're replacing the mulch
Right.
surface, we could roll that mulch maintenance money into that to maintain anyway, so.
Right.
So keep in mind that we're not going to be able to do everything.
Of course.
But there are park or areas of the park that does still need to have mulch, just because the existing mulch is aging out. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is that, like the walkway to some of the areas that if we use, like, say, crushed limestone, that's something that the Public Works Department is more than happy to help. So that also cut down the cost and help us try to expand, stretch that money out. And the thing I wanted the public, particularly our new council members, to understand that the NISRA funds can only be used for ADA type projects, and so you can use some general fund for ADA, but you can't use the NISRA funds for general.
I mean, my thought would be that because we're coming into this kind of with the surprise lump sum, and obviously going forward, that annually would still be money there, but it wouldn't be. We got the surprise money right now.
Well,
We need to spend it down.
Yeah, and I would say attack the most expensive of these first, and I'm guessing probably the playground surface would be one of the big
Well, the
ones.
swings are quite expensive.
Well, yeah, so I would say start with the most expensive one, knock that out, because that'll be it's gonna be a lot harder to.
Well, I anticipate that staff will bring a priority list to the Parks and Rec Board for them
Yeah.
to kind of prioritize how they want to do it.
Well, and if you're going to put the swings in, right, if you're going to put the swings in, you have to make sure that people can get to the
Yeah,
swings.
Yeah, it doesn't really help you to build the swing if you can't get to the swing in the first place.
Mayor,
Sorry,
do you still have access to that guy in Marengo that
Yes,
helped
Yes.
you out with a
Yes.
really good price on some of this stuff?
yes,
That'd be a good place to maybe stretch this even farther. right?
indeed.
I will make the challenge, or I will state the challenge. We'll see how close Lou can get to it. I'll be off city council by the time this happens, so I can say this, but I'd love to see us, but I challenge you to try to see if you can possibly do all of this in one go. I know it's asking a lot, and I know it's probably not gonna hit, but let's see.
What do they
how
get
close.
from you?
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
What's
hey,
the,
what's
what's he
well,
get?
I think for one park, maybe.
I think that just from what this budget shows, this staff has worked incredibly hard to squeeze every last red cent out of every line in all the years that I've seen. And I think that while I don't think they can hit all of them, but I think that's a heck of a challenge to try to hit. See how far you can possibly get on these. I'm not saying do all of it, but
Challenge accepted.
I'd just like to point out that Lou accepted that challenge. It's not my fault if it doesn't happen now.
if you hit it, Lou, I owe you a beer.
There you go.
Yeah, he's a bourbon drinker.
A bourbon of your choice.
Oh,
Save
you might
up,
be careful about
save
that.
up for some Pappy.
Wow.
It'll be well earned, okay? Well earned.
Johnny Walker Black.
Except you'll
A
be,
bourbon, not a
you'll be
bottle.
in
It's
Canada.
a bourbon.
Pappy's only $200 an ounce.
Okay. Well worth it.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice work.
So, no, you're not crying or, I know. You did great. Yes. Yeah, thank you, Stacy.
You killed it.
impressed. I'm incredibly impressed.
Like
Good
someone
job.
shut the heat off.
You've now set the, but I will say
Trying
you've
to
now
keep us
set the
awake
bar
again.
really high.
Rob's
So
probably
you're gonna have to hit that
in
next
I
year
probably
too.
cut the
Yeah,
thermostat
you
down.
know.
Let me see where that thing's at.
Did you set the thermostat, Rob?
Instead of an energy plan, he's just gonna hand out sweatshirts. to
Yeah.
everybody.
Glad I wore the turtleneck and the shirt.
I almost wore a golf shirt. Glad I didn't. Kodak.
Okay, I think that brings us to MFT. Man, we are.
Are we doing this right? Because I don't know.
I know.
It
What did
doesn't
we?
seem like
What
it.
did we miss, Deb?
Well-prepared staff.
What did? This is like
Hitting more
It's-
questions on my memos, but apparently
your
they-
memos were very good.
Good.
Yeah,
That's good.
They were
I will
very
continue to do that.
comprehensive. Yes, thank you. No, that just like I'm like, wow, this is like she answers all the questions.
I like how you called out the way everything is broken.
Yeah.
The way you've broken
Yeah.
everything.
Right.
It's not kind of like it in the budget anymore, where it's kind of like, yeah, this is what our budget is. Everything's
Yeah.
good, let's move on. You know, it's up front, so it's easy for us to see. That's what we're making this.
Yeah.
Yep, these lists come from staff, and as we go, we just put them in, and it helps us too on their end to remember what they put where and where
Yeah.
they're at, so.
Yeah,
It helps
no,
all
it's-
the way around, it helps everyone.
It's really great.
Everybody, for even the ones that have
Right.
just passed on, you guys all did a fantastic job. And our time on the schedule reflects that, so we're just.
Thank you. Okay, so do we need a break before MFT, or are we good?
Let's go.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Rob,
Get it done.
thank you for staying.
Yeah.
MFT kind of falls in Rob's territory as well. He wears a lot of hats over there, so we will talk about the entitlements, which are basically the revenue we receive from the tax. These are based on IML projections as well, and I believe those were on the PowerPoint near the bottom of that page where I got those numbers. The grants are offsets based on the percentage we're going to get back from these federal projects, whether they're 80-20 or 90-10. And these projections are based on where Gary thinks we're going to be this upcoming year with these projects and where they stand. Again, this is federal, this is IDOT, there's a lot of requirements, a lot of hoops to jump through, so this is another best guess. So looking at all those numbers that make up the 454,960, those are offsets from wherever the phases are that we are at below when we look at engineering here in a minute. Interest I left at 10. This fund does, or this account doesn't generate a lot of interest because there's so much in and out. The last year it did in the gray, 23, 24, but that's because the rates were so high and they're continuing to fall again, as I've said many times today. So, and then the cash on hand is what we need to balance the budget. Remember this budget or this fund, we constantly have a cash flow issue because we're waiting for grant reimbursements, we're waiting for the tax and all that. So it's kind of a tricky fund to manage. You can't pay out too much before you get in and all that, but it works well. And there isn't enough in the balance to make it work as long as we time everything correctly. So I've got revenue at $1,031,800. That matches what you have. Real quick, if you just wanted to know, the MFT tax is $21.91 per capita, and the Transportation Renewal Fund is $22.60 this year. It's down just a little bit over last year.
Just help everybody understand, this is the taxes that are collected when you buy fuel in the state of Illinois. Even whether you buy here in Harvard or you buy it in Springfield, all that tax is collected by the state, and the state then redistributes that out based on your population.
And we were talking earlier when I was going through the legislation that, should that become public act, this is where we would bring in that 3% should the decision makers decide to move forward with that ordinance.
Okay.
It would be in this.
And that
this
would
fund.
be just
Dedicated to roads.
gas sold here.
Up to 3 cents a gallon capped.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. Expenses, engineering fees, this is our bridge inspection year, correct? Actually, yeah, let Rob do this. This would be much more efficient if Rob.
This is a bridge inspection year as well as with the conditions, the condition of the deteriorating Marengo Road Bridge. IDOT, I don't know if anybody's saw those signs. IDOT said, hey, this one's kind of sketchy. You got to put extra signage on it and you have to do more inspections. We just got our Marengo Road Bridge inspection back. Nothing's really changed, but we will have that going there. Well, the road program, that is $15,000 for implementing the, too loud? I feel like a stand-up comedian. Road programs for development of the skip patching locations and bids, correct, Deb?
Yes.
Yep. And then Marengo Road Phase 2 is the next step in getting Marengo Road done. So this is the land acquisition and final engineering. Marengo Road construction engineering. This is for Phase 3. Marengo Road Bridge Phase 2. Obviously, there's no construction engineering for Marengo Road Bridge. We don't know if we're going to get there. Most likely not, because we were hoping that these things would come in a phase and we could get everything done in one go, but it's not looking like that. And then also Diggins Sumner Phase 1. This is the grant that we have for the transportation grant for the truck route. This is going from the railroad tracks all the way up to Diggins and then Sumner out to 14. And then general consult for opinions and other items that we might need Gary to look into. That brings us down to sidewalk replacement, which is just done out of the general fund, because that way we don't have to deal with IDOT, our friends. And then salt. So salt, we actually went out to bid on our own last year, and it worked out favorably for us. I plan on doing the same thing again. When we weren't lumped with everybody else, we got 4 bidders or 3 bidders, and we saved $10 a ton, so plan on doing that again.
How are we doing on salt for this year?
We're doing good. I was up until this last week, I was really worried that we were going to be busting at the seams because we had to take a minimum of 440 tons. So I ordered 200 tons and was just hoping we could fit it somewhere.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure we'll have room for it now.
Oh, okay.
So I don't like using salt. We have Moller Creek, we have Rush Creek coming through.
Right.
And then on top of that, we have IDOT. And IDOT covers all sorts of stuff. I think it joke around with the guys that there's some points in Moller Creek where I think you could walk on it like the Black Sea. It's so salinated that you probably could.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Moving on to maintenance, this is where we come into our road program work. So this is the money for the road program for next year, which infrastructure said let's do skip patching. I'm really excited about that because we can get some areas done that normally wouldn't fall into the scope of that. We have a little bit of road contingency there. I think that's just overage, correct, Deb? Yep. And then Diggins Phase 1 construction, which is the final for that.
These federal funded projects, when it gets to the construction phase, the contractor actually sends their bill to the state. The state pays them their share and then bills us for our share. So if you remember, we did a budget amendment because I had a ton of money in there and forgot, it's been so long since we did a federal program that, oh, wait, we don't. So we were anticipating getting this bill from the state this fiscal year. I don't think it's gonna happen. If it does, great, this comes off. If it doesn't, then we've got it in the budget for the next year. We'll have it before the end of this fiscal year, I'm pretty sure, or the next fiscal year, I'm pretty sure.
And this one was a 90-10, so
Yes.
I can tell you we saved a bunch of money, like 30 grand, because the base was in better shape. We didn't have to do as many full depth patches as I anticipated.
Okay.
But that just means that the 30 grand overall just saves us 3 grand, which I mean,
hey,
we'll
it's
take
3 grand.
This fund will take it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So general maintenance, that's for our Marengo Road construction, we're still anticipating of what that could be. And if it happened, if we get everything in there, so that's why there's just a placeholder there. And then when it comes to general maintenance, this is where we take out our universal patching material and our maintenance for traffic lights, which we have to pay IDOT. They bill us quarterly. We got to make those, we have to write that check to them for the lights that they maintain. So that's pretty, MFT is pretty dry and boring.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of fun at MFT. The F doesn't stand for fun. That's for sure.
Any questions? Seems pretty straightforward.
So I really appreciate that we have moved forward with the skip patching program the way that we have, because I think that's made an incredible difference in the gap between what we had for just cold patch and then resurfacing. I can't imagine how many neighborhoods have been salvaged because of the fact that we've got that going. So
yeah, good point.
I can't be more grateful for that, because there's so many areas that we're probably 20 years from seeing repaving that we're almost undrivable.
That keep filling the potholes, and then over the next 2 months they all
and the cold patch didn't help. And I mean, we had holes that were the size of this table.
And I can definitely say too that thanks to administration in this body, we had that asphalt patch trailer, which gets the UPM up to temperature, so it keys in. Before we were just shoveling off of a cold trailer, and they didn't last. Now we have the ability to put down that patch at temperature and use the vibroplate to really lock it in. And I can tell you that what used to be days upon days of patch are now we can make significant. We're not repatching the same areas.
Yeah, it's probably saved us tens of thousands of dollars
in material and labor.
Yeah. So that's an amazing program. Thank you for doing. I mean, I think it was your idea to bring it to us right away. So
appreciate it.
That was awesome. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rob.
Cool.
All right, so we just have a little bit left. These are really funds that we don't have much choice. We have to pay them. So we'll start with the pensions. FICA Medicare. It's calculated based on salaries and the percentages issued down by the state. Property tax, we've levied 157.5, and based on calculations of what I think the FICA payments are going to be, I've transferred in another 167.5 from general, which you saw. Did you find it, Lisa? Yeah. Okay, which you saw in in the transfer out. In admin earlier this morning. So the bottom line on that is $325,000. IMRF, each year our funding level changes, and it's based on where the investments lie as well as the actuarials on our staff. We have had a considerable amount of retirees, as you know. Last year, the employees pay 4.5%. That has not changed in a really long time. Not that I can remember. Last year, it's been a long time. Last year, our funding rate on the city side was 6.19%. This year, I believe it's 8.64. Of course, we have to pay for those retirees as well as, and then the new staff isn't contributing as much because the salaries are lower right now. So, property tax, I levied $38,000, and we did talk about this back during the levy that we didn't levy as much because of the fund balance in the IMRF fund, and there was also a memo on that as well. And then the replacement tax is going to be reduced. We still have a couple months of collection on that this month, or this year, but as we talked about earlier, we're not going to get as much next year. We do not need a transfer in due to that fund balance, and you'll see the cash on hand at $77,000 that we're using to balance out what I think the IRMF payments of $160 are going to be. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on this, though, and we did consult with the attorneys before we decided not to levy the amount that we typically do, but because our funding level or percentage is going up, I still want to keep a really close eye on this, but for this year, we'll be okay with using some of that fund balance.
And so our total payment is going down.
No, our total payment will be going up. This year, I think I estimated it a little high last year. And I don't exactly know why. I did reduce it. It's gonna be going down because we have some new staff that's not making as much money as when the old staff went out. Particularly like the department heads, so,
It just looks like it's gone down every year.
yeah, it's gone down every year on, our obligation side, but this year it went from 6 to 8, so it did go up. We get it at the end of the calendar year, so we just got it in December. They give us like an estimate around August, and then they finalize it in December, so. Yeah. Mhm.
If salaries were shifting, it was over a 2-3-year period.
But I can remember back, like between 2015, 2018, we were doing 12, 13% on our side. So IMRF is an excellent fund. It's done really well, so.
Our investments are managed
yeah.
very, very well.
Yes, it's managed extremely well. So as you can see in the orange down there on the left, and it's also on your spreadsheet, that's the fund balance as of the last audit. So there's a significant amount of fund in there. But, it falls outside our fund balance policy. However, we do want to maintain a reserve. Obviously, we have to pay pensions, so this is part of those necessary expenses. So I'll just keep an eye on it and see how that moves. Okay, and then the insurance fund, again, we levied 160. Nothing comes in for miscellaneous. The revenue you do see for miscellaneous would be if we received any insurance payments back from claims. If we have like a squad car that gets wrecked and then we get reimbursed for our share, that's where it goes, but we don't bank on it because we hopefully don't want to have any claims. That's also offset in expenses under insurance payments. So, transfer in is coming in from the general fund to balance what we won't be getting from the levy. Insurance payments this year, you can see a breakdown of that. Our property risk payment is estimated around 155, work comp 185, unemployment 9, and the bonds and miscellaneous insurance that we hold is 1,000. And that's the mayor, the administrator, and myself are all bonded for liability reasons, so. And so that balances the budget out at $350,000.
Just out of curiosity, the insurance, is that something that we look into and renegotiate on a, semi-regular, because I know we're looking at like for health insurance, but for.
So rather than stunt the entire system, doing all the RFPs at once, the hope is before the 26-27 budget year that we've gone out to RFP on liability insurance.
Okay.
Workers' comp is set. I mean,
Yeah.
there's no negotiating that one, and that's the big one.
I'm more curious because a lot of the insurance, so much stuff has changed, and a lot of states are having issues with liability insurance, and insurance is going crazy in other parts of the country, and those national companies are offsetting their losses in California and Florida by screwing over Indiana and Illinois. And so I'm just like, if this is something, because I know you've been really aggressive with RFQing, seeing if we can get a better deal rather than just stick with what we've always had for 20, 30 years.
So the other thing, and it goes to workers' comp, is that we're trying to do more training sessions in-house with the orientation classes that are going to be kicking off here in the next week or so. Documenting the new policies and so on actually help reduce our risk, which makes us look better in front of as far as liability concerns. But I think the biggest thing is that we go out for an RFQ, RFP for liability and workman's comp. We can potentially net some savings there.
No, because I just do look at it. I mean, it's going to creep up. It's always going to creep up. It doesn't matter. But if we're, like I said, you've done a great.
The state sets the rate for workers' comp as to what it is per 100 of salary for different types of positions. I mean, the insurance company doesn't set that. That's the state.
Okay, so then I stand corrected. I'm used to where
Yeah,
That the more things you do, like the lockout, tag out,
right.
things like that, actually help give you points to reduce your liability. Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
If
I-
anything,
that's
just to
the
make sure
state.
everyone is properly trained and we've got documentation that they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Isn't the amount we get for the safety grant based on some of that? Like the lockout, tagout,
I
and those
believe
kind of
so.
things?
I believe
And
so.
I believe also our audit that we get done every year for work comp and how many claims we have and don't have. I think that all has to do with that too. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
that comes
but-
from, was it IMRF?
IPRF.
IPRF. And so, yeah, so there's options down the road. We can look into, maybe making another change.
So you've done a lot of work when it comes to the other areas of insurance and coverage and plans, and so this is a big one. And if you're, I mean, it might be worth looking into a brokerage or something like that, just to see if there's a way that we can knock that down or be competitive. It seems like you've got a talent for it, so this is just one more we can start bashing down, or at least have the increase be not quite as painful.
That's the hope.
Deb?
Yes.
Do we know what the levy is?
March, end of March. Okay, anything else on pensions or insurance? Okay. Okay, so we'll go to debt service, Fund 50. This is one that I don't believe anybody on this council's seen before because we haven't used this fund since we did the pool bond. So that's how old the debt service fund is. The reason we're using this, and it goes back to our auditor, or our last audit, if you recall, there was some questions on how we were booking the money we were bringing in from the property tax levy that was going out to pay the bond. And so this is why we separated it out in this year's levy, where we brought in the $520,000 to go towards police pension funding our share to meet the actuarial, and then we broke out the $498,820 down below on debt service to make that cleaner, right? For our audit purposes. We won't see that in this year's audit because we didn't do it this year either, so we're gonna have to deal with one more year of explanation on that. But moving forward, this will be better when it comes to the outside looking in at our audit. It'd be easier, clearer, and more understandable on what we're actually doing. So property tax, we levied the $495,820. Hope we get it, because that's what we need to make our principal and interest payment. But if you recall again from this morning, I'm transferring in 3 just to cover that should we need it. If we don't need it, I won't transfer it. And we'll know that in March as well, Alderman Gorman, when we see how much, or I'm sorry, we won't know that in March. That will be on our report. We'll know that in September, when we get our all of our final property tax from that levy. Okay, so any questions on that?
Yeah, the dollar amount.
The dollar amount, yes. If we've brought in enough property tax to cover that.
So we'll know the rate in March.
The rate we'll know in March, as far as the balloon and all that.
Okay.
Yes, yes. Okay, and the last thing we have is the police pension. And this is just a fund that we have, this is a separate checking account and a separate fund so that we can show that we are doing what we're supposed to do per the Department of Insurance and state statute in levying the property tax, collecting the replacement tax, collecting the individual officers' contributions, which is 9.91% of their gross, and then keeping track of the interest in their checking account, and paying it out to where we're supposed to pay it, which is the consolidated fund downstate. So 746.5 is what I'm expecting, and if I get it, that's what I'll pay out. And that goes through an investment advisor that's hired by the Police Pension Board and managed by their own personal board.
And so is this, I know we go through this every year.
It's okay.
But is this dollar amount what we're expecting our full contribution would be, or?
Our dollar amount that we're expecting our full contribution to be is the 508.
Okay.
Okay? And I know why you're asking, because the last 2 years we've done a budget amendment.
Right.
Because the actuarial comes in after
Yeah.
we do this.
Yeah, right.
I bumped it up because for the last 3 years, it's been coming in higher than what we budget for. I don't want to do another amendment if we don't have to. It's a pain. But just looking at the age of the officers, we have a very young department, so those contributions aren't as high as they used to be. We also have the retirees that are collecting, and that goes up 3% a year in January. They get the COLA increase every year. And then our most recent retiree, he just got his 15% bump up in November. So all of that plays into this, and so, yeah, I did bump it up.
Okay.
If we don't use it, great, but it's there, so.
We're getting it coming in.
Somehow.
This goes back to the actuarial, every time Dave would say, like, we have our number, they have their number,
Right.
their number they make up, we don't go with that.
Yeah,
And it was
yeah,
kinda
we
like,
do the best we can.
we wing it.
Yeah, so,
So,
okay.
even with the adjustments, I think you've done a good job winging it.
We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, you've done a pretty good job. We haven't been totally hosed on the back end because it was, really, really, really far off.
Well, and when you compare where we are with other communities in the state.
I was just going to
We've
state that.
really
We are
done
one
a
of the
good-
highest funded pension balances in the state.
Which honestly, when we went back through that and we saw where we were, because
I know.
we only ever looked at ourselves, and it was always like, oh man, are we like, we're short.
We're losers.
Yeah, we always,
Right.
and then come to find out, we're looking at the state average, and we were like, what, 20% above the median or something like that, and it was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
whoa, what
Oh
are,
my God.
now we're looking at them going, what are you guys doing?
Exactly.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens by 2040, because I think that's gonna be extended again. It's been extended for years, right? I mean, there's always, and then with the tier 1, tier 2 and all that, so.
It's
it'll-
gonna
The problem is that all those municipalities are kicking that can
Down
the
the
road.
curb.
Keep
You're down the
kicking
road,
it
yeah.
down
It's-
the road.
We're gonna end up with exactly the same situation we have at the teachers union, where it's so underfunded that the state is behind the 8 ball and has to do something drastic to catch it up. And unfortunately, the taxpayers are gonna blame the state when it's really the municipalities who haven't been bothering to pay them like they should.
Yeah.
So I appreciate
And
the
so then we
council's
end up
fiscal
bailing them out.
responsibility in
Yeah.
trying to keep us,
Wasn't us.
our balances funded.
Thank you. Woo-hoo. Sorry. Yes. It's like, got these, so is there a motion to adjourn?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Used to take 2 days.
We used to do 2 Saturdays. Yeah, 2
Two
half-days.
Well, yeah, when we'd spend 2 hours arguing over whether or not we pay to shovel the sidewalks for snow.
Right. Do we need a motion to
Yes,
adjourn?
you would need a motion.
Do we need,
to adjourn.
or we don't have to vote on anything for the budget?
No, I think so. We've gone through the budget workshop here in terms of making cuts and changes.
Okay.
That'll be updated. We'll bring it back to council next month,
To admin,
to admin.
yeah.
In March?
And then
March.
admin can make their recommendation to approve to council for
Do we
final.
need to have it go through admin before it goes to council?
Yeah, well, this is the admin committee.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, but I'm just
yeah.
saying, like, do we need the final to come through admin, or are we okay to send it to, I'm just wondering, I
I
mean,
think-
that's up to you.
Just to have all, because there were a lot of,
There were a
yeah.
lot of shuffling.
there
so-
were, yeah.
So-
And there were some things, I know I've got notes here for where I'm hoping we'll see some more detail.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine, I'm just asking more if
yeah.
it's like approved with
Like for
changes, or are
Jane.
we saying it's, send me the
It gives
revision?
an
Yeah.
opportunity for one more public look before it goes
Yeah,
to council
that's fine.
for
Yeah, I
final.
guess
So-
Yeah, I don't think it will take long.
No, I'm
But
sure.
yeah, just get those questions answered, because not everybody was here today. So Charlie, are you making a motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Okay, Dan?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.